Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Pirate Deku Fell for Yamato? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was born in a world where there was a 4 out of 5 chances of getting a superpower of his own and working towards becoming the one profession that was the profession that everyone wanted. But out of the people who gained a quirk, he was a part of the 1 out of 5 who never gained a quirk. He was born without a quirk, and as he learned of this from his doctor who had a bushy mustache, he went home and watched a video that allowed his dream to become greater than any other. The one where All Might first debuted in Japan as he saved 1,000 people from a burning building as he carried them on his back. He always smiles when he saves people. Izuku spoke as his mother showed herself at his door. He never frowns when he saves people. He saves them with a smile on his face. Did you think I can be a hero too? Izuku asked as he stared at his mother, tears at the brim of his eyes as he stared at her. His mother, Izuku Midoriya, had ran over to him as she pulled him into a massive hug as she cried on his shoulder as she could do only one thing. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry." She cried as something deep within Izuku broke. "Mom, that wasn't what I wanted you to say." A younger Izuku thought as his mother cried more. About a couple weeks later, he meets his friend, and they talk about quirks as well as how he was diagnosed quirkless. One to never get a quirk. It was here that Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku's childhood friend, had decided that he didn't wish to be around Izuku anymore and made it his mission to make sure that he never attained his dream of becoming a hero. As a coping mechanism for Izuku, the boy had delved into studying in order to learn how to read a quirk from a mere glance. As soon as he made an observation of a quirk, he would write it down in a notebook where he made his assumptions about how it worked as well as potential ideas for how to defeat it, strengthen it, as well as what support items that would support increasing its power. He got so into this mechanism that he eventually just called it his hobby, since over time he had become enthralled as well as excited for a new quirk that he hadn't seen before. And he made it his mission to write about new quirks as well as write them down in his notebooks, eventually making around 13 of them over the course of 10 years. We can find him walking to school, his clothes scuffed as well as torn in certain places as he struggled to continue on with the day. His body was sickly and pale. He hadn't been having issues with his health, it just was too much for him to handle every day. The bullying from his friend from being around 4 years old had built up enough to the point that Izuku had gone from an extroverted young boy into an extremely introverted as well as sheltered and timid boy. His social anxiety had gotten worse over the years since his confidence that was out there and was for show had been beaten down and replaced with anxiety. There was really nothing that could bring that boy back unless you brought up quirks as well as support items and hero suits. Other than that, you would find a rather plain, but adorable, young man who had pale skin and freckles on his cheeks, but the most eye-catching thing about him, the dull look to his eyes. His eyes were an emerald color, but over the years of constant bullying as well as abuse from his peers had caused him to lose his naive outlook on life. He sat down in his desk with a creak from the thing as he thought about his life until that point, and he sighed in relief as the sore muscles as well as bones in his body finally were able to relax. Pulling out a notebook, he wrote about what he saw at the train station near his school that day as he remembered how Kamui Woods and a new heroine made their debut. It wasn't much longer before the teacher had entered the room with a stack of papers that had career forms. They talked about how they should prepare for their careers in the future, and Izuku just sighed as he knew what was going to happen. We all know what happened as soon as the teacher opened their mouth when it came to Izuku's career path being revealed. It was the end of the school day as Izuku gathered his belongings, forgetting one of his notebooks on his desk. A terrible mistake that nature decided to punish the boy for. "We're not done yet, Deku," Bakugo called out. He was a blonde-haired boy with an explosive personality and explosive hair. No matter how you try to stylize it, it will always explode back to its normal look. "Kakakan. W, what are you doing?" Izuku asked as he timidly looked at the young man in front of him. "Really? Hero analysis for the future? What a total nerd," one of Bakugo's lackeys said, as Bakugo gained an irritated look. "How many times do I have to tell you, Deku, that you can't become a hero. Bakugo growled. And no matter how many times you tell me to give up on my dreams, I will become a hero, Izuku said, gaining enough confidence to glare back at Katsuki. But that wasn't what Katsuki wanted as the boy finally snapped under the pressure of what the school had drilled into his head ever since they were 4 as Katsuki started to activate his quirk and stalk over to Izuku as the boy noticed the look in his face. Gaining a pained expression on his face, he slowly moved back as he tried to move away from the desks for the incoming explosion. It wouldn't be as strong as usual. He needed to hide all the damage he would do to Izuku in order to prevent getting a black mark on his record after all. But that wasn't what happened, as Katsuki looked over at Izuku with a glare which had a deadly smirk on his face. You know what, Deku? I will follow through with my words I told you a few days ago. I am going to kill you for what you did today, Katsuki said, as he pointed his hand at Izuku whilst placing one of them in a circle aiming for the boy. Izuku watched in horror as Katsuki began to gather as much nitroglycerin like sweat into the small hole as Izuku watched as Katsuki's hands began to glow orange. Izuku was about to ask what he was doing before a massive explosion had released from his hand and blasted Izuku so strong that everything except his shoes and feet remained. As Katsuki glared at the shoes with a manic glare, he then realizes the problem of what he had just done. His lackeys had left the room in fear of the explosion and just returned to see Izuku's shoes on the ground as they stared at him in complete fear. Did you just kill Midoriya? They asked, the tone of fear in their voices. Yeah, that has been what the teachers had been alluding to me over the last few years. I just wanted to have the right moment to do so. I don't care if this makes my relationship with Aunt Inko forgotten. I don't care about them anymore. I will become the #1 hero in Japan. And useless Deku will not get in my way, Katsuki said, as the 2 lackeys had looked behind him at the shoes and for a second, they thought they saw the crying form of a 4-year-old Izuku crying out with a handout to Katsuki's disappearing form. As soon as the explosion happened, Izuku felt his entire body very quickly disintegrating. He felt all sorts of pain for the last few seconds of his life. It was more painful that when Bakugo had broken his arm for stating that he'd become a hero without a quirk for the first time. It was extremely painful to the point that Izuku never noticed how he was closer to the ground as he looked over at Katsuki. Kaken. What did I do to you that deserved this? Izuku screamed as he reached out to Katsuki's disappearing form. But then it seemed all of time had stopped as he looked around for what the extremely cold presence had appeared behind him. And standing in front of him was a massive figure that made All Might's height look like a dwarf in tandem. It revealed themselves to be a tall woman as she kneeled over to him as she looked over him. It seems like your form of a spirit was that of your 4-year-old self. This wasn't supposed to happen, you were supposed to die of old age. The woman said, as Izuku looked at her with fear. Who are you? Izuku asked, scuttling away from her. The woman simply smiled sadly at him as she sat on her knees, allowing herself to not look as scary as she did. Don't worry, you are dead, young soul. What is your name, little one? She asked, as Izuku stared at her, breathing heavily in fear. Midoriya Izuku, the boy said, as the woman leaned over and placed a hand over his head. He flinched strong as soon as her hand was mere inches away from his head as he placed his hands in the way as he thought he was being attacked. I'm terribly sorry if you fear me. I am Death, and you weren't supposed to die here. If you want to live a life where you can live again, I can take you to that world. The woman, no Death, said, as Izuku looked on in fear as the hand rubbed his green messy hair. But what about my mom? Izuku asked as Death looked down at him sadly. Your mother will live longer in her world. As of right now, only about 5 hours had passed since your death. She is mourning your passing, and the boy who did it got out of it scot-free, Death said, growling. If I can leave this PP place, can I be able to make a friend? Izuku asked as Death nodded. You can, but it will be an orphan. You will be raised in a group that are horrible. It will be the day of the death of a very important figurehead within that world's version of Japan. The death of Kazuki Oden, a powerful warrior in a country named Wano. You will learn to survive under the reign of Kaido, the strongest creature within that world. You only have one mission. Death said as Izuku looked at her. "See, can I become a hero in this world?" Izuku asked, his childlike voice asked. "Yes, but you must learn how to use the world's version of a superpower. Its power is called Haki. If you can master that power, you will be capable of becoming stronger and more capable of protecting your allies, friends, and even potential lovers in the future. Your path will cross paths with one of the strongest men in the world. You must join his crew," Death said, as Izuku nodded as he asked on more question. "Are there any other powers there?" Izuku asked as Death smiled down at him. "Yes, the powers are called," Death said, as everything became white as Izuku appeared within the group watching a bunch of samurais standing on a massive board with who Izuku thought was Kazuki Oden boiling alive. "Oden is not. Oden, not when it isn't boiled," the man in the big boiling pot said, before a bang went out. And as soon as it was seen that there was a hole in Oden's face, just above his eyes, he managed to toss his retainers away so that they could escape. And as he lowered into the boiling pot, Izuku watched as he crawled out from where he seemingly was located, and that gained the interest of the giant man who had horns on his head. "HM? Where did you come from, Runt?" the man asked, as Izuku eeped and froze in place before looking at the giant of a man. "Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you," Izuku said, as he watched as a giant hand moved closer to his head. Flinching strong as the giant man glared at the boy. "Why do you flinch in front of me, boy?" the giant asked, as Izuku looked at him in both fear as well as awe. "I thought why you were going to hurt me," Izuku said, not realizing that his hands were in a defensive position over his head. The giant looked at him with a hardened look before asking one last question with a cold, indifferent glare. "You will be my daughter's friend, and you will learn how to become strong under myself," he said, before placing a hand over Izuku's curly green and black hair. Freezing in place, he felt that he was being appraised as well as about to be killed when the giant in front of him gasped softly. "You have the power of the king. It would do well to cultivate this power for yourself. I will be sure to make you as strong as possible. For now, follow my daughter to her room," the giant said, as Izuku gained the courage to ask one question to the giant. What are you, and what is your name, sir?" Izuku asked, meekly as the giant looked at him from his tall height. "My name is Kaido, brat. And I am a powerful Oni, who will be bringing the world to its knees. When I claim the world and destroy everything, you might be strong enough to kill me," Kaido said, as he walked away as Izuku struggled to keep up with his daughter who was taller than he was. As soon as he was walking next to her, she introduced herself to him as she was a taller girl with white hair and red horns on her head. "My name's Yamato. I can't wait to start training with you," the girl said, energetically. "Midoriya Izuku," the boy replied as the girl said his name many times. "I like it. It means you're green, right?" she asked as Izuku thought about it before nodding softly. Kaido watched the interaction with a slight smile on his face before looking at the castle where Kazuki Oden used to live when he was alive. "Time to destroy this place and replace those with power," he muttered, and unknown to him Izuku overheard him. What was that about? Izuku thought to himself. 12 years of training later, 10 long years of hockey training as well as strength, speed, endurance as well as defense training, and Izuku was as strong as possible for a young man. He stood at 5 feet 5 inches like he used to look, but his body was rippled with muscles as he stood near the door to Yamato's bedroom. She was going to challenge her father again as Izuku looked down at his neck and hands. There was sea stone cuffs on his wrists and neck. They only allowed him to move about the place until he reached the beach, but if he left the place, he wouldn't be capable of leaving if his head and arms exploded. It was originally made for Yamato, but Izuku had placed them on himself so that Yamato wouldn't have to suffer like that. She had eaten a devil fruit about 5 years ago and trained strong with that power in order to use it against her father. But in his effort to protect Yamato, there was also the problem that she had gotten her very own set. It was in order to make sure that she wouldn't take her chance to leave the island, as well as they often teamed up against Kaido in order to take him down. He had made it his game of cat and mouse, since he was so powerful, and since Izuku didn't have a devil fruit to call his very own, he would fight both of them as he knew Izuku was the strategist, and they could come up with new ideas in order to defeat Kaido. All in all, it was a wrap. They couldn't defeat him in the 17 years of their life, and Izuku had noticed how more well-developed Yamato had gotten in her time of living. It took everything he had to not have his inner pervert come out and ogle her all the time, but it was his mother who taught him to respect women. He thought about Yamato at times, but he smacked himself whenever he did. After all, who would love a worthless Deku like him? And that was something else as well. His confidence never came back. With each and every loss against Kaido, his confidence took a nosedive whenever they were soundly defeated. They had also met a pirate who had come to the island as they found him on the beach, and they had told him to leave when he was healed. But he came back with a crew and was soundly defeated, leaving the place with his tail between his proverbial legs. That man's name was Portgas D. Nace, and he was the son of the king of the pirates, and over the time they had tended to the wounds he had, he told them about the Whitebeard pirates, and that they'd probably be happy to take them in if they could escape, and that was when Izuku gained a happy expression on his face. His rank within Kaido's pirate crew had been strong enough to defeat Queen and King all on his own at the same time, although he would be completely exhausted afterwards. The training with Kaido had worked its charm, as he was strong enough to be Kaido's right-hand man if Izuku took his offer of becoming his subordinate. But Izuku refused and was now forced to tend to Yamato's wounds whenever she came back from her challenges with Kaido. When she had healed from her latest battle against her father, Izuku told her the plan of getting the keys from Kaido's breed's pocket and leaving the island. Nodding with his plan, they grabbed their clothes as well as belongings in order to set up themselves for an escape. Nobody would know about their plans of escape, and they would be none the wiser, and they would leave a note for those who would come to their room in order to see what happened. Their note would explain why they left Kaido's land as well as their plan to get stronger so that they could come back stronger than ever and claim his head for themselves and free Wano from his reign. As they moved about the place where the beast pirates were celebrating the fire festival, Izuku moved himself all the way towards Kaido's room, where he hid inside the vents above his room and hid his presence from all inside. He waited until dark when he overheard Kaido enter the room with Black Maria, one of his subordinates, and made love to her for a portion of the night. With Izuku hiding his presence as well as his hockey presence from even Kaido had sat in the vent in order to keep himself quiet. He had fallen asleep in order to prepare himself for the journey away from Wano so that they could train to their heart's content. But just when he was about to fall into his REM sleep, the wall exploded from the doorway as Kaido was woken up from his slumber. "Kaido, I am Kazuki Oden, and I will be the one who takes your head," Yamato called out, as Kaido placed a blanket over his lower body as he prepared to take his daughter on. He knew that if Yamato was nearby, Izuku would not be too far away and thought the boy was waiting outside for an ambush. Had he noticed the slight scuffing of the vent above him, he would have seen green eyes glaring down at him from above. As Kaido followed after Yamato through the hallway, Izuku watched as Black Maria had left the room in order to get some sleep for the night with some of the other girls. "This is perfect," Izuku cheered inside his head. As soon as everyone was gone, Izuku had opened the vent and dropped to the ground without a sound, especially with chains on his feet and arms. Finding his breathes, Izuku checked the breathes pocket as he found the sea stone keys that would unlock his chains as well as Yamato's. Jumping back into the ventilation system, Izuku crawled back to the room where he and Yamato would wait for the right moment to leave. As soon as he made it back into the room, he made himself act as if he was sleeping as he could hear Kaido looking for Izuku. It seemed like Yamato couldn't defeat him again and was soundly defeated. As soon as he heard the stomping of the stairs, he hid the keys in a special compartment within his part of the room and laid himself on the ground and closed his eyes. The plan was going perfectly. He had placed some sea stone fake keys inside Kaido's breathes that were similar to the originals. And as soon as he was acting as if he was asleep, Kaido looked him over before placing Yamato on the ground and shaking him slightly. "HM? What is it, Kaido-san?" Izuku asked as Kaido looked at him. "Why didn't you join Yamato in the battle against me?" he asked, glaring at the boy. "It was the fire festival. I was too tired. I took a day off from fighting you so you could get some rest. I'm not that evil," Izuku said as Kaido sighed. "Please fix Yamato up. I know how much you like her," Kaido said as he left the room drinking some sake. As soon as Kaido left, Izuku fretted over the injured form of Yamato as he placed some salves on her arms as well as legs as he placed bandages on her. "I'm sorry for not being there to help you," Izuku said as he looked pained at her. "Don't worry. It was a perfect plan," Yamato said as she smiled at him. "I managed to get his keys," Izuku said, pulling out some sea stone keys as Yamato pulled him into a hug. Whilst his face was in her CC, Izuku felt his lower head fighting for supremacy with his higher brain and managed to hold himself off. "Let's get out of here. We can take one of Spytend Malice's ships," Izuku said as he pulled a necklace out from his pantry. Staring at the necklace, Yamato looked away from Izuku as he placed it around her CC as he smiled at her. 15 emeralds were on the necklace as Izuku smiled over at her as she smiled back and pulled him into another hug. Izuku had managed to pull away from her in time as he took the chains off of her and himself as they gathered their belongings. Running towards the beach and leaving their chains in their room, they ran over to the docks as they found some pirates from the Beast Pirates standing guard. Izuku snuck around them and got behind them as he released a small burst of Emperor's Haki and knocked them out. When the ship was released from the docks, Izuku jumped onto it as he sailed it over and away with Yamato on his left as they smiled at one another. Next stop, Luditurn. Izuku laughed as they sailed off towards the island of Luditurn. Izuku and Yamato were on the bridge of the ship they had stolen from Spyten Malice, and they were looking at the approaching island nearby. They had finally gotten out of range from Wano, and as much as they would have loved to return to save the inhabitants of the place, they knew that Kaido was too strong for them at the moment. And Izuku needed to find power within the world instead of just mastering his Haki abilities. With Yamato as a perfect training partner, they had been using smaller islands nearby in order to get stronger over time. When they arrived at the island they were looking at through a set of spyglasses, they noticed that there was another crew on the island with a different flag. "What flag does that belong to, Yamato?" Izuku asked. "From the looks of it, I feel like it is similar to a flag from Odin's logbook." "There it is. That flag belongs to the Whitebeard pirates. I wonder what one of their flagships are doing this far out in the New World," Yamato questioned after finding whose flag the pirate ships belonged to. "Well, let's check out the island. It's only a matter of time before Kaido finds out about our departure and will place a bounty on our heads for leaving him," Izuku said, grimly as Yamato nodded her own. Yamato knew that her father wouldn't ever place a bounty on her own head since she was his daughter and would rather keep her presence a secret from the world, but Izuku was fair game. He had no family to run to if the going got too much for him to handle. Not only that, but if anything, he had no allies left in order to run to since he burned his bridges with the Beast Pirates. Not only that, but they had found out some valuable information that needed to be given to some giant group of pirates that would cause a major concern for the emperors of the sea. Yamato had been adamant about going to the Whitebeard pirates since they could be trusted the most, and Izuku said that they should bring in the Red Hair pirates in on this information as well. Since they were relatively one of the stronger pirate crews that would listen to them as well as their story, they needed to have relatively calm people understand their issues. Arriving at the island and docking their ship on the opposite side of the place, Izuku and Yamato entered the place searching for the crew in order to get a good read of the place. Since Izuku had spent his daily life in his old world memorizing the places he went, memorizing the islands that would be close by would be child's play. But Yamato wanted to get a compass in order to allow them to follow the magnetic flows of the islands just to be safe. Going through the island they bought their essentials that were needed as they got food, water, clothes, as well as many other things they required before moving on. They were about to look at some bounties they could turn into the Marines so that they could earn a quick buck when there was a massive shootout coming from the docks. Looking at one another, both ran out of the building with the bounty sheets showing the targets they were going to head for. The Brownbeard pirates. Arriving on the docks, it appeared that Yamato and Izuku's luck had been in great abundance since they found that the Brownbeard pirates were attacking one of the Whitebeard pirates' ships. Moving in, they attacked the brown bears with terrifying strength as well as speed that they just weren't prepared for. With them defeated, Izuku pulled out a transponder snail in order to call the Marines in order to take the pirate crew in. While that was happening, Yamato was talking to the pirate captain of the small ship that they saw before hiding their own. And as soon as Izuku finished talking to one of the marine admirals about their catch and was told to bring them into Marineford, he walked back to see who they were protecting. As soon as he got close to the two women, he overheard something about Whitebeard and his crew being in the New World and that he would love to hear about the information that they had to bring. Although it came at a big cost of having them have to deal with something for her first, they had to go find a devil fruit on the island since that was what she came here for in the first place, before stating that this island was under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. Izuku then made his presence known as the two women noticed him walking up after placing the transponder snail away for the time being. "What did you want, sir?" the woman asked, as Izuku looked at her. "Yamato, we will need to go turn in the Brownbeard pirates in order to collect on their bounties." "What did she want us to do?" Izuku asked, looking at his best friend. "Well, in order to get an audience with Whitebeard, we had to go get a devil fruit from this island. Although I don't know what it looks like, but I told her that we'll do our best," Yamato said, smiling at Izuku. "Okay, well, I'm going to go tie the Brownbeards up so that we can take them to Marineford and get the money required for them. When we arrive at the place, I will need you to hide yourself. We don't need Kaido learning of where you are located," Izuku said as the woman near them looked shocked. "What could you possibly have done in order to earn the ire of Kaido?" the woman asked, as Izuku looked at her with a deadpan expression. "What do you think I could have done in order to PSS off one of the most powerful Yonkos out there in the New World?" Izuku asked, before pointing at Yamato. "What's so special about her that you would rather stay on the move?" she asked, suspicious. "Well, let's just say, I don't belong in this world, but I will make DM ensure that she is kept safe from that monster," Izuku said, before walking away in order to tie up the Brownbeard pirates. "What's his story?" the woman asked. "Whitey Bay, Izuku had been in a very tumultuous situation before appearing in our world," Yamato said in a very vague way. "What are you talking about? What does that even mean?" Whitey Bay asked, as her name was revealed. "Izuku doesn't belong in this world, because he shouldn't even be here." "Why do you think a 16-year-old boy is on the seas with me?" Yamato asked. "For adventure?" she asked before realizing the age. "Wait, you need to be 17 at the least in order to man a ship." "What the hell?" she said as Yamato looked at her. Izuku came from a world where superpowers were the normal and he was born without one. He was killed in that world before coming here and was raised with me by my father Kaido. We just escaped the beast pirates just last night, Yamato said, before leaving Whitey Bay with the massive bombshell. "I need to call Newgate," Whitey Bay muttered before moving to her captain's quarters. As Izuku and Yamato finished tying up the Brownbeards, they moved into the forest of the island to search for the fruit they were looking for. It was brown in color and had swirls moving about it as if it was a mist or clouds moving about the sky. They were stated that they would find it inside one of the trees on the coast nearby, and that was where they were searching for it first. As they moved across the beach in search of it, they soon found that there were multiple fruits that looked eerily similar to it as they sighed in exasperation. This would take a long time in order to find it, and they would set out to spend most of their day in order to see if they could locate it in the trees. Back on Onigashima, Kaido had woken up from his drunk-induced sleep as he walked about the place. Moving towards his throne room, he noticed that one of the Flying Six were within the room, and found that it was Spitend Malice staring at him in slight fear. Kaido looked down at the young man as he found him to be a part of his Flying Six members who used to be a vice admiral of the Marines. A great addition to his crew if he said so himself. Not only that, but no matter what he did, he was a great person who followed orders to the best of his ability, if at best to the downfall of his smaller crew. "Why are you here, Spitend Malice?" Kaido asked, looking more concerned with the scared look in the man. "Kaido, sir, your daughter and her friend had left the harbor last night, from what it seems, since one of my ships had disappeared this morning without your say," Spitend Malice said, as Kaido looked at him in contempt. "What are you talking about?" Kaido asked as he glared at the young man. "What I mean is, sir, is that Yamato and Izuku had not been in their shared room this morning, and their sea stone cuffs were on the ground with keys in them of the same variety," Spitend Malice said, as Kaido looked into his pocket and found some keys of his own. Walking over to the man, he grabbed him by the face and asked him why he never tried to stop them the previous night if he knew about this. And his answer wasn't what he liked, as Spytan spoke about how he was not on patrol that night and that it was someone else who was. And that they were found unconscious that morning on the beach. Kaido moved over to his throne before he started cursing to the heavens about the number of problems he was having. But there was one thing that he voiced out to everyone present in the room in order to have them given a mission. I declare that Izuku is to be placed on a bounty of at least 2 billion berries. He roared into the sky as he transformed into his giant dragon form. Back on Luditurn, Izuku gained a fearful expression on his face as he grabbed the devil fruit that had been eluding both him and Yamato the entire morning. Before shrugging it off as something he should learn about later, he moved to follow Yamato towards their destination of reaching Whitey Bay. Within the next hour, they arrived on the ship as they gave the woman the devil fruit as she smiled at them and told them that she had Whitebeard heading over to one of the locations on the map. Pointing straight at Tamashibi Island as it was near the location where Whitebeard was heading over to in order to collect some supplies. Thank you for this information, Whitey Bay. Here is the devil fruit that you were looking for, Izuku said, bowing at the woman. Don't thank me just yet. Make sure to inform Whitebeard of the information he needs to know. Just be sure to hide that woman when you inform him of what happened on Wano. We haven't heard from Odin for 14 years now. I can only hope that he still lives, Whitey Bay said as she allowed them to leave. As Izuku and Yamato placed the Brownbeards on their ship and headed towards Marineford, thankfully it was close to Tamashibi Island since they would be able to speak to Whitebeard before giving up Brownbeard and his crew to the Marines for their pay. As they took off, they never noticed that the storms that were coming from Wano were moving in on Luditurn Island as Whitey Bay looked shocked at the storm. As Izuku and Yamato made their way to the Marine base near the middle of the New World, they were talking about how they would make sure that the Marines don't think he would be a pirate. But as they were talking, they noticed that there was multiple Marine warships heading towards them with one of the more aggressive Marine admirals moving towards them with a high speed. Stopping their small ship, Izuku had told Yamato to hide within the food storage within the ship so that they don't take her away from him. As soon as she disappeared from the view of the Marines since they never saw her horns, Izuku went down in order to bring the Brownbeard pirates out of the rooms where they were stinking up the place. Placing every member of the pirate crew on the poop deck, Izuku watched as the most dangerous admiral of the sea walked onto his small ship. Is this the crew you were talking about? The Brownbeards? The admiral asked, as Izuku nodded his head. How did you come across them? He asked, more curious about it. I have hockey, sir. I trained with it ever since I was 4 years old. I wasn't trained by one of your own though. I learned from trial and error though, Izuku informed as the admiral looked at him closely. What is a 16-year-old doing on a ship like this? You shouldn't be sailing out here without a permit, the man said, as Izuku sighed. Sir, I was raised on Wano. And the place was completely taken over by Kaido, and the horrific man killed the previous shogun of the place in order to place someone who was essentially worse than Kazuki Odin, Izuku said as the admiral looked at him with shock. How do you know Kazuki Odin? He said, angrily picking Izuku up and slightly activating his devil fruit powers. Sir, with all due respect, I won't be able to tell you if you hold me like this. Izuku choked as the man held his clothes in a choking position. Placing Izuku on the ground, he kneeled in front of him as he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Tell me how you know Kazuki Odin, he demanded as Izuku obliged. I found a notebook about Kazuki Odin within the castle where the man used to live with his family. It doesn't tell what he found on Laugh-Tail Island, but he was killed by Kaido in a boiling pot of oil holding up his retainers. And I watched as both Kurozomi Orochi and Kaido pointed their guns and blasted Odin in both the head as well as stomach while the man died, Izuku said, looking grimly at the ground. How old were you when you saw his death? The admiral asked, as Izuku only showed 4 fingers. You were just a kid when that happened? Alright, I can see why you are only escaping now. Well, I will take these filthy pirates off your hands. Here is 8 billion berries for your job well done, the admiral said, before having his men take the pirates of Izuku's ship. What's your name, sir? Izuku asked, as the admiral moved back onto his ship. The name is Admiral Akainu, and it was a pleasure to meet you, young man, if I may though. What is your name? The now named Akainu asked curiously. My name is Midoriya Izuku, In the land I was born the last name is stated first. Izuku said as he moved back to the helm of his ship. It was nice meeting you, young Midoriya. I hope that we never cross paths as enemies. The man said, as his ship went towards Marineford off in the distance. As Izuku sighed in relief, he moved towards the food portion of the ship to find Yamato looking at him in concern. Are you okay? She asked, fretting over him. Don't worry, Yamato, I'm fine. Just had an experience that I never want to have again. At least I managed to hide you from the Marines, and most of all the most aggressive admiral to be released on the seas. Admiral Akainu, Izuku said as he held a grimace. Unfortunately for their meeting with Whitebeard, it would take another day for them both to arrive at Tamashibi Island as they went to bed for the night. Unknown to them, there was a massive blue bird in the air looking at their ship softly moving across the ocean towards Tamashibi Island as he smirked to himself. I guess they had a run-in with the Admiral of the Sea. I will inform Pops about this development, the bird said as he flew off into the distance. The coasting across the New World waters was soft as well as comforting for Izuku and Yamato. They had been keeping up their hockey training so that they didn't get complacent with their encounter with an Admiral of the Sea. They were about a few hours away from Tamashibi Island where they would be meeting Whitebeard from his pirate crew. Izuku was against working with pirates based on his ideals, but he knew that in order to become what he wishes for the world, he will have to become a pirate who fights for the freedom of the people. They were in the middle of training their martial prowess and hockey when they noticed a massive hockey spike in the distance. Looking through their spyglasses, they found a massive ship that was moving towards them as if they were on a mission. As soon as it came closer into view, Yamato had been excited as well as celebrating for its appearance. Yamato, whose ship is that? Izuku asked, concerned and confused. That is Edward Newgate's ship, the Moby D-. It's much larger in person than what was stated in the journal of Oden Kazuki. Yamato gushed as she looked at the whale moniker on the front. Soon though the ship had arrived and came to a stop next to their vessel when the man himself landed on it. I hear that you both wish to speak to me from Whitey Bay. Come aboard. We will keep an eye on your ship for you. The massive 9-foot man said, smirking at them. As soon as Izuku and Yamato climbed aboard the Moby D-, they looked at their surroundings and found out that the man's whole crew were looking at them with scrutiny. Well, you're the one who had called for this meeting to be taking place. One with it? A blonde mohawked man said, staring at the duo. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and this is Yamato. We came from the island of Wano. Izuku started as everyone looked at him in alarm. Is that why you had a beast pirate ship? The blonde man asked, as Izuku nodded. We may have stolen it on our way out of the island, Izuku said, looking away, rubbing the back of his head. What is it do you need my assistance with? Whitebeard asked as he sat down on his throne. We need your help. Kaido is beginning to grow an army of such a size that he believes it will be enough to take over the world and completely bring it to ruin, Izuku said, urgently, as everyone laughed. There's no way that BSRD had been capable of that. He'd have to create an entire crew of devil fruit users in order to even pose a challenge to the entire world. The blonde said, as Izuku spoke up again. He is using devil fruits. Although how he is getting them is from where the warlord Doflamingo is working from, Izuku said as Whitebeard looked at him with a stern look. What does that BSRD have to do with this? The blonde asked, angrily. He supplies the beast pirates with what he calls smile fruits. It gives the user a 10% chance of getting a devil fruit power, and the other 90% forces the user to smile endlessly until death, Izuku said, cringing at the memory. So Doflamingo is supplying the beast pirates with devil fruits in order to grow his army. How did you escape from Wano anyway? Kaido is surely more than enough to place fear in those who leave his land, Whitebeard asked, as Izuku and Yamato show their wrists and, for Izuku, his lower back. The pirates within Whitebeard's crew saw the sea stone cuff bruises that hadn't left them as Whitebeard became slightly enraged. How old are you, son? Whitebeard asked as he leaned downward. I am only about 16 years of age, sir. I've been held as a prisoner ever since I was 4 years old, Izuku said, looking at the ground. If you know hockey that much, you wouldn't have been much of a prisoner, would you? Whitebeard asked. You'd be correct on that. But Kaido found me when I was only 4 years old. He trained me himself for the event that I become one of his most loyal servants, but I decided to not work for him. I had enough of working with people who only wish nothing but ill will against the world. I want to put a stop to him. But I don't have the power to do it on my own. Me and Yamato had come here in order to seek you out for help. You were Oden Kazuki's brother after all. If there was anyone who could pose a threat to Kaido, it was you, sir, Izuku said, kneeling before him in a Dejiza position. Please, I beg of you, please help the people of Wano. Their land is being turned into nothing but a factory-driven place that takes over the forestry, and the animals are ran out of their homes. The new shogun of the place after Oden's death had done nothing but demand taxes on the people ever since he was in charge. Izuku begged the man in front of him. Yamato got into a similar position on the ground as she held her head close to the ground. The massive-built man moved from his seat and knelt over to Izuku and Yamato as he moved his hand towards their heads. Whitebeard pointedly ignored the massive flinch from Izuku as he softly placed his hands over their heads and rubbed them softly. Well, so long as you become a part of my family, I might consider it, Whitebeard said, as Izuku looked up with tears in his eyes. What do you mean? Izuku asked, as Yamato gained a happy expression. I want you to be able to tell me more about how you escaped from Kaido's place of reign. But before that you need to inform me about what happened to my brother. Oden. He isn't a man you can just defeat that easily. He was easily one of my strongest men before Marco came along. Whitebeard said, as Izuku looked at Yamato, tears streaming down his face. Sir, Oden Kazuki had been killed by Kaido and Orochi Kurozomi. They had told Oden that if he could hold up his retainers above his head that they would allow him to go free with them. But they didn't keep their word. Oden was shot in the head and he by both men as he managed to toss his retainers away from the boiling pot of oil. Before dying though, he said a quote from his journal. Oden is not Oden. She began as Whitebeard finished. When you don't boil it, he said with a whimsical look in his face. What of my daughter, Oden's wife and children? Whitebeard asked, as Izuku was looking fearfully at the giant of a man before stuttering out an answer. They were murdered. I in their sea castle, that KK Kaido had turned into H's home. Izuku said, looking away from everyone. One of the pirates were extremely distraught as he overheard the death of his shogun and his family as he collapsed to the ground crying. Everyone else though were extremely shocked by this turn of events. Everyone belonging to the Kazuki bloodline had been killed. His daughter, his brother in all but BLD and his grandchildren, killed as if they were mere ants. Whitebeard stood up from his spot as everyone watched as Izuku flinched from each and every step that the man took harshly. As soon as Whitebeard had pointed his hand out towards the sea, he punched the air as cracks formed and caused multiple tsunamis to move about the sea. I will make sure that Kaido pays for what he has done. He will not leave Wano with his life. He attacked my son and daughter, not only that, but killed my grandchildren. This will not stand. We will bring the fight to Kaido before he can amass his army. But it will have to wait until we can get to Wano without losing any ships as well as people, since it will take some time to get there without being seen, Whitebeard said as he moved back to sit down. He did not ignore how Izuku was flinching with every step, this time with harsh twitches. Sitting down, he stared at the boy before he became completely uncomfortable with the look and looked away as Whitebeard smirked. I am glad that you show a correct amount of fear towards me and my crew. But I want to know something else. Who are your parents? Whitebeard asked, staring into Izuku's own expressive eyes. The emerald eyes he had started to shake slightly as he attempted to look away from the gaunt man again as Newgate decided to hold the boy's face to stare into his eyes. I won't ask again, young man, Edward said, glaring into Izuku's eyes. Then my parents' names are Midoriya Hisashi and Midoriya Inko. They aren't within this world, Izuku said, looking at the ground with his eyes. Edward had seen the look in Izuku's eyes, and he saw the pain of either loss or regret, so he decided to do something that would bring the boy to speak further about his choice of words. He knew that the boy was referring to something different other than death. They might be dead, but from what he remembers from Oden, the man had never had a person in his hometown called Midoriya Hisashi or Midoriya Inko in his time of life. My sons and daughters, Can you all leave me for the moment? I wish to speak to this boy and Yamato alone. Only Marco will stay nearby since he can be trusted to not inform others about Midoriya's position here. Whitebeard said as he glared at his crew. They got the message immediately as they left to go about their day within the lower portions of the ship. As they did that, Whitebeard noticed how Izuku seemingly relaxed his body at their disappearance. Once everyone was gone, Whitebeard asked a new question that was centered on how Izuku looked at everything. You're not from this world, are you? He asked, looking at the boy. No. I come from a world where you can be born with a superpower. Not gained from some fruit you can find anywhere on the planet with a weird look. I got the genetic lottery of failure as I was part of the 20% of the human population without a quirk/superpower. Izuku said, as Whitebeard asked another question. How many people did have a quirk in your world? Whitebeard asked. 80% of the human population are born with a quirk/superpower. And because of the fact that I was born without a superpower, I had a harsh upbringing. My parents were kind to me. My mother did her very best in order to raise me the way she wanted me to, being kind to anyone and everyone who wishes to help others. And I couldn't get any friends at school during that time because I was relentlessly bullied by my peers and abused by them. Izuku said, looking at the ground. Did the teachers or authoritative figures help you out in any way? Whitebeard asked, growing slightly angry. They didn't even try. They just allowed others to use me as a quirk punching bag, metaphorically and very literally. The one who took it out on me the most was someone who I thought was the closest thing I had to a friend. I know that he was just being a rude person to me my entire life, but I just wanted nothing more than to bring my old friend back. But he did something that brought me to this world, Izuku said, as he paused as he remembered the moment of which his journey to this world had started. Don't tell me that he beat you until you were dead? Marco asked. Worse. He released his strongest blast at the time, and I want to tell you all that I have a serious fire or explosion pain tolerance from the number of times he used his quirk on my body. His strongest blast shouldn't have done the amount of damage it did because of my pain tolerance, but for some reason it was strong enough to kill me in a single shot, Izuku said, as he fell to his knees as he had been standing. His pupils had shrunk to the point that they were pinpricks as he recalled the moment. You know how people tell you that your life flashes before your eyes in the moment before death? Izuku asked as Whitebeard looked strong at Izuku. Yeah, I've had that happen before I was saved by Pops. Marco said as he looked at the boy in sympathy. I never got that. It never came because I don't have any memories that allowed me to have to remember them in my final moments. Single. It was either I came home with starburst-covered scars underneath my shirt, scuff marks on my body, or even a broken finger. I always came home with some kind of injury, and I hid it from my mother in order to make sure that she didn't worry even more about my situation. Izuku said, looking at his hands. You want me to take off your shirt, Izuku? So they can see your scars? Yamato asked, as Izuku shook his head and took off his shirt. Unknown those except for Whitebeard, the rest of his crew watched as Izuku took off his shirt and revealed 10 years' worth of scars on his body. Burn marks on his st as well as scuffs all over his st. On his back were multiple scars from seemingly being struck with something sharp. Then there was the handprint scar over Izuku's left shoulder. Whitebeard had stood up from his seat and moved closer to the boy as he inspected the scars all over his body with scrutiny. Why didn't you inform your mother about your injuries? He asked, not seemingly worried but curious. I didn't want to burden her life more with my problems. Her job hadn't been paying her as much as it should since I was quirkless. As it turned out, nobody really likes those who take care of the quirkless, Izuku said, as tears freely streamed down his face. Whitebeard then looked at one of the seemingly newer scars on his body. It was in the shape of Kaido's own handprint on Izuku's lower back just above his rear. Where did this massive handprint come from? Whitebeard asked, as Izuku started to clam up. I don't want to talk about it, Izuku said, as Yamato looked worriedly at Izuku. Izuku, if you don't wish to talk about it, you want me to tell Marco and Whitebeard about it? Yamato asked, as Izuku moved away from the group, putting his shirt on and giving a nod to the girl. As soon as he was out of earshot, Yamato began to talk about the day that Izuku gained the scar from Kaido. Izuku and I were training with one another when my poor excuse for a father had come over drunk one night. We were in the middle of training with one another as it was about to reach its CLMX, and Kaido had dropped in the middle grabbing Izuku. He forgot that Izuku wasn't a girl, Yamato said, as both men were alarmed at the information. Ichi didn't try and, Marco asked as Yamato looked at him with slight tears brimming. Izuku did his best to kick my father off of himself, but he managed to do so with using his hockey-powered fist and slamming it into my father's groin. Izuku got away with Kaido copping a feel of his body, but he will not allow anyone alone with him anymore in fear of what they might do what Kaido did, Yamato said as Whitebeard and Marco looked at one another with anger in their eyes. Thank you for informing us, especially about his problems with other men. I will be sure that when he showers, it will be with you, Whitebeard said as Yamato looked at him confusedly. After those events, Izuku and I had made plans in order to defeat Kaido and escape from Wano. But we were just too weak compared to him. We were lucky with the plan we made on the Fire Festival just a few days ago, Yamato said, as Marco gained an intrigued expression. What was this plan? He asked as Izuku came back. We planned to get his sea stone keys from his pocket in order to free ourselves. We managed to distract him with Yamato challenging Kaido to a fight on her own without me, and with that I snuck into his bedroom and found the beads he left on the ground and grabbed his keys and left, Izuku said as he looked away with a slight blush. Young man, do you have any idea of what you managed to do under the nose of the second strongest Yonko in the New World? Whitebeard asked as he chuckled. I stole the keys and escaped with his daughter in tow in order to find you and get help for the people of Wano, Izuku said as Marco laughed loudly this time. You just duped out one of the strongest beings on the planet. And you got away with it, now you have to join us, Marco called out, laughing all the while. I would like to take you both under my wing and make sure that you are trained well, maybe get a devil fruit for you while I am at it. Whitebeard laughed out loud. So does that mean that why you'll help us? Izuku asked, concerned. Sure thing, so long as you join my family, I will make sure that you can have your revenge against Kaido, Whitebeard said, as Izuku stared at the man for a few seconds. Yamato was cheering for both her and Izuku in that moment as just a few seconds after that revelation Izuku had fainted from the pure shock. Is he going to be alright? Marco asked, curious. He does that sometimes when something happens that he likes, Yamato informed as Marco gained a deadly smirk. Does that happen when you try to take a shower with him as well? Marco asked. He is really polite to me about how I shower without him looking, Yamato said, as she was more confused why he wouldn't look. What makes you say that? Whitebeard asked as Yamato looked at him. Well, I like him a lot. And I just want him to look at me when we shower together, she said, as everything was quiet. The coming days after Izuku and Yamato were allowed into the Whitebeard pirate crew was amazing for the two of them. Izuku, although he had to do some chores as well as other things for keeping the ship clean as well as sanitary, had a lot of fun with the others. He had felt like he was a part of a family, something he hadn't had in over 12 years of his life ever since coming to this world as a 4-year-old. He was told by Whitebeard that they were going to Alabasta in order to meet one of his division commanders within his crew, and Izuku was excited to meet this guy. From what he overheard from Whitebeard himself was that this guy had come over to his ship and declared that he would kill him, only to join him instead because Pops liked his style as well as spunk. Izuku had no idea what Pops liked about some kid who ran up to him and declared he was going to kill him, but the simple fact that he entertained the idea of the kid being capable of killing him was kind of off-putting. The ship was heading in the direction of where Alabasta was located as Izuku hung over the edge of the ship collecting barnacles from the side of it. From what he heard from Whitebeard was that they were very dangerous to have on a ship since they ate the hull and would cause the ship to take on water if none were taken off enough that it wouldn't pose a problem in the future. As he was going about his mission of clearing the sides of the ship of the barnacles, he never noticed how one of the Whitebeard pirates were watching him from afar with a look on his eyes that spoke of trouble. The man was moving closer to Izuku as the young man had finally cleared the spot of barnacles from the side of the ship and was pulling himself up from the side of the ship. Once he got to the rails of the ship, he was surprised by the appearance of a pudgy-looking man with a black stubble and black hair flowing from the back of his head looking at him. The surprise was so fast and unexpected that Izuku yelped in fear as he fell off the ship before being caught by the man. "Sorry for scaring you, little guy. Just inspecting the new bee," the man said, gruffly as he smirked at Izuku. The young man noticed how this guy was missing a few teeth in his mouth as he looked at Izuku with his sinister smile. "Thanks for the save, but what are you doing up here?" Izuku asked as he was pulled up. "Just exploring the ship before I get back to work." "Have fun cleaning the hull, newbie," the guy said, as Izuku gained a curious expression on his face. Looking at the retreating man's back, he found that there was the tattoo of his Jolly Roger within the Whitebeard pirates. It held a skull with a black beard on it as it had a sinister smile on its face as well as the crossbones behind it. Izuku was intrigued with the Jolly Roger on the guy's back as he shook his head as he got back to work. He couldn't allow himself to be completely distracted with this new guy he met since he had to get this done before they arrived in Alabasta. The Whitebeard pirate ship had arrived in Alabasta as Whitebeard had docked himself so that he could gather supplies from the place in order to restock. He wouldn't go out on another voyage without collecting the supplies needed in order to keep his crew going on the sea. Smirking to himself, he decided to go see an old friend there and make sure that he was pointed in the direction of Izuku and Yamato as the two were exploring the island with smiles on their faces. Within the next few minutes, Whitebeard had entered a bar where he found the person who he wanted to speak to. "Ace, my son, how is you doing here in Alabasta?" Whitebeard asked as the young man looked over at him. "Doing fine, Pops, what's up?" Ace asked. He was a shorter man compared to Whitebeard but had black hair that was more like a bowl cut but slightly longer than one. He also wore a brown rain cap that hung above his black hair as he smiled at his captain that he treated more like a father than anything. Another thing that was curious about him was the fact that he had red beads hanging like a necklace around his neck and was shirtless. "I need you to go meet your newest little sister and brother. They are exploring the island to the south, near Crocodile's territory," Whitebeard said as Ace stood up. "Well, thanks for the information, Pops. I will head out now in order to meet them." "What do they look like?" Ace asked, stretching his tired limbs. "They have white hair for the woman and black hair with green highlights. The most intriguing part about them: one has horns of an oni, and the other has freckles on their face," Whitebeard said, as he watched as Ace gained a curious look. "How strong are these two?" "Strong enough to dupe Kaido about stealing his keys and freeing them from his stronghold on Wano," Whitebeard replied as Ace gained a happy expression on his face. "They duped out Kaido of all people? I gotta see them now. It's been a long time since someone had been capable of duping that BS-RD," Ace said, gaining energy and running out of the bar as Whitebeard drank some of his rum that he bought and flirted with the waitress. As the woman blushed at him and walked to get his drink, Whitebeard could only say one thing as he chuckled. "Looks like I still got it." Ace moved about the area around the town as he searched for the two that had the description that Pops had given him. He was so excited about meeting them that he nearly missed his little brother Luffy running up to him with his very own pirate crew. "Hey Luffy, how are you doing?" Ace asked as Luffy smiled at him. "I'm doing fine. Been having a blast on the sea. I can't wait to meet more powerful foes," Luffy said, smiling. "I can't wait to see you try and attain the title of King of the Pirates. Could you point me in the direction of two people I'm looking for?" Ace asked, as a girl with orange hair walked up. "What do they look like?" she asked as Ace stared at her for a second. "One has black hair and green highlights, the other has white hair and red horns. One is shorter than the other," Ace said, as the girl nodded her head and pointed in the direction the two had gone. "Thanks for telling me. I can't wait to meet my new brother and sister," he said, laughing as he ran off in the direction of Crocodile's home. "That's your brother, Luffy?" the girl asked as the young man nodded. "I can't wait to challenge him for the title of King of the Pirates. He is my big brother, and I can't wait to show him who's going to be king," Luffy said with a smile. Izuku and Yamato were moving about the desert as they rationed their water reserves as they moved about the sandy desert. "How much further until we enter Crocodile's territory?" Izuku asked, as Yamato looked at her map. "Almost there, Can't believe that we'll be capable of seeing what his place is like. From what I hear, he rules with an iron fist. Yamato gushed as Izuku chuckled as they moved closer to the town in the distance. When Whitebeard had informed them to explore the island, they were immediately off in order to see what the island had in store for them by exploring every nook and cranny of the place. They were just outside the barrier blocking them from getting inside the town when they found a young man moving towards them at a high speed. "Who's that, Izuku?" Yamato asked, as Izuku looked at the incoming missile called a human. It wasn't much longer before the man had arrived in front of them, standing before them with a smile on his face as he stared at them. "There you both are. I've been looking all over this island for you. Do you know how strong it was to find a boy and girl with white hair and red horns as well as a boy with black hair with green highlights?" the man said, as he pulled them both in for a hug. Izuku, who was completely confused at this, activated his haki and slammed his fist into the young man's head. As soon as the man slapped into the ground, he got back up immediately with a bump on his head as he whined about his little brother hurting him. "Big brother? What are you talking about?" Izuku asked, as Yamato had a confused look as well. "Oh, forgot to introduce myself. My name is Portgas Dinace, and I am a part of Pop's crew. I man my own ship that I name the Spade Pirates," he said, smiling. Izuku shook his hand as he told him about what he and Yamato had been through ever since leaving Wano. To say the young man was surprised by their bravery as well as ingenuity was nothing compared to how they told him their plan of distracting Kaido with a fight and stealing his keys for their sea stone cuffs from his pocket as he fought Yamato. "Wow, you both really duped that BSTRD. But now that we know about his plan to amass an army to take down the other three Yonko, we know what he will be planning. Just keep out of the fight. We don't want you both to get hurt. Kaido is an extremely powerful man who cannot be taken lightly," Ace said as both nodded. "We know that from experience since we had him train us since we were 4. Izuku said as Ace nodded. With that said, they entered the town as they looked about the place as they saw the look of the people within the place. "Isn't this supposed to be safe for the people inside here? What's going on?" Izuku asked, concerned for the populace of the town. "Crocodile owns this town, it's where he operates. His devil fruit is a logia that controls sand, and he can SCK out the water from your body and dehydrate you within seconds," Ace informed as Izuku thought about this opponent. "I won't be able to get close to him without suffering from dehydration. I guess I can leave him alone for now," Izuku said, as he thought strong about his next moves. But as it seemed like nothing bad was going to happen, they all heard a fight breaking out nearby in the desert behind the town as they ran to see what happened. That was when Ace sighed angrily as they all saw a RBB man start beating the shit out of the warlord of the sea. Is this supposed to be happening?" Izuku asked as Ace sighed. "That would be my little brother's handiwork. He really hates how people are treated by others and will strive to make sure that they were saved at all costs," Ace said, as Izuku found himself agreeing with the man's little brother's ideology. They watched as the fight continued on as Crocodile managed to make the RBB man lose all the water in his body as the fight moved into Crocodile's favor. But overall, the fight didn't last much longer since the RBB man had used his surroundings to defeat the BSTRD before he could steal any water from his body again. Izuku and Yamato were staring on in shock as well as awe as the RBB man had managed to defeat a warlord who had over 800 million berries worth of a bounty. As soon as the RBB man noticed their presence nearby, he ran over and greeted Ace as the taller man slammed his fist into the RBB man's head, calling him out for his recklessness. "I thought I told you to not interfere with this place," he screamed as the RBB man was slammed into the ground. As soon as the RBB man had come up from the ground, he started to laugh hysterically as unknown to their group a marine had come by and collected the warlord and left the place without being noticed. "Well, thanks for helping the people, Luffy, but I need to keep an eye on someone within the crew I'm a part of," Ace said, getting ready to head off. "Who are you supposed to be after?" Izuku asked as Ace looked back at him. "I'm going after a man named Marshall D. Teach, otherwise known as Blackbeard. He betrayed Pops and I have to bring him in for punishment," Ace said, leaving as Izuku and Yamato had looked over at the small crew within the Straw Hats. "Nice to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya. secret member of the Whitebeard pirates. This is Yamato, she is with me on the same crew. Izuku said as he shook the hand of Luffy. Well, if you ever need help, be sure to send an invite. I love to fight a strong opponent. Luffy called out as he walked away. As his crew followed not far behind him, Izuku couldn't help but blurt out a question to Yamato. I wonder how he got that X-shaped scar on his CST? Before they both headed back to Whitebeard's ship, Izuku and Yamato were in the middle of their spar on an island nearby the Whitebeard flagship. They had been increasing their experience in using their haki as well as devil fruit for Yamato. They had been increasing the aggression of their training since they heard about the betrayal of Marshal D. Teach, otherwise known as Blackbeard. He had renamed his pirate crew to be Xebec Saber as he had caused Ace to chase after him and placed a trap for the young division commander. Now the Whitebeard pirates were making their way over to Marineford in order to get him back from the Marines so that they could keep him safe. It was during this time that Luffy had arrived, stating that he wanted to save his brother from the Marines, and that he wished to get a ride from Whitebeard to do so. Whitebeard had told Luffy in their meeting that it could get both of them killed, going to Marineford, and the young captain told the old man about his dream of becoming king of the pirates. It was enough to allow the young captain of the Straw Hats to join their cruise through the Grand Line and straight to Marineford. Izuku and Yamato had clashed their new blades against one another, as red and black lightning had flown about the air as well as their blades not touching. The shockwaves from each attack was massive for the abandoned island, as the two were acting as if they were one of the Yonko themselves. Whitebeard had sensed their power from the day he first met them and knew that they would be great successors to his title of the strongest man. He even gave Izuku the devil fruit that he had eaten from the Gura Gura no Mi. Izuku was surprised that the man never ate the entire fruit, as he merely stated that he didn't wish for it to be taken by Teach and hidden it from him. Izuku kept it on his person for the moment that Whitebeard had died, and Izuku had told Whitebeard that the moment he dies, he would eat the fruit right then and there. It made Whitebeard proud that his new son, who is 3 months old, and his crew had been so loyal to him. He even managed to get the tattoo of his crew on his back to be displayed. My sons, my daughters, we are going to war against the world government. They had taken one of my children, and I will make it my mission to bring him back. We will storm Marineford and take Port Gas D. Ace back and get him to safety. Whitebeard announced to his crew as everyone nodded. Are you sure that you can handle fighting their pops? Izuku asked, concerned for the man's health. I know that I told you and Yamato that I'd help you in the fight against Kaido, but I am simply too old to assist in a fight against that creature. I will have my crew help in any way they can, and only then can you be safe, Whitebeard said, smirking. As the boat was sailing towards Marineford, the crew noticed how the Marines were very aware of Whitebeard's vengeance against them, as they had a whole fleet of men ready for the Moby Dick to arrive. Once they arrived, Whitebeard had walked up to his deck in order to make his welcome realized to the Marines as they awaited his arrival. Izuku and Yamato were at the back of the crew, as Izuku held the remaining Gura Gura no Mi in his bag, waiting to eat it when Pops would eventually die. He knew that the man could outlast any fight, even in his current condition, but even that was a stretch for how old the man had been since he was nearing his last day. Whitebeard had leaned back as he bent forward as he charged his attack, as he slammed his fists into the world on his left and right sides, causing cracks to appear in the air, causing the ocean on both sides of the ship to cause tsunamis the size of Marineford itself to come flying towards the place. But just as it was about to hit the place, an admiral of the Marines had jumped from their position and froze everything together. He then sent attacks towards Whitebeard as Izuku jumped in the way, and with his haki-infused attacks, he sent them flying back at the admiral. Izuku would land back down on the ship next to Whitebeard as the man patted Izuku's head as he jumped down to the frozen ground below. Izuku and the other pirates had jumped from the ship as they followed their pops. Izuku had stayed on the ship since a giant was coming for them, and he countered the axe weapon with a haki-infused punch to the blade itself, and then used Conqueror's haki in order to knock the Marine out. As soon as he jumped to join the others, he found that Pops was fighting with Admiral Akainu as he made his way to find Ace, who was about to be executed by the men. Only for Luffy's version of Conqueror's haki to knock most of the Marines who couldn't stand it, as well as the guards who were going to kill Ace, to fall to the ground unconscious. Izuku and the others moved forwards in order to get to Ace, but were stopped by another admiral. Izuku noted that this one had eaten a devil fruit that could control all of light and could turn himself into some for his attacks. Izuku had fought this admiral for a time as the other pirates had teamed up on the lower-tier marines, and Izuku in his fight against the admiral was having slight trouble. With his training with Yamato, this fight was almost easy, if it weren't for the devil fruit of the man to be so dim and annoying. But he eventually chased the admiral off and away from his allies as they took Ace away from the execution pad. They were on their way out when they noticed how Pops was not moving from his spot on the frozen ground nearby as Akainu started to rage out against the Whitebeard pirates. Izuku clashed fists with the man immediately as Yamato came behind the admiral and swung her kanabo on the man's stomach, sending him back from the others. Working together, they managed to hold him off until Pops had gotten back up and entered the fight once again in order to keep the admiral off of Ace. But the man was slightly too agile to keep him still, but it was too late. The man went to attack Luffy as he was about to pick up a Weaver card that kept him close to Ace, and just as the man was about to kill Luffy, Ace blocked the attack. The fist, though, went through Ace's back and through his eye as his entire body flared up in flames with his eyes blocked out for the moment. Akainu had pulled his arm out of the boy's eye as everyone looked on in shock. Ace was killed in front of everyone, most definitely Luffy. Izuku kicked Akainu in the back of the head, sending him to Pops as the admiral got back up to recognize Izuku. "What are you doing here, brat?" he asked, curiously. "I'm here to protect my brother. Any brother of Ace is a brother of mine. And you will not get to Luffy," Izuku said, putting up his fists and activating his haki on his body as well as activating Conqueror's haki. Akainu smirked at the boy as he slowly moved towards him as he started to laugh at the display. "You're like a kitten to me. In terms of power, you can't hold a candle to the power I can display," Akainu said as he prepared another attack. Izuku, infusing his attack with Conqueror's haki as well as armament haki, had pulled his fist back. As soon as both attacks landed on the other, their fists created a shockwave as Izuku held the man back as strong as he could as he looked surprised by the strength of the boy. "Color me surprised, young man. You could have been a great marine. Hissigus that you became a pirate instead," the admiral monologued as he placed some more pressure into the attack. Izuku's feet started to skid back on the ice and breaking through some of it as he bought time for Luffy to escape. He turned to look at Luffy one more time to see a fishman come by and take him away in order to keep him alive. Izuku smiled as he saw the man's look of pure fury as Izuku glared at him strong, releasing his Conqueror's haki completely against him. "You won the battle, but you lost the war," Izuku said, pulling his fist away and dodging the strike Pops was preparing on the man. As soon as Akainu had overextended his strike, he was surprised by the motion, but from his left he found a devil fruit-enhanced punch coming his way as it landed on his face, sending him to the ground. "Get out of here. I will hold them off," Whitebeard called out. "What about you?" Izuku called back as Yamato picked him up. "I will fight the Marines here. Besides, there's someone else I need to talk to," Whitebeard said, as his crew started to retreat with Ace's body in tow. Whitebeard had gone to punch Akainu again as the man fearfully went for a sloppy punch into the pirate captain's stomach as it bulged slightly before going to normal, creating a flaming hole in the man. Izuku was screaming at this point, as the only man to treat him as a son was seemingly dying in front of him, but it didn't happen immediately as he grabbed Akainu and tossed him in the air as soon as he stood back up. Pulling his fist back, he activated his devil fruit as he started to send the punch for Akainu's midsection of his body. As soon as the fist hit the kidney area of Akainu, cracks formed around the man as his body seemingly moved with the cracks. Although the cracks that came from the attack on Akainu had caused mayhem around Marineford as the damage extended to the building behind the man. As soon as Akainu had fallen unconscious at the feet of Whitebeard, a new face showed up. "Teach," Whitebeard said, glaring at the son that used to be his own. "Pops, it's been a while." "Black hole," Blackbeard said, as he dispelled some of the damage that was dealt by Whitebeard. He then went on the attack of Whitebeard as they traded quick but decisive blows on one another. But with Whitebeard's age, he couldn't do the amount of damage to put Blackbeard down for good as his ability with a devil fruit were countered immediately. It wasn't much longer before Whitebeard landed a slash from his nodachi on Blackbeard's body and sent it to the ground before placing his weapon's bulbed end as well as one of his hands on the man's hands before placing his foot on the other hand. Releasing his weapon. Activating his devil fruit on the hand that was holding Blackbeard's face, the said pirate was struggling with his head in order to break the iron grip the old man had as he blasted the ground with his power. The resulting explosion of dust caused Blackbeard to look fearfully at Whitebeard as the man menacingly walked over to him as his body started to release steam from the previous attack as well as his body glows slightly with red skin. An extreme close-up of the man showed that he had whited out eyes as he glared angrily at Blackbeard as he closed in on the downed Blackbeard. "Why, you monster?" Blackbeard called out, scuttling away from the man as he prepared a gura punch, and as he sent it towards Blackbeard's face, Blackbeard had pulled out a gun and shot Pops in the city. Izuku screamed even more as he struggled to get out of Yamato's grasp as she held him back from attacking Blackbeard. The man and his crew had started eviscerating Whitebeard's body as the man reeled from the damage to his city as he stood still. As soon as the slashing, shooting, punching and kicking was over, Whitebeard's body stood tall as his jacket fell off, revealing his tattoo on his back of his crew as he held on to his nodachi. It was here that Izuku pulled out the gura no Mi and found that the bite that Pops had taken out of it was back, and it was back to full. Izuku watched as Blackbeard was looking for the devil fruit that belonged to Whitebeard that he believed would remain inside of the man. But as soon as he looked over at Izuku's location as if he could find it on the battlefield, he found Izuku opening his mouth and eat the whole fruit whole. He chewed up the fruit as tears flowed out of his eyes as he gained a slight glow around his body as it became empowered with the fruit entirely. Jumping off of Yamato, he looked over at Marco as the man nodded as Izuku lifted his hands into the air and grasped the world. As he pulled on it slightly, he felt the power he needed in order to be used in order to escape from Marineford, and he pulled down as the entirety of the area was filled with ocean water that covered the way for their escape. It was here that one of the admirals of the sea watched as Izuku consumed the gura no Mi as they knew that the threat on the boy should now be raised to support his newfound power. It was a few hours since Marineford had been raided by the Whitebeard pirates, and Sengoku, the admiral above Akainu at the moment, had went to the world government leaders. They all looked at him with confusion as well as concern as the man was here for business. "What brings you here, Sengoku?" A man with a large body asked. "I've come here with news. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, is dead, killed by Marshal D. Teach. And the gura no Mi is now in the hands of a young and upcoming man. His name is Midoriya Izuku. And this is his current bounty," Sengoku said, showing the world government leaders the bounty on Izuku's head. It showed the young man with a sad smile on his face, and the bounty underneath it showed around 300 million berries. "What do you wish for us to do?" the big man asked. "I wish to increase the bounty from 300 million berries to around 2 billion berries. If that young man got even more powerful, especially with his haki, and combined his attacks with his new devil fruit, it could be devastating for the future," Sengoku said as the world leaders nodded their heads. "It will be done as of now. This Midoriya Izuku's newfound bounty is to be held at 2,300 million berries, the giant of a man said, as he smirked at Sengoku. It has been a couple of days since the sudden death of Whitebeard as well as the subsequent dismissal of the Whitebeard pirates. Those who were loyal to his crew decided to stick with Marco as they changed their name to the Phoenix Pirates. Izuku and Yamato were the newest to the Whitebeard family as they had suddenly lost someone who was their whole world as a parent die in front of them, chose to stay with Marco. The man was like an uncle to the two of them, and they wanted nothing more than to train in order to defeat both the Beast Pirates as well as Akainu and Blackbeard for the death of their newfound father. It has been rough, for Marco specifically, since he had been monitoring their growth and had noticed how they were going way too strong on themselves in getting stronger, even training during the night to get something out of their training. He had been forced to have them rest over the last couple of days in order to recover from the fatigue as well as cope with the death of their leader. Marco had simply smiled and told them to remember Pops for who he was, and not for how he died. Izuku took this to heart, as Yamato followed his lead. It worked as Izuku managed to try and learn how to use the Gura Gura no Mi like Whitebeard had and had been instantly capable of utilizing the power just like his predecessor had. Izuku though had a brain for making use of something like this and using it for new things, such as using it whilst combining the power with Haki in order to take on stronger foes. Izuku found out that when he combined the power of the Gura fruit with Haki, its devastation that it held when combined with Haki was massive. He chose to only use it for the fight against foes who were massively stronger than Yamato, such as Akainu, Kaido, Big Mom and some others. They were in the middle of a forest on a remote island just far enough away to be out of the influence of the world government. Marco stood across from Izuku and Yamato as he held a smirk on his face as he happily looked at his two charges. Well, it seems like your strength has grown many times since Pop's death. But you mustn't allow yourselves to fall into anger, it's what can cause your opponents to have an opening they longing to use against you. Marco said, as he landed near the two. I know that this training is supposed to make us stronger, but why are we on an island? Izuku asked as Marco pulled a paper from his pocket. Congratulations Midoriya Izuku, you are now one of the most wanted pirates in the world. Marco called out, laughing as he watched. Izuku's face turned from curiosity to morbid fear. Why does my bounty say that I'm at 2,300,000,000 berries? Izuku asked as Marco looked at Izuku. Because you have Pop's devil fruit ability? Marco said, as Izuku passed out there. As the days moved on, weeks became months as Izuku and Yamato continued to grow stronger with both their devil fruit powers as well as their control on Haki. Izuku was nearing the strength of Whitebeard's prime with the devil fruit helping him out with the strength he didn't have. Izuku and Yamato could be seen moving across the Grand Line as they fought with some warlords who had gotten in their way. Crocodile had been a joke compared to their experience of fighting stronger opponents. Doflamingo had been a complete tragedy since he couldn't keep up with their speed, and Izuku and Yamato had increased their bounties from the original 2.3 billion berries for Izuku to around 3 billion, and for Yamato herself she gained a bounty of around 2.5 billion for associating with Izuku himself. They made their way across the island they were both on as they found their training area where they increased their strength. They had heard from Marco that the Straw Hats were making their way over to Wano after hearing what the Beast Pirates had done to the place, and they found that this was their only chance at defeating the. From what their captain had said to them about the Straw Hats, they had gotten many times stronger since the Marineford incident and that they would need their assistance against Kaido. As Izuku and Yamato continued their training, they soon learned a new skill Izuku had with the Gura Gura no Mi. He could contact Whitebeard from beyond the dead, but it was a one-off ability. It was during a night after Izuku's training with Marco and Yamato in order to gain complete control over the fruit. He had been sleeping in his bed on Marco's ship when the old man had appeared in his prime form in Izuku's dreams. Dreamscape. Izuku was walking around the Moby Dick as he looked around the place, noticing that certain people were a lot younger than they used to be. He looked around and found one of the Whitebeard pirates jumping off a boat, and they ran over onto the island since there was another pirate in the area they needed to steal some treasure from. As soon as Whitebeard, who had yellow long hair, appeared and was on the move inside the island, a man appeared who bore Kazuki Oden's look. Izuku watched from where he was at, right next to Whitebeard, as he and Oden had clashed blades, creating sparks of fire across their blades. Whitebeard had managed to easily deflect the attack from the Wano native as he sent the man flying backwards as he watched as a new pirate appeared. This one had a long mustache that extended across his face like someone from his world's movies of Captain Hook. The man had a perpetual smile on his face as he jumped at Whitebeard with the intent to attack the man with all he had, and as soon as Whitebeard had thrown his Nodachi against the saber of the pirates, a massive shockwave had appeared around the area. Black lightning had blasted around the area as a small spot between both weapons had created a small circle where the weapons should have clashed, but they didn't. Izuku was in awe of the power between Prime Whitebeard as well as this man as they clashed in the air. It was not long after this that the entire field changed to the Moby Dick as Izuku stood in front of Pops as the man looked much older, at least a few months younger before his death as he stood in front of Izuku. The man wasn't looking off in the distance, but he was looking directly at Izuku, and Izuku couldn't know what he was thinking before he reached down. Instinctively Izuku flinched before the large hand patted his head, And Izuku looked up to find a happy smile on the old man's face as he spoke. It's been a few months since my death, my son. But worry not, for I am here. Inside your heart, from now on, my power is yours. And my power belongs to you, especially since you ate the Gura Gura no Mi, a devil fruit that gives you the power to become the strongest man in the world. I have high expectations for you, Midoriya Izuku, and I have learned that your world is in great danger. Once you find the One Piece, you must return to that world. I am not sure if you can bring anyone with you back to your old world. But know this, my son. When you return back to your realm, the Gura Gura no Mi will be completely absorbed into your body and become your, as you say, quirk. I can only imagine what kind of things you could do with that power in your world when you return, my son. Just know that even with all this training, even with your bounty of 3 billion berries, you will always be my son and I will always be proud of you and your progress. Whitebeard said, as his body started to fade into the distance as petals of a sakura tree seemingly appeared out of nowhere. What are these petals? I've never seen them before. Whitebeard asked, as his body continued to fade from the feet up. They're sakura petals, from a sakura tree in my world. I don't know what they're doing in my dream though. Izuku said, as Whitebeard gained a fond look on his face. If reincarnation is a thing, I would love to reincarnate into your world, and create a world where people like you don't have to suffer all because of a lack of quirk or power. Whitebeard said, as his entire body faded from existence. Dream ended. Izuku woke up with a start as Yamato and Marco were pushing his body to his left as he coughed up his dinner from the previous night. Are you all right, Izuku? Yamato asked, concerned. What happened? Izuku asked as he looked at their confused and scared faces. You were having a seizure in your sleep. What happened to make you have a seizure? Marco asked, incredibly concerned. I met Whitebeard in my dreams. He talked about my world, and how proud he was of me and Yamato for how much we had trained. He also spoke about how my world was in danger, and that I need to find the One Piece in order to return to my world. And that once I do, the Gura Gura no Mi will be absorbed into my body by then and it would become my Q-quirk. Izuku said, as Yamato gained a happy expression. Maybe the One Piece had the uncanny ability to send people to other universes. Maybe that's how you came to ours. Yamato theorized, as Izuku shook his head. No, I wasn't just brought to this world because of the One Piece, I was reincarnated here. My best friend. No bully killed me in my world, and I was brought to this one for some reason, Izuku said as he looked at them. So you need to get to the One Piece in order to get back home. Can you bring anyone with you? Marco asked, seriously. I don't know, Whitebeard didn't know as well, and he knew that I wanted to bring Yamato with me. Izuku informed as Yamato gained a sad smile. I will make sure that Yamato is brought with me. I don't know what I'd do in my old world without her help and assurance. But I'm not sure where I'd end up with her in my world, probably where I died though. Izuku said, as the group made a plan. Alright, so here's the plan, we go defeat Kaido with the Straw Hats. Then afterwards we head over to Shanks so we could get the One Piece in order to send you and Yamato to Izuku's home of Earth. Then you all deal with the problems over there. I guess after finding the One Piece, it will be goodbye for everyone. Marco said, before ending on a sad note. Don't worry, Marco-san, we will always cherish the memories we've had with the Whitebeard crew, even though we were here for a few months. Izuku said, smiling at the man. Now don't get all sappy with me. If you have time to do that, you have time to train. We'll be heading over to Wano in about 2 days. Prepare yourselves for the biggest fight of your lives on Thursday, Marco said, seriously before walking off. Watching the disappearing form of Marco, Izuku looked over at Yamato and thought about all the times he spent with Yamato. All the fun he had with her, the times he trained with her, even the times in the bath they spent with one another. When he really thought about it now, they were kind of a couple if they think about it, and as he asked Yamato to follow himself, they moved away from where Marco was located as the man himself smiled in giddiness. Izuku took Yamato over to the other side of the island in order to show her a view of the place, and when the giant of a woman arrived she saw the view as well as Izuku sitting on the ground looking off into the distance, where Wano was located. Hey Izuku! What did you want to talk to me about? She asked as Izuku looked over at her. There was something different about the way he looked at her this time, and she could tell that there was a new emotion within his new look. "How long have we known each other, Yamato?" Izuku asked, as the girl thought about it. "Well, we've known one another since we've both been about 4 years old, and have been friends ever since we first met. We've also trained with one another in order to defeat my father," Yamato said, as Izuku smiled even more with her slowly gaining an image in her head. "Have you ever thought about the person who you would like to stay with after you defeat your father and explore the world?" Izuku asked, as Yamato smiled back at him and pointed at him. "You'd be the perfect person to do that with, Izuku. I've always tried to hit on you whenever we went to the bath together, but you always put my advances off," Yamato said, mockingly. "Well, are you wanting to pursue that relationship now?" Izuku asked, as he looked at her in her orange eyes. "Why, you really want to start a relationship now? What if Kaido finds out about it?" Yamato asked, as Izuku smirked at her. "Kaido gave his blessing before we made the plan to escape from his clutches. Originally, he was going to have you married off to me so that you could take over the beast pirates with me right next to you. And before you ask, he didn't tell me exactly, but I overheard him talking to King about what he thought was the best idea for your future," Izuku said, as Yamato began to tear up. "Why, you really want to enter a relationship with me, Izuku? You, the one person who had been more focused on defeating Kaido?" Yamato asked, as Izuku looked up at her with his tear-filled eyes that reminded the young woman about emeralds. "Why, yeah, I have been jumping around the feelings I've felt for you ever since I first met you. It just took way too long for me to act on them. I had always wanted to make sure that I could gain the power to defeat Kaido in order to ask for you to become mine. No, that's wrong. I wanted to marry you myself, but I couldn't put it into words when we hadn't defeated Kaido. So, Yamato, do you think you can become both mine and my wife?" Izuku asked, as he pulled out a crimson ring. It had a jade gem on top of it as well as something inscribed on the inside of the ring. It was her name as well as his with an X in the middle. Yamato began to tear up even more as she picked him up and pushed his face into her ample bosom as she jumped around the place screaming out to the world. "Yes. I will marry you, Izuku Midoriya," Yamato yelled out, with a happy smile on her face before pulling his face out of her each holding both sides of his face softly. She looked into his eyes filled with slight lust and love before pulling him in just as the sun set, creating a shadow over their faces as they connected at the lips. As their lips connected, Izuku felt like fireworks were going off in his head as he closed his eyes as he placed his hands on Yamato's cheeks himself and pulled himself just a bit higher to where he could connect their foreheads as they pulled apart. As they opened their eyes half-lidded, they stared into the other's eyes as hearts seemingly appeared in the middle of their irises, and then, as if nothing could worsen the mood, a weird sound happened. Thump, 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 thump. Clack. As soon as both heard that sound, they had the same thought at the same time, and they could only say one thing in their mind. What the foo dash? It was moments after their moment together that Izuku and Yamato looked into each other's eyes and heard a weird sound from the world. Thump, thump, clack. Looking at one another a literal second after hearing that sound, they looked around to see if someone was playing a prank on them before noticing that they were the only ones on the hill. Shaking their heads on that weird moment, they headed back to Marco in order to train a little bit more before their trip to Wano in 2 days. Arriving at the man's training ground, he looked at them with a mirth in his eyes as he smirked at Izuku smugly before pulling him into a one-armed hug. "I'm proud of you, man. You finally asked the girl out and are courting her at the same time. I bet Pops would be incredibly proud of your choice." Marco laughed as Izuku weakly struggled in his grip. As the man released Izuku from his hold, he happily glared at them as he got into a fighting stance to initiate their training. As the trio had begun their training, their crew had come over to see what was happening between them all as they smiled at the diligence between them and their goal to get stronger. Izuku attacked Marco with a flurry of haki-empowered strikes that were fast and swift, as Yamato increased her armament haki to the point of which she powered up her weapon strikes. As Izuku moved forwards with his attacks on Marco, he pulled out his saber that he managed to collect from a store that called out to him nearby. It was a long saber that had an intricate design that had the look of the earth that he always knew and loved, on the handle as it was surrounded by a large dragon. It represented his problems about this world as well as his own, as well as his goal to surpass them both in order to head home. He went on the attack, placing armament haki into his weapon of choice as he went to attack Marco with it, unconsciously using the Gura Gura no Mi to increase the power of the strike. When it hit home, cracks appeared in the world, but they were smaller than before when they were training together, as it just sent Marco flying into the distance. Smiling at how their training had finally come to an end with the defeat of Marco, they ran over to make sure the Phoenix was alright, only to find him laughing out loud in a crater. "Damn, didn't think that I'd lose my guard that quickly," the man said, before getting up with some trouble. "Your power is as strong as Pops was in his prime now. You're ready to take on Kaido, Izuku?" Marco said, as he seriously and sadly smiled at the boy. "I'm glad that I can take on Kaido now, but I won't be alone in the fight against that man. I will have Yamato and probably Luffy to help," Izuku said as Marco smiled even more. "Let's head out, men. The Straw Hats are probably wrecking the place as we speak," Marco called out as everyone moved onto his ship and left the harbor of Sphinx Island and left towards Wano. It had been about a day and a half since they set out towards Wano, and they had arrived at the outer rim of the place. As they moved inland, they found a lot of dark clouds over Onigashima as Izuku and Yamato gained nervous looks at the power being thrown about the area. "Alright, we are going to be launching an attack with the Straw Hats against the Beast Pirates men. What we need to do is make sure that both Izuku and Yamato keep their power as well as their haki levels at the correct spot in order to make sure that Kaido can be defeated with Luffy. Let's cause some chaos that only the Whitebeard pirates can do. Let's make Pops proud," Marco called out as he took flight towards Onigashima. As the ship made landfall on the port of the Beast Pirates, the place was already being tossed around by the Straw Hats as they fought the Flying Six as well as the All-Stars. Izuku and Yamato made their way to where the leaders of the three crews within the attackers were located at the top of Onigashima. As soon as they found the trail to get there, they found two men fighting Big Mom as she was struggling against their collective power. Thinking back on it, Izuku looked at Yamato as he smiled at her before she nodded, and they moved to take on Kaido. If there was anyone who could take on Big Mom at this point and not be killed already because of her powers, then those two would be fine. They made their way to the top of Onagashima's skull where there was another fight taking place, but it looked to be as one-sided as possible as they found Luffy being tossed around like a rag doll. Jumping in the way of the young man to prevent him from falling off Onigashima, Yamato placed the young man on the ground as he looked at her. "Wow, you have really big BRSTs," he said as Yamato looked pointedly at him. "I'm in a relationship," she said as the young man laughed. "Don't worry, I won't get in the way. I just wish to become king of the pirates, and Kaido is in the way," Luffy said, laughing it off. "Well, let's not keep him waiting then, why don't we?" A new voice called out as Luffy saw Izuku land in front of him. "Why, Luffy said in awe. "So the new son of Newgate had arrived. I'm surprised that you had managed to escape me the first time, Midoriya Izuku. But you will be put down, in order to make sure that everything that I've built isn't destroyed," Kaido said as he glared at the boy. "I've come back for one thing, Kaido. I've come back in order to take you down, and make sure you stay that way," Izuku said as he tossed off his jacket. As it floated away in the wind, Luffy and Yamato noticed how there was a tattoo on his back. It wasn't Whitebeard's pirate crew tattoo. It was a tattoo of his own. A planet that was surrounded by a dragon, with cracks all over the planet was what the tattoo was. Izuku looked at Kaido in the face as he glared at him before speaking to the man as if he was a mere footnote in history. "In the name of the newfound earthquake draconic pirates, I will defeat you," Izuku called out as he smiled before launching towards the man. Yamato looked at Izuku in awe as the boy had finally stated what their pirate crew would be called, and it was surprisingly what she had called them in the past. But leaving that moment in the past was needed as she joined next to Izuku as she pulled off her sleeves, showing the two pirate crews she belonged to. The Whitebeards as well as Izuku's, as she looked at him as they ran and activated their haki and launched an attack on the man's head. Izuku landed a haki-infused punch on the man's upper temple, as Yamato did the same on the chin. As Kaido was sent twirling in the air, Luffy had appeared in Gear 4 of his Devil Fruit powers and landed a haki-infused punch on the man's nose, sending him to the ground. As he got back up from the ground, he transformed into his hybrid form of a draconic Oni and attacked the group with his haki-infused attacks. All three fighters launched at the leader of the beast pirates as they used their weapons at the same time in an attack against the man. Kaido had infused haki into his kanabo and swung it towards the three, believing it to be the thing to stop the two from attacking him as well as send Luffy flying. But what he saw next surprised him even more, as Izuku activated his Conqueror's haki with his attack, and just before any of their attacks clashed, there was a small pocket of air between the attacks as a shockwave blasted from all areas of the world. As soon as Luffy went for his attack, he had punched the beast pirate captain in the face as it forced him to pull his weapon away from Izuku, allowing the boy to send his saber into the man's lower abdomen, creating a massive slice mark into his body. As the man fell backwards, Izuku jumped up at the opportunity as he moved towards the sky as he pulled a fist back as it started to glow softly before a circle of energy formed, causing Kaido to recognize the power. Gura Gura no Mi, that means Whitebeard is dead. He mumbled to himself before being hit with a powerful punch to the face, creating cracks in the world. As the cracks caused massive pain in Kaido's head, the damage from the attack moving onto the rest of Onigashima was extremely tremendous as the skull they were on top of started to fall apart. Luffy and Yamato yelled at Izuku as the boy was in the air above Kaido as the man swung his kanabo at the boy in order to try and hit Izuku. But the boy used his devil fruit powers to push back the kanabo. As soon as cracks appeared in the world from Izuku punching to his left, the kanabo of Kaido broke apart from the power of the boy's control of the Gura Gura no Mi as it fell apart as Kaido was left to fall to the ground. As soon as he landed, Izuku moved platforms over to where Yamato and Luffy were located as they heard the sounds of a dragon yelling at the world. And as soon as they looked to the sky, they found Kaido in his full draconic transformation as he glared at the trio. "It's been a long time since I've used this form, you will all die for pushing me this far," he growled before he opened his mouth for an attack. As soon as the breath attack formed in his mouth, Izuku made his move as he tossed his saber in the air, catching everyone's attention. That was when he placed his arms in the air as he grabbed the world and pulled down slightly. Even Kaido had stopped his attack from charging even more as he watched what the kid did. He knew that only Edward Newgate could do that attack, and now this boy was using the same move. Izuku then heard his saber hit the ground as he pulled all the way down as everything around the area was pushed and pulled up into the air as they looked at the man. Kaido was now trembling in the air as he struggled to stay afloat in the air to look at them, and as soon as he released his attack on them, Luffy went to attack him and was engulfed in a massive explosion, knocking him out of his Gear 4 transformation. As he fell from the air and into the water down below, Kaido bellowed out that Luffy was dead and that there was nothing he could do to win now. Izuku moved to attack Kaido now that he was distracted, and as he placed haki into his attack, he used his power of the Gura Gura no Mi in order to increase the damage capabilities. Fortunately for the Straw Hat Pirates, Law's men had caught Luffy as he landed in the water and were doing some first aid on the man as they tried to make sure the young lad would survive the damage. Izuku and Yamato teamed up against Kaido as they pushed the leader of the beast pirates to the upper limits of his power before he transformed into his hybrid transformation just to limit the damage to Wano. Izuku took this as his true chance to defeat the villain of this place as he activated his Gura Gura powers and infused his saber with both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki in order to deal the most damage to the man. Yamato joined Izuku in his endeavor to defeat Kaido, and soon after they reached the man, he went for a punch that Yamato blocked with her kanabo and allowed Izuku to move in and slice the man's upper six teeth. But what Kaido did was unsettling as he attempted to push the blade away. He made a terrible error in his movement as the saber was plunged into his teeth right where his heart was. Then there was the added effect of cracks in the world inside the man's body as just as he was about to pull out the blade, his entire being was destroyed from the inside out. And a massive explosion of red and blue happened in the air as Yamato was sent to the ground below just at the edge of the sandy beach of Onigashima, and Izuku was sent through multiple floors of the building he was located over as he was just underneath Kaido. The force of the attack had caused everyone to look up in the air, and as they saw Kaido explode in a massive display of power, Marco noticed how Izuku fell through multiple floors of the building and managed to catch him before he hit the ground strong. Izuku had a massive amount of BLD over his entire body as Marco decided to look to the sky once more. And he truly wished he didn't, because as soon as everyone looked up, they found pieces of the once indestructible Kaido fall onto the ground before they found his head land on the ground with a look of pure shock and horror on his face. The battle against the beast pirates had come to an end. Kaido was now dead, the one thing he had wanted in the entirety of his life. Izuku sat next to Marco on his ship as Yamato was trying to get Izuku to speak to them, but the boy had gone catatonic from his brutal killing of Kaido. Yamato sat beside him the entire time as she helped him out in getting his emotions together. They had one goal now, and that was to find the one piece, the one treasure that could bring both him and Yamato back to his world by chance. He really hoped that this treasure could bring Izuku and Yamato away from their world. Marco couldn't tell them what their new bounties were, especially since they were now Yonkos of their own. Looking down at the papers on the bounty sheets, it showed Izuku and Yamato together as it was the seemingly start of a new pirate crew. The same one that Izuku yelled to Kaido the previous day before the man had inadvertently killed himself with Izuku's strength. Earthquake Dragon Pirates Izuku Midoriya 4 billion berries. Earthquake Dragon Pirates Yamato 3,950 million berries. I can only hope that neither one of these two are separated from one another. They need the other's support in these trying times. Marco said to himself primarily, but his crew heard them. As they were making their way to the last known location of Shanks, they had to ask him a particular question to the man. If they could have his assistance in finding the One Piece, they had a goal for Izuku and Yamato to get back to Izuku's home world and save it from any and all harm. It wasn't much longer before Izuku has gotten out of his catatonic state when he left the mess hall in order to get some sleep. Yamato followed after him in order to try and get him back to his original self before he killed her father brutally. This would become an uphill battle from here to make sure that Izuku was alright mentally after his fight with Kaido. Whilst the Straw Hats were celebrating on Wano, Izuku and Yamato were leaving in search of the One Piece. It had been a few days since the defeat of the Beast Pirates, and Izuku was lying in bed as he felt Yamato hugging him close to her. He let himself fall into the valley of Hurtiyi as he thought to himself about the things leading up to the death of Yamato's father. He was about to release a powerful strike combined with his devil fruit onto the strongest creature's Sisti, but he never thought that the Oni Bstrd would move his blade to where it would pierce through his Sisti. But from what it looked like, Kaido had been attempting to send it a different direction than into his own Sisti. As Izuku made this revelation, he still blamed himself for murdering Yamato's father, and he didn't know why she still wished to stay by his side right now. As the morning continued on, Izuku was pulled further into Yamato's body as he felt like his own was trying to react to the amount of attention his was getting. Shaking his head from the intrusive thoughts of Yamato, he pulled himself from her arms as he got to leave the room. He made his way over to where the mess hall was located on Marco's ship as he entered the room to the confusion as well as happiness of Marco. "Hey little man, it's been a few hours since you last talked. How has it been?" Marco asked as Izuku sighed. "I want to return back to my home. But at the same time, I would rather die than go back there alone. My life as a quirkless individual wasn't the best kind of life," Izuku said as Marco nodded. "I can see that, but at the same time, how would your family take to you already entering a courtship with Yamato?" Marco asked as he smirked at Izuku. "My mom is the only person in my life who cares about me. Yamato would be the first person I'd brought back home since I was 4. She would be ecstatic about how I already have a girlfriend at this point in my life," Izuku said as Marco smiled. "Be happy you have some loving mother. Some of us were passed down to the street to live our lives without regret," Marco said as Izuku nodded. "So where is our next destination, Captain?" Marco asked as Izuku looked at him. "What are you talking about? Aren't you the captain of this ship?" Izuku asked as Marco told him to look outside. "What are you?" Izuku began to ask before looking at the ship's Jolly Roger. He was completely amazed that it was changed from Marco's phoenix-colored skull to Izuku's tattoo on his back. "How did you all find the time or this?" Izuku asked as Marco looked at him. "We had all day yesterday in order to complete this in time for you to come back to us. Don't worry about it, you're the closest thing to Pops as of right now. So just keep yourself going by telling us where to go," Marco said, smiling. "Well, I guess we could go find Shanks," Izuku said as Marco looked at him pointedly. You already wish to fight another Yonko after you defeated one of the most powerful ones? He asked, incredulously. What? I need the one person who knows where it is in order to get back to my world with Yamato. And Shanks is the one person who knows where it was last seen. Izuku said as Marco nodded. I see that, but what makes you think that he will allow you to follow him to Laugh Tale in order to attain the One Piece? Marco asked, as Izuku looked at him with determination. I will tell him about my situation as well as what is going on with my world. I will also inform him about why I need to go. Izuku said as he looked out the window. Whitebeard? Marco asked, as Izuku nodded. If he hears that it was Whitebeard's last words to me before he left us, then he will know that it is important. Izuku said as they went to the bridge. All right everyone, we are making a mission for ourselves. We are to go find the One Piece, but not only that. We are going to recruit the assistance of Red Hair Shanks to our cause. Marco called out as the whole crew yelled in happiness. All right Captain, where to? Marco asked, as Izuku looked over where Shanks' territory usually is located on the map. We head over to his last known location, Grey Terminal. Izuku said, as Marco told his crew to turn the ship towards Grey Terminal. The next location is to find Red Hair Shanks. It has been a week since Izuku had the crew set sail in order to find Shanks. From what they heard on the news was that Shanks had taken down Kid, one of the newer Yonkos who had taken down Big Mom with Trafalgar D-Law, and that young man was defeated by Blackbeard and his pirate crew. Izuku was beginning to believe that with all of these people vying for the Yonko status that he and Yamato technically had, he even saw that Luffy and his crew were dealing with one of the world government leaders on Egghead Island. Shaking his head from the problems that were happening, he continued on towards Grey Terminal in order to find any clues as to the last known whereabouts of Red Hair Shanks. He knew that the man had been one of the more powerful figures in the world, but he didn't know that he was just as elusive as some of the more shady individuals of the world as well. As they traversed the entire seas in search of the one man who could assist them in finding the One Piece and bring them back to the world where Izuku lived, they were being chased by another pirate ship. Looking at its Jolly Roger, it was the Blackbeard pirates. It seemed like Marshal Teach had finally decided to come after him and Yamato for himself. Izuku found that the ship they were using was coming under fire from the Blackbeard pirates' cannons that were constantly bombarding them. Izuku decided to keep himself as far away from the pirates as possible since he knew that it was only a matter of time before they would catch up to them. As soon as they were upon the island of Grey Terminal, he made landfall and had his newfound crew run into the forest. As soon as everyone was split apart from one another, with the exception of Yamato as she was still asleep on the ship, Blackbeard and his crew had searched the place and never found her surprisingly. Especially since her room was combined with Izuku's within one of the ship's walls behind a safe door. As they all split apart from the main crew, Blackbeard followed the trail that Izuku left behind just for the man himself to follow. As the pirate had followed the trail in order to find Izuku and steal his devil fruit power, he smiled to himself as he continued to think about everything that had happened before he defeated Pops. How the man himself was so strong that it literally took his entire crew just to put the man down in order to end the much older man. So fighting someone who had managed to both defeat and kill Kaido would be a very dangerous plan of gaining the Gura Gura no Mi. It wasn't much longer before Blackbeard had entered a clearing when he found that there was nobody in the area. Using observation haki to search the area, he found only the local fauna. As he started to get angrier about losing the person who had the power of Pops as well as the one power that could assist him in taking down the government, far away from the area Izuku was seen with his crew blowing up Blackbeard's ship and taking off towards the sea. As soon as the Blackbeard pirates noticed that their ship was destroyed, they were screaming their curses at them as they floated away from the island. Izuku had used his speed in order to get around the island as Blackbeard had been in the forest in order to see if there was any known locations that Shanks had been in search of. He was told by some of the people that the man came to random islands in order to get some drinks as well as party with some of the populace. But as of late the man had been in search of something and that he wasn't going to be stopped from doing so. Shanks was seen on Thriller Bark Island as he looked at some of the devastation created by Luffy in order to defeat one of the fishmen that had taken control of the area. He watched as the people were still fixing the damage of the main building from when the fishermen were in control over their main billing company. He then heard from some of the populace that there was someone in search of him, and that he had been the one to finally put down Kaido and prevent him from coming back again. His eyes widening from the sounds of it, he moved over to the person who was talking about the person who took down Kaido. "Who is this person that you were talking about?" Shanks asked as he looked at them seriously. It was two of his pirates who were talking about it before they showed him the bounty poster of a young man and woman in the same image with two very different bounties. Midoriya Izuku, bounty of 4 billion berries. Yamato, bounty of 3.95 billion berries. Shanks mumbled to himself as he noticed the face. Wasn't his bounty only around 3 billion berries around the time of Marineford? Shanks asked, as his men looked at one another before telling him. He was the one at Marineford with Whitebeard and his crew. Apparently, he got his bounty raised because he ate the gura gura no mi. His right hand said as Shanks smiled to himself. So he thinks that since he defeated Kaido that I will be the next to fall? I will show him that his ego will not allow him to win, Shanks said, before his men spoke up to him. That isn't what the rumors are talking about, Captain. One of his crew said as he looked at them confused. What does he want then? Shanks asked. We don't know, just that he wishes to have your presence so he can ask something of you. His crew retorted to his crew as they looked at the concerned look on their captain's face. Whatever, if he wishes to have an audience with me, so be it. If he thinks that he will be taken to the One Piece to become Pirate King, I will not allow it, Shanks said, as he glared hatefully at the bounty of the 16-year-old boy. Izuku, Yamato and Marco had been on the ship searching for Shanks for about a week and a half so far. Every time they found some kind of clue on the man, they went to his last known location before finding out he was somewhere else. This game of cat and mouse was starting to get seriously annoying to Izuku. He just wanted to return home so that he could save it from ruin, and Shanks just wasn't showing up. They traveled around the Grand Line for weeks on end, finding out about how Saturn, one of the world elders, had entered Egghead in order to put an end to the Straw Hat Pirates. Izuku wanted to go help them but was told that he had his own mission to go on and finish. He had to return back home with Yamato coming along with him. They finally arrived at the last known location that held Shanks last. They were seriously thinking that the man was just running from them to make sure that he doesn't have to talk with them. As they entered a small bar, Izuku noticed that there was one man in there who looked more like Shanks from the bounty posters than any other person who bore a resemblance to him. He was tall and had one arm, but the one thing that kept him on edge was how he walked around the place. He walked around as if he knew that there was someone looking for him and made himself look as stand out as possible. So as he walked over to meet the man, out of the corner of his eye, he found some people who looked at him with either trepidation or anger at him as he sat down at a table near who appeared to be Shanks. The man seemed to take notice of his presence as well as he moved to sit down next to him as he gave him a look. So you're the one who was looking for me. To be honest, I expected you to be taller? The man asked, as Izuku looked into his eyes. This was the man he was looking for. Izuku and Shanks sat at their table just looking into the other's eyes, searching for something to use against the other. Izuku was the one who was looking into more of what the man was as a person, who he wanted to be, and why he was the way he was. Shanks on the other hand was trying to get a read on Izuku. The boy seemed to wear his heart on his sleeve. Based on other information, he had managed to completely trick one of the 4 Yonkos as well as kill them later on. Although from what the report said, it seemed like Kaido's death was completely on accident as the older man had made a simple rookie mistake in the placement of his arm to block an attack. So, I hear that you wanted to talk to me. What do you wish to know? Shanks asked, as he expected Izuku to ask him about the One Piece. I have urgent business that I was given to by Whitebeard in a vision, Izuku said, as Shanks became alarmed. I thought Whitebeard was dead. Shanks asked, as Izuku nodded. I have his devil fruit ability. But there was something that happened to me during training with Marco one day. When Marco knocked me out during training, I had a strange vision happen to me that day. It showed me what Whitebeard experienced in his life, the battles he won, as well as gave me the final words I wanted to give the man before he died. He told me about the world I came from. I'm sure he told you about me, correct? Izuku asked, after giving a small explanation. He told me about the new son and daughter he gained from another pirate crew. But he never told me that it was you, Shanks said, drinking some ale. Well, that's because the circumstances around me are considerably highly top secret, Izuku said, as Shanks spat out his drink. What do you mean top secret? He asked, confused. I don't belong in this world. In fact, I was brought into it by being killed by someone I thought was a close friend of mine, Izuku said, as Shanks gained a tick mark on his head. You really expect me to listen to you? He asked, looking into Izuku's cold, indifferent eyes. Take my word as gospel or don't, I don't care. I was told by Whitebeard that I need to use the One Piece in order to return to my home. The world I came from, Izuku said as he looked at the table. And why did it have to be you who had to come back to your world? Shanks asked. Because if anyone else did, it wouldn't be the same. Apparently in my world, I was supposed to live and continue living there, even with the abuse I had gained from everyone around me, Izuku said, as Shanks became even more skeptical. I know of the location of Laugh Tale Island, but why are you leaving this world of pirates? Shanks asked, as Izuku smiled sadly. Because this world is not for me to take control over, I am leaving that to Luffy. I know that he has the sun god Nika fruit. He is currently using his 5th gear form against Saturn at the moment, Izuku said as Shanks listened intently. He wouldn't allow the One Piece to be used harshly. The last time that happened, it caused problems for Gold Roger, and he gained a sickness since it wasn't for him to use. So you think that if you find the One Piece that you won't become king of the pirates? Shanks asked, as Izuku shook his head. That title falls to Luffy. He has the strength, charisma, as well as the people who back his ideals. I am just a young man who wishes to return to a world where he was supposed to belong, and I will be taking Yamato with me. She won't wish to leave me alone anyway, Izuku said, drinking some water. I wonder what your ulterior motive is. Surely you don't have anything else you could ever want from Gold Roger's treasure? Shanks asked, as Izuku shook his head. I've never done this, being a pirate for money. I only wish to become a hero to the world, although my wish doesn't extend to this one. I don't belong here, and the world has been trying to kill me off already, Izuku said, as he showed Shanks something that was shocking. The boy's arm was slowly disappearing. His fingers were now translucent and Izuku's face was incredibly pale. What you mean to say is, since you don't belong in our reality, the world is trying to eject you back into your old world. Shanks came up with the answer as Izuku nodded. With the One Piece I can speed up the process and return back to my world and save it from ruin. Once that is done, I will be capable of saving it. And I'm sure that the One Piece will allow me to bring at least one other person with me, and the person I chose was Yamato, Izuku said, as Shanks nodded to himself. Man, to see a different world. Must be nice to have the mission to do that, Shanks said as he stood up. It was forced upon me as soon as I found out about my whole disappearing problem. If I am completely translucent, then I will be forced back without Yamato, and I wish for her to be next to me when I save my reality, Izuku said, as Shanks stood up with Izuku. They moved outside to where everyone else was as they stared at one another. Shanks wasn't looking Izuku in the eyes as Izuku knew that this probably was a lost cause. As he turned around to leave the man to his devices, he pulled something out of his pocket, and Izuku felt something moving towards him with his observation haki. Turning around to catch the item in time, he found that it was one of the directional orbs that had the location of Laugh Tale on it. Don't make me regret this decision, Midoriya Izuku. Your bounty is looking mighty tasty right now, Shanks said, licking his lips. Don't worry, Shanks, you won't be seeing me ever again after this. Because once I find Laugh Tale, I won't be in the world anymore to annoy you, Izuku said as Shanks threw a bottle of ale at the boy. Make sure to have your first drink of some ale before leaving, would you? Can't have you being a pee-pee back in your old world now, can we? Shanks called out, as Izuku looked at the bottle with some kind of trepidation. Shaking his head at the notion of drinking ale before the required legal age of Japan, he got back on his ship with Marco and Yamato looking at him expectantly as he showed them the wayfinder. Next stop Laugh Tale, Izuku said, smirking at them. As they took off towards Laugh Tale, they never noticed how Shanks' ship was taking off just not far after they did. On the ship, Shanks ordered his crew to keep themselves out of the sight of Izuku, so they could see if what he told them was true. Shanks didn't believe the story of the boy for a second. Nobody could cause mayhem that much to the point that 2 of the original Yonkos died after his presence enters their crew and are replaced with another 3 people. As the ships sailed across the sea, Shanks noticed that they were getting some company from the Blackbeard pirates as they followed Izuku as well. Taking this hint, as Izuku needs to do this alone without the Blackbeards trying to take over the world, Shanks cursed his luck before pointing his ship at the Blackbeards and attacked them. As they fought for supremacy, Izuku's ship never knew that they were followed to this point as they moved on towards Laugh Tale. The one place where he could find the place where he could return to his world with someone along for the ride. As Izuku saw the carnage behind them, he ordered the pirates to carry on with their mission. He has to find the One Piece before he disappears. Looking at his wrist now, he smiles sadly to himself because looking at the timer the world placed on him, because of coming straight to Shanks, he only had about 3 months before he would be permanently erased. 1 week before the talk with Shanks, Izuku was in the middle of training with Marco when he went for an attack against the man. But there was a singular problem with his attack. His left hand had phased through the man, allowing Marco to land a hit on Izuku's back. As the boy collapsed to the ground, Marco noticed something was wrong as Izuku's mind wasn't on the mission at the moment. He kept looking at his hand. As they took a closer look at the hand, they all noticed how it was slowly becoming translucent, as if it was disappearing. "What the hell is that?" Marco asked, as Izuku looked closer at his wrist. It showed a timer for 9 months, 15 days, and 33 minutes. But they had no idea about what it was for, but a few days later it was found out that Izuku's body was slowly disappearing from existence. If he didn't leave this world soon, it would erase him from ever existing. If he wanted to leave this place before he was destroyed from existence, he would have to find Shanks fast, and they only had about 9 months left before they had to find Shanks as well as the One Piece in order to escape from this reality. As Izuku looked at Yamato as well as Marco, they had looks of determination as well as defeat on their faces before he smiled at them. "Don't worry, we'll find the One Piece as well as Shanks before the timer is up. It can't be that strong, right?" Izuku asked as both smirked at one another and chuckled. This would become one of their greatest adventures. Izuku, Yamato and Marco all crossed the sea as they made it finally to Laugh Tale Island. They had been following the map they were given by Shanks in order to make sure that they could get Izuku back home before he could disappear from the world and be completely erased. It had been at least a few days since they had gone out to find Laugh Tale, and they had finally found the island and were getting off the ship and moved inland. Izuku was at the head of the charge as he was followed by Yamato, making sure that Marco and the other Whitebeard pirate remnants were leaving the island to help Luffy on Egghead Island. As the two moved about the sandy beach towards the inner portion of the island, they found that there was nobody on the island. It was a ghost island, but there was so many devil fruits around the place, and it was amazing about how there was multiple of the same fruits that were taken by people and used by them. There was even a copy of the Gura Gura no Mi just sitting on a tree branch waiting to be taken, and Izuku moved towards it as he stared at the fruit itself. Shaking his head, he knew that taking it from this place would mean that he wasn't capable of finding the One Piece and that he was fine with being erased from time itself. So as he moved away from the trees filled with devil fruits, they made their way as they followed the map towards a large cave in the distance. They knew that finding Joel D. Rogers' gold as well as treasure meant that they were technically going to become the next pirate king/queen, but they had no ideals of becoming that. Izuku and Yamato traversed into the cave as they explored the place in search of the one item that Joel D. Roger had stated would make them pirate king. They moved about the area as they found one item as well as a treasure trove of gold and other items that the Roger pirates had collected over the many years they were on the sea. It wasn't until they saw something in the far back that they moved faster towards it, and as soon as they saw it, Izuku was completely amazed by what it was. Is that a D-dimensional teleporter?" Izuku asked, confused as all hell. Izuku and Yamato were reading the manual for the dimensional teleporter as they readied themselves to be taken away from the pirate-infested world. He looked at the manual and found out that the thing could teleport anything away so long as there was only 2 people maximum on the teleport pad. Izuku looked over at Yamato as she smiled at him, They could now enter the world where Izuku was living at before he ever came to this one. And Izuku had thought about something. Pulling out a piece of paper, Izuku wrote his phone number as it was the only one he had at the time of when he was in his old world. This is my phone number from my world. If you can use a phone to call me in my world, I will be more capable of helping you live with me and my mother. Izuku said, as Yamato nodded. So, what should I look out for when I appear in your world? Yamato asked as Izuku thought about it. Look for a school within Mizudafu, Aldra Junior High District. If you see a school and an ash-blonde boy comes outside of it, just wait in the back portion of the school for me. I will be outside momentarily. I don't know if I will reappear back in school since it was where I died, but I can't be certain about it. Izuku informed as Yamato nodded her head as they both stepped onto the teleport. As the machine whirred to life, it started to electrocute the surrounding area as it gathered power from the world before. Just as soon as they had been seen in the cave, it was completely empty. As if they never existed in the first place. Izuku found himself in a black void as he laid on the ground. Yamato was nearby as well as she smiled to herself. They were in the nexus between worlds, and they were probably knocked out from the teleporter's power control. They looked around the place and moved about it as they tried to find the exit. But then a massive screen showed up as Izuku's memories of the world he was born in had started to play out. First thing that could be seen was the date of Izuku's birth, as it showed him in a hospital bed about a few hours after the procedure to have Izuku being born, since Izuku couldn't see at the moment of being born. As soon as he opened his eyes in the memory, Izuku looked over to see his mother looking at him with loving eyes that only a mother could give. Time soon passed over as it showed Izuku taking his first steps as a 2-year-old, as he waddled over to his mother, as she happily smiled down at him, and his father noticeably was not present at all. Another memory had appeared, and it was about a few months after the walking one, where Izuku's mother, Midoriya Inko, had appeared with Izuku in front of a certain house. As the woman knocked on the door, a taller woman who had ash-blonde colored hair as well as red eyes had smiled down at Inko. Hey Inko-chan. How's it been? I know that your issues with Hisashi had been terrible, but you can always rely on us. The woman said, as Inko nodded. Thank you for your help. I know Hisashi's divorce had forced to have me take a job, but I can't work without having someone watch my little Izuku. Can you make sure that Katsuki-kun doesn't hurt him? I know that my baby is strong, but I can't help but worry. Inko asked as the woman nodded. Don't worry Inko-chan, I will make sure that the brat doesn't hurt your boy. The woman said as Inko nodded. Thank you Mitsuki-chan, I have to go to work now. Inko said, before kneeling down to see Izuku, who was looking at her sadly. Don't worry my little star, I will make sure to return about a bit after dinner, okay? I just have to go to work for a while. Inko said, as the little Izuku nodded his head. Thank you Izuku, I will make sure to make katsudon tomorrow night, okay? Inko asked, as Izuku's smaller form nodded rapidly. As the memory changed once again, we find ourselves in a doctor's office as Izuku was now seemingly 4 years old. You should probably give up. The doctor said bluntly. As Inko in the memory looked at the doctor in a slight fury, the man spoke up about how Izuku's foot had the double-jointed pinky toe, as it was a sign of pure quirklessness. As Izuku dreaded what came next, he watched as the memory had changed to Izuku looking at the computer in his room as tears started to flow out of the much older Izuku's eyes. Yamato had noticed this and moved over as she placed her hand on the lower portion of his back as she rubbed it. Seems like this memory was very heartbreaking for him to watch, so he turned away from it, placing his face into hers, softly sobbing. Oh my god! Who is that hero? One of the people in the video on the computer device said, as another person called out. He's been out there for over an hour. He's already saved more than 1,000 people. He's so cool, I wonder what his name is. As this person said these words, the man showed up as he smiled at the people he was saving. Fear not citizens, but because I am here. The man yelled as he had a big smile that calmed down everyone around themselves. The smaller Izuku in the memory began to speak as Yamato could hear the breaking heart as well as Izuku's voice just asking for someone to believe in him. He saves everyone with a smile. I want T to become a H-hero like he is. Can I be a H-hero? Too? The little Izuku asked, turning around on his chair giving Yamato a look at Inko. The woman had been standing there for a while, it seems, as she moved closer to the boy and hugged him close. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry," Inko cried out as Yamato looked saddened by the memory. The memory changed once more as it showed Izuku standing in front of a small boy in a maroon shirt holding his wrist. Stop it, Kaken. Why, you already hurt him. He isn't a T-threat anymore," Izuku called out, looking at the taller boy who glared at him with an evil smirk. "What are you doing here, Deku? Trying to be a hero again?" the boy asked condescendingly. "Wow, the useless Deku is trying to stop us again. How many times do we have to put it into your brain that you can't become a hero?" one of the lackeys of the ash-blonde boy said, glaring at Izuku. "What, you think you can stop me, Deku? You're quirkless," Kaken said, as Izuku fearfully stared back with determination. I will stop you if I have T2," Izuku said in the memory. "Get him, boys," Kaken said in the memory. As the scene descended upon the younger Izuku, everything faded to black as it changed to where Izuku was in middle school now. He had been walking with a limp in his step as he struggled to stay awake from the beating he had gotten just as he left his house from his neighbors. They had been harsher on him since they moved into the apartment, and Izuku just couldn't get any breaks earlier that day. The boy in the memory had made it to school after watching a certain scene of heroes saving the day like usual as he wrote about their quirks in a small notebook that he kept close to his ear. The day in the memory passed over towards the end of the day as it showed Izuku staring at Kaken. The boy was much taller than Izuku here as he glared at Izuku strong. The memory Izuku had been talking to him about his choice in becoming a hero and finally stood up to the boy. But instead of having the intended effect of causing Bakugo to look back at his actions, it caused him to lash out, as a massive explosion from Izuku's memory's point of view saw. Everything was covered in white, and he was suddenly smaller, looking at Kaken with wide, fearful eyes. But also, his eyes conveyed an emotion that Izuku had never shown towards Bakugo in the time he had known the boy. He had shown a look of betrayal as well as shock at how Bakugo had decided to ultimately kill him instead of listening to his words. But because he was in the form of his most innocent self, it was his 4-year-old self by the way, he screamed out to his old friend trying to rekindle something that had been decayed for 10 long years. Kaken, don't leave me all alone. The memory Izuku screamed at Katsuki as the boy walked around the corner. The only ones who seemingly saw the ghost of the smaller Izuku saw the ghost's eyes as they were watering and filled with sadness. As soon as the memory field had finished, everything started to become white with color as Yamato was forced away from Izuku as they flew in different directions. When they looked at one another, Yamato pulled out the paper she had and placed it into her CST in order to hide it. Both smiled at one another, hoping that they could stay with one another forever. Izuku appeared in his class just after Bakugo and his cronies had left the room. Izuku looked down at himself and found his shirt in tatters on the ground as his eyes was wide open with a massive burn scar. Izuku shuddered at another scar appearing on him like the rest of them that were on his body. Picking himself up from the floor, he moved away from where the BLD was located on the ground. He walked over to the showers of the school as he took one in order to get all the BLD off his body as he tried to clean himself up. He had been thinking about what had happened, and whether or not it was a dream for him, appearing in another world and becoming close with the daughter of an evil pirate. Shaking his head, he needed to make sure that everything was real, so as he was making his way out of the shower he managed to grab as much bandages as possible in order to cover his new scar on his CC, another one to add to the many I have. Izuku thought to himself dejectedly. As soon as he left the building though, he found that some of the students of the school were looking at a new arrival with confusion as well as clear lust. For the girls it was clear jealousy as they were clearly looking at the woman's physique, and the boys they were looking at her like she was a piece of meat. As soon as Izuku looked up at her eyes she recognized him as well as she ran over to him. As she stood in front of him, she smiled down at him. "Hey there Izuku, it's been a while since I saw you. I need to make sure you're alright. Did you get hurt badly?" Yamato asked as she looked over his injuries. "I'm fine, just a scar that I will be showing to Mom. And making sure that Kaken gets his comeuppance," Izuku said, smiling at Yamato. "Alright then, let's go meet your mother." and tell her about what has happened during the time frame of your apparent demise and entering of my world," Yamato said, as Izuku nodded. Yamato then picked him up as she knew that he was really low on stamina that day since he was incredibly weak in this world on this specific day. As they left, they didn't notice how almost everyone was looking at Izuku in clear hatred as well as thinking about what they could do to make him lose that bombshell of a woman. The two arrived at Izuku's home in record time as they knocked on the door to the Midoriya residence. As soon as Inko tiredly opened the door, she saw Izuku in the arms of Yamato and became extremely worried about him. "What happened to you, Izuku? Are you hurt?" Inko fretted over Izuku as the boy looked at his mother weakly. "Mom, there is a lot that I need to tell you about. And it all stems from the day I had at school today," Izuku said, as Inko looked at him confusedly. "Who is this impeccable woman then? She looks to be more on the lines of a UA student in their third year," Inko asked, as Izuku nodded to Yamato. "Hello, Mrs. Midoriya, my name is Yamato. And I am your son's girlfriend. I am also his age, my genetics make me taller than most," Yamato said, as Inko stared at her for a few minutes. As Inko stared at the two for a few minutes, she blinked, rubbed her eyes, and then blinked again. Okay, she wasn't dreaming about this moment, and it was real. She moved over to the couch as she sat down as Izuku looked at her. "Mom, I don't want you to freak out when I say this, but today was one of the worst days of my life," Izuku said, as Inko looked at him scared. As Izuku talked to his mother about everything from the age of 4, all the way to now as well as when he was supposed to die at Kaken's blast against him. Inko was completely furious about how Katsuki had the gall to completely kill him and have that killing just send her son to another world for another 12 years of his life. He talked about how he met the Whitebeard pirates. Yamato talked about the pirate crew that Izuku appeared to see kill her idol of Kazuki, Odin, and many more tales of their time as heroic pirates. Inko was surprised at how these two took on powerful beings and managed to defeat them on their own without any kind of assistance. But then Izuku took off his shirt as well as breathes, and Inko was furious all over again as she saw scars all over him from head to toe, and she looked over at Izuku's groin area to make sure he wasn't hurt there with scars, as Izuku blushed as she pulled his underwear down in front of Yamato as well. As soon as she found that Izuku was safe there in that one spot, she released a sigh of relief. She knew that there would be people out there who would try and take his chastity in order to further their own goals, but she wanted to make sure he kept his own safeguarded. "So can you inform me as to why you never told me this information, Izuku?" Inko asked as Izuku looked at her sadly. "At first it was because of the fact that I didn't want to worry you more than you already were. You lost the look you had before my quirkless diagnosis happened due to stress. I couldn't place even more on you by informing you about everything happening. I thought it would kill you from the knowledge of hearing about it," Izuku said as he took a deep breath. "But the second part of it was because of the fact that I had been in the principal's office of Aldra many times in the past few years because of their negligence to help my situation against Katsuki. It was because of the fact that the principal had a book from the Meta Liberation Army inside his office. I felt that if you were told that information you would be so worried that you'd have a heart attack," Izuku said as he placed his clothes back on. Inko nodded to herself as she softly mumbled to herself. "I should have made sure that the place was clear of influence from that place. Mom, I want to let you know this. But in the time, I had to study quirks growing up. I think I found the personal base of the Meta Liberation Army that hides within society today," Izuku said as Inko looked at him. His mother was a lawyer at a law firm and was one of the best there was, and everybody hated to go up against her since she was the harshest prosecutor there ever was in this generation. "Izuku baby, where do I find the Meta Liberation Army's base of operations in Japan?" Inko asked, as Izuku stared at her with determination in his eyes. "You'll find them in Daika City. At Deternac Company, the one in charge of the current Meta Liberation Army is named Rikiya Yastabashi, and he was the one who had his men make the red quirkless shoes for me. The man has been waiting for a long time in order to bring the world into chaos just to allow meta abilities to reign over the quirkless. He was even willing to kill quirkless individuals in order to achieve his goals. From what I had gathered when I was younger on the man, he had been the one who sent that serial killer after all the quirkless innocents in Japan in order to clear them out, Izuku said, as Inko gained a concerned expression. Everything just got a whole lot worse in this situation. Oh, and before I forget, Mom, I think I have a quirk now. But it can't be used here, Izuku said, as Inko just passed out from the information overload. It had been a few hours since Izuku divulged the story of his life from a young age all the way to now. Izuku Midoriya could finally say that either her son has lost it, or he was incredibly good at storytelling. Because everything that was being told to her sounded so horrific as well as fun that she didn't know what to think at this very moment. So she did the only thing she could think of at this conceivable moment. She fainted from the information overload. She took that surprisingly well. Yamato remarked as Izuku fretted over his mother. Mom, you aren't supposed to pass out like that? Izuku called out, pulling her into a seated position. Well, nothing we can do about it now. Want to go test out your powers to see if Whitebeard was right in you still having them? Yamato asked, as Izuku nodded. I know just the place for this small training session for me, Izuku said, as they both placed Inko in her bed and walked towards the beach that Izuku thought of. They had arrived at a beach covered to the brim in trash as well as appliances that went from one end of the beach to the other. Yamato was surprised with how much trash could be placed on a singular beach over the last 15 years of Izuku's life. There was so much that there could be enough of it sold to create ships for most of the Japanese Navy from what Izuku said about the amount. But this is enough to cover their expenses if they sold some of the stuff for about 3 years? Looking over at Izuku, she found him weaving through the trash as if he was a pro moving through a graveyard, and watched as he arrived at the oceanside area where the water met the sandy shore. Okay, Izuku, what are you going to do to see if you can do the same powerful strikes that Whitebeard did? Yamato asked. Raising his left arm, he pointed it towards the water and tried to feel for the power he held in his body from the devil fruit. As soon as he released his punch, cracks appeared in the world as the ocean nearby had been pushed back a few hundred feet as it rose 20 feet in the air. It splashed down on top of the two devil fruit users as they felt that their powers didn't weaken in this version of the ocean. This is something to worry about, Izuku muttered to himself, pulling out a notebook again and writing this information down. As the two returned back home, they found Inko getting some tea prepared for the three of them since they still needed to do something about the school as well as Bakugo's actions. Well, I called a detective from Yuzudafu's police precinct. He will be here to make sure that your words are not lies. But I just want to make sure that everything you say is true, Izuku. I know that you aren't lying to me. You can never lie to me. Just hold information away from me because you worry. He will be here as soon as possible, so make yourselves comfortable and I will start on dinner, Inko said, as Izuku nodded. Today will be the last time he stands up for Bakugo and makes sure that he extends at least one more olive branch to become the hero he was supposed to be. That he knew he could become. He just has to extend his arm to grab that hand reaching to help him from his own problems. Izuku knew that Bakugo's chances of becoming a hero after telling the detective about all of this, but he knew that it was the right thing to do. Within an hour of telling his mother about everything, there was a knock on their door and Izuku opened the door to find a tall man in a beige overcoat standing at the door with a hat over his head. He had black eyes in terms of their pupils, but surrounding them were square eyes as he took off his glasses. Sorry for being late, I just had to get through another case I was setting up at the moment. Now can I ask who you are, young man? The man asked, as Izuku asked him a similar question. Are you the detective my mom called? Yes, I can't believe I forgot to inform you. My name is Tsukachi Naomesa, and I am the detective for the Yuzudafu precinct. My quirk is lie detector, so I know when you are lying, Tsukachi said, as he chuckled as Izuku nodded. He led the man into his home as he looked over at Yamato drinking some tea at the table as he smiled. Is that your mother's daughter or something? I never knew your family had white hair, Tsukachi asked, as Izuku shook his head. That's my girlfriend. Wow, that sounds so weird to say, Izuku said before muttering the last part. Well, I apologize for not being aware. Anyway, do you wish to start the questioning? Tsukachi asked, as Izuku sat at the table. Sure, my mom already knows everything, she just wanted to be sure that I wasn't lying even though it's really strong for me to do so, Izuku said, chuckling. I can see that. Anyway, can you inform me about why I am here? Tsukachi asked as he sat at the table as Inko gave him some herbal tea. Just a few hours ago at school, I was about to be killed by another student. Or rather had been killed by them and appeared in a world where Yamato here was native to. Izuku started at Naomasa started to write this down. Can you tell me who the person is who did this? Naomasa asked curiously. His name is Bakugo Katsuki. He is in the same school as me, Aldra Junior High. He has been my bully as well as abuser ever since I was 4 years old and was diagnosed quirkless. Izuku said, looking at the table. At the quirkless statement, Naomasa had stopped his writing as he looked at Izuku. He noticed that the boy had stated that he was quirkless, but his quirk was telling him that it wasn't a full truth, but it wasn't a truth at the same time. Young man, can you tell me why my quirk is telling me that what you're telling me is a half-truth? Naomasa asked, as Izuku nodded. In the world I went to and came back from, I ate a fruit that gave me a new power. One that could control the earth and create cracks in it, causing massive devastation, and could kill millions if I so pleased to do so, Izuku said as the man paled. How strong are we talking about here? Naomasa asked. He was confused as to why this boy wasn't lying based on his quirk. It's strong enough to cause tsunamis out on the ocean. But if you want a demonstration, we can head over to the beach so that you can get a full view of its power? Izuku asked as the man nodded. Mrs. Midoriya, me and your son will be right back. I need to make sure that what he says is true, even though my quirk isn't stating that he is lying. Tsukachi said, as Inko nodded. Dinner won't be done until around 6 o'clock anyway. Have fun, Izuku. Inko said, as they both left with Yamato not far behind. What I say, detective, could cause massive implications for this world as well as the problems it will be facing in the future, Izuku said, seriously, as they had arrived at the beach again with Naomasa in tow. Alright, just show me the serious power of this quirk/power of yours that you gained from some fruit, Naomasa said, as Izuku nodded. He pointed his hand towards the sea, and he punched forwards, and if Naomasa thought he was dreaming, he shook his head and rubbed his eyes as he saw honest-to-God cracks in the world from the boy's mere punch. As he watched as the cracks in the world began to increase in size, they then created a burst of air that caused the water to part ways for about a mile into the ocean. His eyes were bugging out when he saw this, and as he looked at the boy, he didn't even seem close for aware of an attack that strong. Remind me not to piss you off later, Naomasa muttered to himself as they continued to talk. Izuku talked to the man about how he thinks the school he was going to was part of the Meta Liberation Army, and had found out where their base of operations currently was located, as it wasn't that strong to find for himself. Wait, you're telling me that the Meta Liberation Army are still around? How did you find out about this? Naomasa asked, incredibly concerned. I went to a school where everyone, even the teachers, treated me as if I was a mere second-class citizen or no more than a mere animal. I went to the principal's office one time, and either the man was so meticulous that he thought I wouldn't notice his red book that said Meta Liberation War on it, or he didn't care. I saw that book and found an ad from Deternat about how they wanted to make sure about how people could use their quirks almost all the time. Not to mention when I talked to their users on their website about their views on the quirkless, they tried to make it seem as if we were the ill of the world, a virus that needed to be extinguished. I also found out that their leader, Rikiya Yatsubashi, was a massive fan of his great-grandfather's work and started up his army in hopes to overthrow the government. Not that it doesn't need a reality check again, Izuku said, as Naomasa nodded. The government does need to be taught a thing or two, but the Meta Liberation Army's presence in your school is quite alarming. But we need to take care of these things one at a time. Can you tell me what you want done to those who wronged you? Naomasa asked. I just want justice for what happened to me before I was killed and brought back here. Katsuki Bakugo should get one last chance from me, that is it. I don't want to be the one who takes his chance of becoming a hero away from him. He will blame me for it anyway. I just am so tired of dealing with those who hate my guts for wishing to become a quirkless hero. Other than Bakugo's acceptance into UA, the others are free reign. They are what I call hellhounds of the underworld anyway, Izuku said, as Naomasa nodded before turning to walk away before a thought occurred. Hey Midoriya, where is their current base located for Deternat? Naomasa asked as Izuku looked at him. They're located at Deternat's main company building in Daika City. And be careful of Rikiya Yatsubashi. If he is stressed enough he could rival All Might in terms of pure strength. Izuku warned as Naomasa nodded. As Izuku and Yamato returned back to the house, Naomasa called up a close ally for himself as he finally got news about Nizu's availability. As he called the rodent again, he waited for him to answer the call. It wasn't much longer before Nizu answered with a chipper, "Hello, Tsukachi," and Tsukachi began to divulge his conversation with one Midoriya Izuku. "I see, that is a very dangerous ability. It could have enough strength to put an end to All Might himself if the hero isn't careful. How strong is it from what you could see?" Nizu asked, as Naomasa wiped a towel over his forehead. It was powerful enough to make tsunamis at his current level of strength with a mere punch of his fist. He will need some serious training in order to make sure that he doesn't hurt anyone or cause property damage to everyone. Naomasa said, as Nizu nodded from his office. Power like that can be cultivated by good or evil. What are his goals in life? Nizu asked as he searched for the boy's profile at his school. His goals are to become a hero, and if you're looking for his school files, you should probably stop. They most likely changed it to where Izuku would be pictured as a delinquent towards their school. Naomasa said, as Nizu found the page as soon as the detective mentioned it. And the man was right, everything started from a young age and showed Izuku as a threat to human society as he would be causing fights as well as hurting others for his jealousy over their ability to have a quirk. Even stating how he bullied others in order to get his way, and then Nizu noticed a certain clean record that was showing a smugger boy compared to the timid as well as shy boy in the image he could see. What are his actions against the school? Nizu asked, as Naomasa informed him about the problems. So the Meta Liberation Army have returned. Where are they located? Nizu asked as Naomasa told him the location. Daika City? Wow, that really is under the nose of the government. I will make sure that the Prime Minister of Japan knows about this information. How did he come across this information? This is Izuku Midoriya? Nizu asked, as Naomasa informed him about the boy's life. And while that was such a turnaround from the information he was looking at, the boy hadn't lied to the detective and everything he was looking at on Izuku's records were supposed to be placed on Bakugo's. And if it was any consolation, Izuku's records were on Bakugo's, meaning that if he can see it right, Bakugo was the one who is more of a delinquent as Izuku is the more studious of the two and more timid. Especially since Bakugo is shown to be more provocative when talked to, it seemed from his information about his quirk factor. Oh, I always love a good battle against a school. What is the name of this school in particular? Nizu asked curiously. I knew you'd be on it, and the school's name is Aldra Junior High. It is in the Aldra district inside of Mizudafu. I wonder why the Midoriyas never asked the police for help. Naomasa mumbled on the phone. Probably they were being paid off in order to keep off the trail. Wouldn't want government dogs to find out about a potential indoctrination site now, would they? Nizu answered before hanging up. Well, I guess the investigation can start now with the Bakugo family. Naomasa said, as he knocked on the door for the Bakugo family home. As soon as he heard movement inside the home, he heard someone softly say that they'll get the door. As soon as it was opened up, Naomasa showed his police ID as the man smiled and allowed him in his home. Hello, detective, my name is Bakugo Masaru, how can I help you? Masaru asked, as Tsukachi nodded. My name is Tsukachi Naomasa, and I need to inform you both about an investigation that I am a part of. In the defense of one Midoriya Izuku, Naomasa said, as Masaru looked confused. What are you talking about? Masaru asked, confused. I'm sure that your son didn't inform you about his activities at school, but for apparently the last few years and ever since they were 4 years old, he had been the main abuser of Midoriya Izuku until today. I'm sure that you're shocked about this information, and it might sound ludicrous. Hell, I don't even know how the boy is still alive at this moment. But it will be explained in due time. Let's go over it all right. Tsukachi asked, as Masaru nodded before calling his wife and son downstairs to talk to the detective. What's a cop doing here? Katsuki asked, angrily. Young man, I am not arresting you right now because someone still believes that you can be a hero. No matter what you have done to him in the past, now I need to inform them about the case that you are deftly involved in as the main abuser of one Midoriya Izuku. Tsukachi said as he glared strong at the boy. Katsuki's face paled in comparison as his mother and father listened in to the story of a lifetime. Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo, I am here as a way of making sure that your son doesn't attack Midoriya Inko's son Midoriya Izuku. I have a quirk that allows me to tell if someone is lying or not, and I will begin questioning your son about his actions towards Midoriya Izuku. Tsukachi said, as Mitsuki Bakugo gained a tick mark on her head. I will not be having this. My son would never attack Inko's son. They are best friends, and sure they have been falling apart these last few years. That doesn't mean that I've taught my son to beat down on that little boy. Mitsuki called out. Mrs. Bakugo, I have strong evidence from the boy in question, that is true by the way, that states that Bakugo Katsuki has been Midoriya Izuku's main abuser for the last 10 years. Tsukachi said as he glared at the woman. Mr. Detective, can you please inform us about what our son has done over the last 10 years that apparently has gone unnoticed by everyone? Mr. Bakugo asked as he looked calmly at the detective. Sure thing, from what I have gathered, your son has been beating on him, mentally breaking him down, and causing everyone around himself as well as others to join in or leave him all alone. And I have a reason to believe that his school is encouraging the actions of your son, Tsukachi said, as Katsuki gained a noticeable recognition on his face. What are you talking about? Katsuki asked, since the whole conversation started. Well, I have reason to believe that your school Aldra Junior High, as well as previous schools, have been instilling a hatred of quirkless individuals into your brain ever since you were a child. I have reason to believe that your teachers as well as many others have been forcing you into an indoctrination of their beliefs as Meta Liberation Army members. Tsukachi said, as Katsuki remembered something that he had been reading for some time. So that's why they gave me that book? Katsuki muttered before leaving the table. Where are you going, Katsuki? Mitsuki asked, as Katsuki continued up the stairs. I think this is about to get a whole lot worse. Tsukachi said, as Katsuki returned with a red-labeled book that stated, Meta Liberation War. Tsukachi was right in thinking that this had gotten many times worse on himself as he looked at the red book given to him by Bakugo Katsuki. The young man himself was looking at the ground with a contemplative look on his face as Tsukachi looked at the book closely. As soon as he read the fine print of it, he knew that he was dealing with someone wishing to be the second coming of Chikara Yatsubashi. As he stood up from the table, he looked at Bakugo Katsuki and asked him a singular question to his face. Where did you get this book and who had it? Tsukachi demanded. I got it from my stupid principal. He said that it had everything I'd need to become the best hero ever. Katsuki said as he looked away. How long have you had this book in your possession? Tsukachi asked. No, demanded once more. I've had it ever since I entered junior high. What's so wrong with reading that book? Katsuki asked, as he looked genuinely confused. These texts are based on the Meta Liberation Army, a group of terrorists who want to cause chaos on the entirety of Japan as well as the world. Tsukachi said, as he pulled the boy closer. What are your true views on a quirkless individual? He asked as he glared into the boy's eyes. I don't think they should be heroes. But at the same time, they shouldn't be around anymore. Katsuki said, rather calmly as Tsukachi glared harder. That second sentence wasn't a lie. Why do you think that? Tsukachi asked, as both Bakugo parents got up from their seats holding their hands out to try and calm the man. Because quirkless people are wastes of space, they shouldn't even exist. Katsuki said, calmly again as Tsukachi sighed both angrily as well as sadly. Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo, I apologize for saying this. But your son is already gone from where he used to be. Bakugo Katsuki, you are under arrest for breaking the law of using your quirk without authorization as well as abusing someone who was quirkless for the betterment of 10 years. Not to mention the one problem that I had with you the entire time. You are hereby under arrest for the murder of one Midoriya Izuku. Tsukachi said, as Katsuki looked confused before getting furious. I'm not going to prison. That Deku got what he deserved for speaking up to me like the worthless sheet he was. Katsuki screamed out, as he was about to release a massive explosion at the detective. But before he was able to attack the cop, HNDCFFS landed on his wrists as Tsukachi looked harder at him. You are also getting a longer sentence with your words as well as preparing to attack a police officer. he said before pulling the boy out of his home. As soon as he placed the boy in the vehicle, he drove off towards the precinct as Bakugo struggled in the back seat of the car. This is Detective Tsukachi, we have a code red. The Meta Liberation Army has indoctrinated all the students at Aldra Junior High. Tsukachi said on his radio. Nizu was in his office when his radio had turned on as it displayed Tsukachi's radio frequency as he rapidly talked about Aldra Junior High being an indoctrination site for the Meta Liberation Army. Getting most of his teachers under his command, they all headed towards the school of Aldra Junior High in order to arrest all those who were there as well as any students who were on campus. Tsukachi, today is a school day, correct? Nizu asked. Yes, and there is only one student you are to absolutely not arrest there. Tsukachi said, as Nizu gained a curious expression. Who would that be? Midoriya Izuku. He was the one who gave you all that information. Tsukachi said, turning off his comms. The teachers of UA had arrived at Aldra Junior High as they looked at all the students milling about the school. It had been a day since Nizu gained the information about Aldra and its students. They were entering the school and placing anyone of authority under arrest as they had tons of police and SWAT there in the building. They made their way over to where one of the classes were located as they kicked down the door to see how the teacher was openly yelling at two students in particular. For the last time, Midoriya, you can't expect us to think you have a quirk now if you don't show us. And don't say that you don't wish to reveal it without being given express permission. We are giving you that permission. The teacher said, trying to get Izuku and Yamato to reveal their powers. Mr. Yoshi, you are hereby under arrest for the unwarranted indoctrination of Aldra Junior High students into the Meta Liberation Army. One of the police officers said, as the teacher looked at them harshly. I will bring about the new age of quirks. The quirkless are to be demed wherever they live. The man said, as he activated his transformation quirk. He became a large wombat as he charged at the police as one of the UA teachers arrived at the door canceling his quirk. The rest of the teachers entered the room and started to arrest the students inside of the classroom until they reached Izuku and Yamato. Miss, you will have to come with us, Midnight said, as she approached as Izuku stood in front of her. Miss Midnight, she is new here, she is also with me, Izuku said as he winked at her. Midnight immediately knew what this meant and knew that this boy was the one who set everything up for the school as she winked back at him. All right, everyone is gathered from the class. Let's move on to the other classrooms, Midnight said as Yamato looked at the woman sashaying away. Are you looking at her rear, Izuku? Yamato asked, as Izuku looked up to her as Midnight heard them speak. She's the R-rated hero for a reason, don't let her get her hands on you, Yamato. Izuku warned as Midnight chuckled as she left. Young love, she said before closing the door. As the rest of the school was undergoing chaos, Izuku and Yamato were making their way out of the school grounds as they were told by some SWAT teams that they were allowed to head home for the day. With Izuku and Yamato away from the school, Nizu had returned to the place with a large crane with a wrecking ball on the line as he swung it towards the school after his subordinates had collected every bit of evidence to be used against the school in court. As the investigators were interrogating the children as well as the teachers, Tsukachi had sat himself in an interrogation booth all alone with Bakugo Katsuki as well as Nizu in the room with him. Bakugo was frothing at the mouth as he growled out how Deku was the main problem in his life and that he should take care of him as soon as he finds him. Young Bakugo, what makes you think that you will be escaping the law with all the charges against you? Nizu asked, as Bakugo said that he had a good set of lawyers. As soon as said lawyers had arrived in the room, Nizu had gained an extremely happy smile that set Bakugo's mind into full red alert as soon as the man sat himself down. Hello everyone. I am Bakugo Katsuki's lawyer, Rikia Yatsubashi, and I am here from Deternat Industries to make sure that my client isn't placed in prison anytime soon, Rikia said, as he coughed into his hand. Rikia Yatsubashi, my how I have been wanting to get close to you for a long time, Nizu said, as Tsukachi smiled smugly at the position the man was now in. Well, it's been a long time, Nizu, how have you been? I know that your school has been getting our hero suits that we've been providing to you all, Rikia said as he smiled at the principal. Oh, I know, which is why I have cut all ties to your company as well as yourself entirely, Nizu said as the man, Rikia, had stopped smiling. What? He asked, seemingly growling softly. Oh, you didn't know? I stopped all funding from your organization because of a particular leak of information that I learned from someone, Nizu said, sanding his nails. What do you mean? Rikia asked, as Nizu smiled even more. You remember an online user by the name of Mighty Man 123? Nizu asked as Rikia thought about it. I can't say that I have. The man replied as Tsukachi looked at him blandly. Even without my quirk I know that is a straight-up lie. The man said, as Rikia smiled before nodding. I do know that name, but what does that have to do with anything? The man asked, as Bakugo looked at his lawyer worriedly. Oh, nothing much. Just that they had some impressive dirt on you and your company. Just enough I might add to place it under complete investigation as well as dissolvement. Nizu said, as he placed a file down. On the paper from what Bakugo could see, was Rikia Yatsubashi on a wanted list for being a local terrorist. From the Meta Liberation Army. Or more specifically, the leader of them. Yatsubashi immediately started up his quirk as he got ready to leave, and that was when All Might entered the room in his buff form and slammed the man into the seat and placed quirk-canceling cuffs on the man. You will not be escaping us this time. Your group had all been captured and arrested for the crimes you were about to commit, not to mention about how you are placing a party in to try and usurp the current government. All Might said as he smiled down at the man. You can't do this. I haven't made any plans to take over Japan. I am an outstanding citizen of this place, Yatsubashi said, as he growled at All Might. That may be so, but that doesn't mean that you didn't plant the seeds. All Might growled back. Bakugo was in shock at the fact that All Might wasn't on his side, but the more important thing on his mind was that his lawyer was in fact the leader of a terrorist organization. You lied to me and my mother. Bakugo growled at the man. You would have made a perfect member of my organization. You don't deserve the title of hero, but you would have been a great bounty hunter, Yatsubashi said, as he was pulled away from the room. So Bakugo, we all know that you will be tried for murder, abuse of a minor, aggravated assault on multiple charges by the way, as well as using a quirk without a license, first-degree murder, as well as mental abuse ranging from demeaning words all the way of, well, first-degree murder again. Nizu said, as Bakugo listened to everything he had done wrong. Teach there are no laws stating I can hurt someone quirkless? Katsuki said, as Nizu smiled even more. Well, there may not be a law about that in Japan. But in America, there was still a law that was hidden that was placed for the entire world that aggravated assault could be placed on those with powers or not for even the act of doing so. You passed that law in its entirety and made sure that you could prevent the life of a young man continue on. So here's the deal we are going to make for you. In order for you to get out of your charges and have them placed on your record, you will take the UA entrance exams and once you get into the school. Since you very much will, we will be placing you in remedial classes for the entire 3 years of school, have you going through anger management classes, as well as see a local therapist who can help you understand that what you did are not okay. If you fail to do any of these things, you will be sent to Tartarus prison for the rest of your life, and if you manage to escape from our hands, the government will put a bounty on your head for death. Nizu said, as Bakugo paled in the face as he thought about the repercussions. But if you got this information, then Deku is still alive. How can I be tried for murder if he is still alive? Bakugo screamed at them as Nizu smiled. Well, it just so happens that there is a story for that, and our detective here had spoken to the young man and seen what he could do. From what I could see on his camera footage, he does have a quirk though. Congratulations, young man. In the killing of your old friend as well as victim, they gained a power so strong. It could kill All Might himself if he wasn't careful. And there might be even more power the boy can wield that he hasn't told us yet, Nizu said as he got off the table and walked over to the door. As the principal of UA was about to leave the room, Bakugo spoke up after being silent for a small while. Just send me to Tartarus. I have no reason to become a hero if I won't be allowed to be myself there, Katsuki said, as he looked as dead as possible. I understand, young man, but be aware that Izuku was the one who gave you your last second chance. He was willing to see if you could change with this, I know for certain. You would never become a hero. Because you were already a villain of the country the moment you laid your hands on him and beat him mentally and physically for 10 whole years without repercussions, Nizu said as he left the room. Izuku was in his living room spending time with Yamato as they looked at the television as it spoke about the daily news reports. It talked about how Bakugo Katsuki as well as many other students of one school Aldra Junior High had been arrested as well as placed in prison and juvenile prison until they reached their adult years before they would be moved to Tartarus to stay until the day they die. Izuku sighed in sadness and relief at the fact that Bakugo wouldn't have to place himself in Izuku's life ever again. Maybe he could live his life the way he wanted after this? But overall, he had a new mission. Protect the world from the new threat that was building up in the underbelly of the underground. As inside a local bar in Yokohama within Kamino Ward, a young man with bluish-white hair stared at the screen as it showed Bakugo Katsuki's face as well as how he was arrested for many charges. He smiled to himself as he thought about what he would do to the boy in order to make him join his team he was building up. Bakugo Katsuki, huh? I wonder what he would think about becoming a villain for us. The man asked, as he smiled evilly. At the screen, Izuku and Yamato looked at one another as they looked at the cleared beach of Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. It had been about a few hours since they finished cleaning the place as they had made it their personal training grounds to get better control over their powers from another world. Yamato had been noticing that she had increased in her CST size, but that was something that Izuku flat out ignored since he wasn't paying attention to it. He was more on the lines of paying attention to how her hair was really showing her true emotions whenever she moved around the place. She was hopping around the beach as she laughed about all the strong work they had done in order to make sure that the beach could be used once again. Izuku smiled as he watched the sun rise over the horizon as he and Yamato stretched their bodies as they walked back home in order to take a shower in preparation for the UA entrance exams that would be coming up within the next couple hours. They took turns in the shower but was nearly placed in it at the same time because of Inko, bless the woman. She had thought that the two had already done the deed and had managed to fail at getting them into the shower together. After that fiasco of a motherly want for grandkids, they were now on their way over to UA as they were mentally preparing themselves for their entrance exams. Izuku was prepared for the entire test considering his mentality for heroism, whilst Yamato was ready for anything. She just hoped her time with Izuku made her as studious as him when it came to the entrance exams. Once they entered the school's halls, they were split apart from one another in order to take their exams alone without having the other for their test. Izuku knew that they would be split apart as well for the practical, so he had been training on his own whenever Yamato was asleep whenever she was asleep back home. It was a long and arduous time as he had been mastering his control over the Gura Gura no Mi's powers. Entering the auditorium, he found himself sitting next to Yamato as they listened to Present Mike talk about the practical portion of the exams. From what he made it sound like, they would be fighting robots with numbered points on their bodies in order to see if they could get in. Izuku smiled at himself as he thought about the powers he would be able to release after a few months of not using them. It made him feel antsy whenever he was about to enter a fight. When the auditorium meeting was over, Present Mike left them all with one quote from Napoleon Bonaparte. Victory is not always winning the battle, but rising every time you fall. Izuku stood just outside the doors to Gym Gamma. He had been stretching his body ever since he got off the bus as he prepared for the doors to open. As soon as Present Mike showed up again at the entrance to his zone, he found himself getting a little bit nervous as he thought about everything up until this point. He had fought against Kaido, a being who was the strongest creature on Earth. He fought Blackbeard on his own about twice over in the past and only came out on top because he didn't have a devil fruit at the time. But the one thing he managed to do that made him come down to ease his mind, he managed to completely defeat as well as kill Kaido on his own. As soon as the doors began to open up, he immediately took that as the start of the practical exam and immediately headed on in as fast as possible. His goal for the exam was to reach around 100 points in terms of fulfillings and manage to at least save 3 people. He knew that being a hero would get him into the school if he did something truly heroic, but he made sure that he would be saving others who needed help as well as giving them a way to take down the villain bots. Within the first few minutes, Izuku had found a massive horde of 3-pointers, at least around 15 of them all in one spot. thinking to show the judges his power if not controlled. Even though he has mstread his control of his power, he decided to go full power against the 15 three-pointers, even if they didn't register him in time. Cracking whirlwind, Izuku called out, as he made a swipe of his arm as it had an ominous white glow around it. The effect was immediate. The Earth's laws of physics were but Izuku's speech when it came to an attack as the world cracked in the air where his arm was placed. As soon as the cracks came towards the enemy bots, the ground cracks as well as a massive shockwave from Izuku's arms started moved towards the bots. The swirling winds lifted the robots from the ground before tossing them into one another before crashing to the ground, being torn to shreds by the whirlwind-like winds. Once that was complete, Izuku did the math and he found that he had around 45 points just from that attack alone. Smiling to himself, he moved on to the next batch of robots that were coming out of the woodworks. And that was within the first few minutes of the practical exam, and once that was completed, the rest of the contestants started to rise within the numbers in order to get into UA. Izuku moved about the zone as he found robots and used his haki in order to take down opponent after another as he kept himself hidden from sight, not from the cameras though. It has been around 15 minutes since the exams had begun and Izuku had already made his goal of 100 points for faux villains. He was now giving some other contestants some pointers about how to get points from the villain bots as they understood, as well as thanked him for the help. As he walked around the place, he sat down on the top of a building as he sat on the edge of it looking down on the student hopefuls who were taking the entrance practical exam. Pulling out a notebook, he started writing down each and every quirk that he could see and what his thoughts on their heroic usage was. He was pleasantly surprised to find one of the Ingenium family here as he kicked the robots with his legs as they produced some kind of fire from the mufflers. As they increased his speed the longer he ran. Izuku then saw a girl with brown hair in a bob cut as she touched robots as she seemingly took their gravity away from them, as she then placed her fingers together whenever the robots were high enough before their gravity returned, and they were destroyed by gravity. He kept an eye out on one person in particular though. He was looking at everyone with a look of contempt as well as anger as he used a small piece of rebar in order to attempt to take down some robots on his own. It was ultimately useless as the young man was tossed back as nobody went over to help him. Sighing to himself, Izuku jumped from his position as he moved towards the struggling student. As soon as he landed near the young man, he found himself staring at him in soft agitation as it seemed like he never prepared his body for this kind of thing. Moving forward, he stopped the one-pointer robot and held it to the ground as he looked over at the purple-haired boy. "Hey, what you're doing is all wrong," Izuku said, softly as the boy looked at him. "What are you talking about? You seem to have a much more useful quirk for this event," the boy said, exasperatedly. "Well yeah, but there is one thing wrong with your sentence. You seem to harbor hatred for those who have combat-oriented quirks," Izuku said as the boy visibly flinched. "What are you talking about?" the boy asked as he glared at Izuku. "You have a mental quirk, don't you?" Izuku asked, softly trying to convey that he wasn't a threat. "Yeah, what about it?" he asked, feeling like he was going to be scolded for his quirk. "Well, you want to become a hero, but you haven't done the work on your body in order to become strong enough to give yourself that chance," Izuku said, as he placed the villain down in front of the boy. "There is a button on the back of each robot's head. Press it and they will shut down completely. That is all I will help you with. I hope you become more approachable when we get into UA," Izuku said, as he got up and walked towards the middle of the zone. "Why are you doing this for me?" the boy asked, as Izuku looked over his shoulder at the boy. "It's what a hero does. We give help to those who seemingly don't want it but truly need it," Izuku said before leaving. Time passed even more as Izuku walked over to the middle of the zone as he found the ground rumbling as students ran away from him. Izuku turned behind himself as he found a giant robot with a large 0 painted on the city of it as he smirked to himself. He had always wanted to see if he could take down a 0-pointer robot with Whitebeard's powers. So as he walked towards the 0-pointer robot, he never noticed how time seemingly slowed down enough as the boy with mufflers coming out of his calf muscles ran by, but as time slowed down it showed the boy had the time to look over at him briefly before continuing on. As soon as Izuku made it closer to the robot, he heard a sound of pain as well as it being feminine. Looking over, he found the girl who had been extremely nervous trying to reach for a large piece of rubble that had managed to land on her left ankle. Moving over to her at a brisk pace since he was already close to see her, he made it before the robot had time to take notice of her presence. "Hey, are you alright?" Izuku asked as he kneeled over the girl. "I'm okay, but my left ankle is broken. I see can't move the rubble though," the girl said, groaning in slight pain. "Don't worry, I will have this rubble moved and take care of the 0-pointer," Izuku said with complete confidence. As the girl watched his movements, she watched as he lightly tapped the rubble with his left fist as it caused the rubble to crack as well as break apart and fall to the side of her. She then watched as he stood up and seemingly jumped in the air so fast it let out a gust of wind in her direction. Izuku flew up towards the 0-pointer as he pulled a fist back as he activated his devil fruit ability as he moved his fist closer to the 0-pointer's face. As soon as Izuku's fist made contact with the air in front of the monstrosity of a machine, cracks appeared in the air as it extended down towards the ground and seemingly pushed the robot back a bit. As soon as the cracks disappeared from the world, the 0-pointer started to fall apart. Pieces of rebar as well as wires started to sear out of the machine as more and more of it fell apart as it was blasted away from the area. Looking over to his left, he found another 0-pointer being bashed in by Yamato as she was seemingly having the time of her life as she bashed its head in. As he smiled over at her happy look, he thought about the past actions he had made with Yamato in the past as he thought about a good reward for Yamato for having fun with her win against the 0-pointer. As he landed on the ground, he found the girl he saved looking at him with awe as well as stars in her eyes. Once he moved over to the girl, he picked her up and placed her arm over his shoulder as he helped her move over towards the entrance of the Gamma Gym. "Well, at least Recovery Girl should heal you right up. Nice to meet you, by the way. My name is Midoriya Izuku. What's yours?" Izuku asked as the girl looked at him before answering. "My name is Uraraka Ochako. It's really nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun," Uraraka said as she smiled at him. "Well, with this my job here is done. I hope that you are safe when going home," Izuku said as he walked away from the girl as Recovery Girl had arrived in time to heal her. As Izuku waited at the entrance to Yue, he found Yamato talking animatedly with a black-haired bot with crimson-colored eyes as Izuku's mind flashed with a younger Katsuki Bakugo who looked at him like that when they were children. "We're going to become the best hero duo in the world. Yeah. We will be even better than All Might and David Shield," Izuku and Katsuki screamed out as children. Izuku thought about his past with Katsuki, and he knew that if he wasn't here, then that meant that he didn't wish to become a hero with Izuku being the one who placed him in prison. Sighing to himself as he allowed the two to talk to one another for a while longer, Izuku looked at the news reels on his phone and found an extremely concerning news article that talked about Bakugo. News just in. Prisoner Bakugo Katsuki has escaped from Tatooine juvenile prison. He was last seen with a suspicious individual who had a black hoodie over his head. Stay on the lookout for one Bakugo Katsuki as well as this individual. As Izuku stared at the news reel, he couldn't think of anything or anyone who would try and break him out of Tatooine prison without him getting angry at them. Who would have the power as well as influence in order to break Kaken out of prison? Izuku asked to no one as he stared at the article in shock as well as trepidation. Izuku woke up in his room as Yamato was sleeping soundly next to him. He stared at her for a while as he thought about everything so far in his life. Katsuki was placed in prison before being broken free from the place. Izuku had been killed by the boy and lived in a world for what seemed like multiple years until he returned to a moment before he was killed. As well as the moment that he revealed his true feelings for Yamato as well as what they should do for their careers as a hero duo together. He looked at the alarm clock near them both as he felt Yamato hug him closer in her sleep, placing his face into her sistee as she hugged him tight. As he pulled himself softly from her arms, she slowly woke up from her slumber as she looked at his emerald green eyes. "Ohio," she said as she yawned. Izuku watched as the woman stretched her body in front of him as he completely stared at how her teeth had been revealed somewhat from her clothes as they were slightly revealing. Blushing softly at how he saw her somewhat topless, he got off the bed, getting changed in front of her since he had done it many times before. Soon after they had taken their showers as well as gotten their breakfast in their systems, they could be seen walking to school. They were conversing with one another as they talked about how they think their time at UA would be going. Once they arrived at their classroom, They moved over to where their seats were located, which were unfortunately across the classroom from one another. Entering the classroom, they had seen that everyone was talking to one another as well as some familiar faces from the entrance exams were seen there. Izuku sat himself down in his seat as he waited for the teacher to arrive in the classroom and start the class for everyone. And after a few minutes he and Yamato noticed a presence enter their observation hockey as they both looked at the doorway to find their teacher looking at the classroom before his eyes landed on theirs. Nodding to them, he moved over towards the desk at the front of the room to hide in his sleeping bag to see how much longer the class would take to notice him. It wasn't much longer before the last students arrived before the bell rang, and it was Uraraka as she took notice of Izuku and smiled at him. Smiling back, Izuku motioned her to take her seat as she happily did so, before taking notice of the teacher's glare from his sleeping bag on the ground before her face did a complete 180 from happy to confusion. If you are all here to make friends, then the hero course is not for you. My name is Aizawa Shota, and it took you all 15 seconds before you all noticed my presence except for 3 of you. They noticed me at the door before I was even there. Now how about you all quiet down and put these on? We are conducting a test to see your potential for this class outside. You all have 10 minutes? Aizawa said, as he tossed Izuku the gym uniforms as he left the classroom as Izuku got up with Yamato not far behind. Izuku was outside with Yamato right beside him with Uraraka standing on his left as they stared at their teacher with a confused expression on their face. A quirk apprehension test? The class except for a few called out confused. Yes, from what I can gather. You all had these kinds of tests taken in primary and middle schools before coming here. But the issue is that the main schooling system had you all take them without the presence of your quirks, trying to make everyone feel like you all are treated equally. Which is not the case, Midoriya. You got the most points in the entrance exams as well as the entrance exams written test. What was the highest score you got in middle school for the ball throw test? Aizawa asked as he looked at the young man. I got about 45 meters. Izuku said as he looked at the teacher with slight worry. All right, step into the circle and throw it, and this time use your quirk. I know about the circumstances about how your quirk activated late, so let's get this started. Anything goes? Aizawa said, as he tossed Izuku a ball. Once Izuku stood in the middle of the circle, he looked over at Yamato and motioned to his ears as the girl understood what he was doing. Hey Yamamoto, could you give the purple-haired girl some earmuffs? Yamato asked as the girl in question looked up to her. Yamamoto? She asked, making the earmuffs. I would rather lower the last name to something I wouldn't have trouble remembering. Yamato said, as Yaoyorozu nodded. Once the purple-haired girl thanked Momo for the earmuffs, Izuku prepared himself for his throw as a white glow took over his arm. As the glow centered around his hand, everyone watched as the air flowed around his fist as it held the ball and Izuku moved into a motion where he would throw it as strong as he could. Once he threw the ball, it was slow at first before everyone watched as cracks appeared in the world as the ball was thrown into the air at such a speed it was faster than sound as when it suddenly blasted off without a sound, a large cracking sound was heard that was extremely loud. As everyone held their ears, the teacher looked at his phone that was displaying the distance the ball was flying towards and watched as it went from hundreds to thousands before reaching tens of thousands before finally landing just shy of 100,000 meters. You all should be aware of what you are capable of. These tests will make sure that you will know these limits you have for yourselves. Aizawa said, showing the class Izuku's score. Aizawa didn't miss the fact that the boy's hand was covered in a black armor-like covering as Aizawa looked at Izuku's hand closely to see if it was broken. Once the armor had slowly fallen into the skin, found that the skin was normal as he nodded to himself as he moved on to the first exam of the apprehension test. Midoriya Izuku Ball Test, 99,950.45 meters. As everyone went through the tests, Izuku and Yamato were actively seeing who would be better at certain tests as the class found out that Izuku and Yamato were better at the more physical endurance tests compared to others. They had even managed to reach great levels of grip strength test levels as they were only surpassed by Shoji as he had multiple arms to assist him in the test. Ida had managed to beat out Izuku and Yamato by a mere millisecond in the 50-meter dash. Momo had gotten the upper echelon of the scores thanks to her quirk usage. Mineta had won out on the sidesteps thanks to his quirk that allowed him to bounce off of his ball of hair. He was also looking at most of the girls with a leer of lust compared to the other boys of the class who were at least respectful of the girls. Izuku sighed as he smacked the boy on the back of the head to get him back on focus in the tests and not the girls. He was around plenty of perverts who had to be stopped to regain focus as Mineta glared at him harshly for his interruption. Once all the tests were conducted, their teacher had spoken to them all once more as he stared at them all with glaring red eyes and flowing black hair. Now that you all are focusing on your tests, I can now show you the results of the testing of the apprehension test. As much as I would like to tell you how each of you did on the tests, I will show the collected sum of your scores. First, Momo Yaoyorozu. 2. Midoriya Izuku. 3. Yamato. 4. Todoroki Shoto. 5. Ida Tenya. 6. Tokoyami Fumikichi. 7. Shoji Mizo. 8. Ojiro Mashireo. 9. Kirishima Ijiro. 10. Ashido Mina. 11. Uraraka Ochako. 12. Koda Koji. 13. Sato Rikido. 14. Azuitsuyu. 15. Yuga Aoyama. 16. Shiro Hanta. 17. Kaminari Denki. 18. Jiro Kyuka. 19. Toru Hagakure. 20. Mineta Minoru. With that all said and done, Mineta, Hizawa said, as he paused for a moment before staring into the young boy's face as it was tearing up. You are being moved into general education. You can try to get into the hero course again when the sports festival comes up. But if you continue your perverted acts, it won't be Midoriya trying to fix your habits. I will personally send you out of our school. We don't accept any kind of sexual harassment from our students towards one another, Aizawa said, as he told the rest of the class to get their syllabi from their classroom. Once everyone was back in the classroom, Izuku was collecting his syllabi from his desk as he walked out of the building with Yamato. As soon as they were leaving the school for the day, since it was a short day, they heard someone entering their observation hockey as well as heard them all them out. Hey! Are you both heading home at this time? Uraraka called out as she finally caught up to them both. Yeah, we live in the same apartment, so it would be nice to have some others coming with us, Yamato said, as Izuku smiled at Uraraka. That was a very close one for me, huh, Midoriya-kun? Uraraka asked as Izuku nodded as they moved towards the road before another voice spoke up from behind. That was a great test of our strengths, Infinity-kun, Ida called out, as everyone looked at him with confusion. My name is Uraraka Ochako, the girl said as Ida fixed his mistake. I apologize, what would you like us to call you, Midoriya-kun? Ida asked, chopping his hand in the air. Just Midoriya is fine, I don't want to be defined by my past anyway, Izuku said as they all walked down the street. Their first day was confusing at first, but they got the hang of it since it was a hero school. Of course the teachers would be heroes. But what was really on his mind was how Bakugo had been freed from prison so fast. It had to be villains searching to use him as well as his quirk to their advantage. Izuku just hoped it wasn't an extremely powerful one that Bakugo couldn't handle on his own. In a bar off in Kamino Ward, a young man with ash-blonde hair was punching multiple bags that were filled with sand as he tried to train to the best of his ability. Staring at his bleeding left hand, he could only think about what Deku had done to him that caused him to be forced onto this path of villainy. This was Katsuki Bakugo, the boy who was broken free from the prison he was placed inside of. He could still remember when the prison was broken into as he was on his break inside his cell as he was waiting for something to happen that would be fun to be in. Bakugo was sitting in his cell as he thought about his past actions, about how worthless Deku had ratted him out to the police as well as the teachers of UA in order to try and appeal to him. He growled angrily as he thought about what he would do to get back at the BSTRD, but as he took a deep breath, he started to get a better hang of his anger as he really thought about his previous actions. Thanks to all this time inside the cell, he had the perfect time to think about the actions he had done as well as been influenced to do ever since his quirk came in and Deku's didn't. He couldn't help but understand that everyone around him had been informing him that Deku was just a weak person, someone who could never become a hero no matter how strong he tried. But now that the nerd had his own quirk, he couldn't help but think that the BSTRD was just hiding his quirk from everyone, But he knows that the BSTRD wouldn't hide something like that from him for a literal decade. He would have seen Deku use it at some point to defend himself. So imagine his surprise when the wall to his cell was dusted as a man with bluish-white hair enters the room with a sadistic smile on his face. "Hello there, Bakugo Katsuki. I have a mission for you to do," the BSTRD said, as Bakugo remained in his thoughts. "What is this mission you want me to do? Don't you have other people for whatever villain group you belong to?" Katsuki growled at the young man. "It has everything to do with how you were placed in prison. You want to have revenge against Deku, right?" the villain asked, smirking. "As much as I would love to, I have these cuffs on me, preventing me from leaving this place," Katsuki said, as he looked at the villain. Said villain then walked over to him, cornering him to a corner of the cell before placing his hands on the cuffs before smiling sadistically at him. "You want to be able to use your quirks to put others in their place, right?" the man asked, as Bakugo growling stopped before he smirked. "Of course I do. I will become the #1 hero," Katsuki said, as the man finally lost his smile before a mischievous one came on. "If you work for me, I can make sure that you can become the #1 hero within the next few years," the man asked, as Bakugo looked at him cautiously. "What's your name, because I will not come with you if you don't?" Katsuki asked, as the man nodded. "You can call me Shigaraki Tamura. And welcome to the League of Villains," the man said, as he walked away and towards a portal. Bakugo shook his head from the memory as he thought about when he tried to leave them after seeing what they wanted to have him do. He remembered them trying to get him to kill his mother and father, and once he told them that he wouldn't kill his parents, that was the only line he wouldn't cross. The villains he looked at during that time was the Mist villain as well as Tamura, and then they showed him another person that was extremely familiar to Katsuki. It was Deku's mother, as she looked at him with confusion as well as fear in her eyes before they were laid on him. They went from fear to fury and over to concern as well as worry, and before landing on resignation. Katsuki looked over at the villain, said that if he wouldn't kill his parents then he should kill the parent of his enemy, Deku. Katsuki thought about his actions that night as he closed the door and therefore blocking the view of the other villains from Izuku Midoriya. "How did they get you here?" Katsuki asked as Izuku thought about it. "I was on my way to the store when this car came out of nowhere and grabbed me. I don't know where they took me, but I hope you can do something for me, Katsuki," Izuku said, as Katsuki stared into her eyes. "Just be sure that you can be forgiven by my baby. I know that you both haven't been friends for a long time, and I feel like it's my fault that this happened. If I had been more supportive of my son's dreams of becoming a hero, I could have been capable of seeing his issues. Can you please make sure that these villains don't hurt my baby?" Izuku asked as Katsuki stalked over to her. "She's not worried about me, more worried about worthless Deku," Katsuki growled in his mind before speaking to her. "No," he said, before releasing an explosion that was loud enough to make the building rumble. As Katsuki left the room, all that was left of Izuku Midoriya was a bunch of ashes, but unknown to him that was a mere image of the woman, as the ashes were shown to be a chair that had held an image of the woman that Katsuki identified as the woman they were after. Had he stayed a little bit longer, he would have seen that the ashes from the chair disappeared and replaced them with the ashes of his mother. Izuku is on his way to school at the moment. Izuku and Yamato had heard about the fact that Mitsuki Bakugo had gone missing a few hours ago and were worried for the woman. Masaru was now all alone as he was mourning the fact that his partner was missing, and his son had become such a villainous child. He had no idea what he had done in the past to force his child to literally become a villain and was now blaming himself for the problems that Izuku went through as a child. Yamato had left a few minutes after Izuku did in order to make sure that Izuku was going to be all right with her presence gone. While they were making their way towards the entrance of UA, they were conversing with one another as they talked about what the day was going to entail. From the last day of the week, they were doing a quirk apprehension test and they had all passed with some minor things being stated. Mineta was moved over to general education as the young man was being way too perverted with some of the girls that it became too much. And Aizawa was not taking any sheet from the little gremlin and informed him the day that he was moved into another class to fix his problem before coming back. So as Izuku and the classmates he had were sitting in the class, they found that one seat was empty as Aizawa entered the room. Alright class, you all will be doing something that will mark a change for your futures. Aizawa spoke as the class became tense with the man's blunt attitude. You all will be choosing your vice and class presidents. Deal with it yourselves and don't wake me up whilst you do that, Aizawa said, laying down in his sleeping bag. As that decision was made, everyone became loudly exclamatory in order to make them the class president. Yamato was quiet since she had no idea about what a class president was, and Ida, the boy who was the most serious, rose his hand up as he talked about them all choosing their class and vice class presidents through a democratic voting system that got the go-ahead from Aizawa. So as the students were told to vote for 2 students, a male and female respectively, the votes were tallied. Izuku stood at the front of the class with Yaoyorozu as he was completely confused about why he was in the class president position. Why am I here? Izuku asked, as Yaoyorozu was looking at him confused. I thought you wanted to become class president. I wanted to at least, she said as Izuku looked at her. I would like to take the vice president position, Aizawa-sensei, is that allowed? Izuku asked, as the man nodded as Present Mike entered the class as the homeroom teacher left. Who's ready to do some English? The man called out, as the class except Izuku, Yamato and Yaoyorozu had cheered for him. As time would pass, the class would get their own set of homework as well as class assignments to do during classes as they approached lunch. It was the final class of their day as the class were preparing for their first heroics class with the new teacher. Nobody had known who the new teacher would be since it was highly secret about that information, and as they heard thumping, Izuku tossed hearing aids to Jiro as he gave her a look. She put them in as the door was essentially yanked from its frame as All Might entered the room with a massive smile on his face. I am here. Walking through the door like a normal person, All Might had called out, smiling down at his students. With the students' attention on him, All Might smiled down at the students until he saw something that made him pause. Izuku and Yamato were looking at him with sad smiles, and the man couldn't help but return the smile towards them as well. He didn't know why, but he felt sad towards Midoriya and Yamato respectively, so as he regained his smile towards the class he spoke again. I am here to present the class lesson. Battle training. All Might announced as the class were shouting their joy. Jiro had looked over to Izuku as she gave him a thumbs up and the boy just nodded towards her. Nobody was expecting how loud All Might would be up close, so Izuku handing Jiro the hearing aids really saved her skin. As the class made mentions about his hero suit, the teacher looked at the class as he spoke towards them in a happy tone. What kind of hero is he, she when they are without their own hero costume? Collect your costumes from the wall and meet me at Gym Beta. There I will talk about what the lesson entails. All Might said, running down the hall. Izuku walked over to his seating number, which was NO 18, and as he grabbed his case, he thought about how it looked inside and couldn't wait to see what it was. As he walked down the hallway, he entered the changing room with his classmates as he prepared to put on his new costume, and Yamato was doing the same on the girls' side of the changing rooms. As soon as Izuku opened his hero costume case, he looked at what was inside as he smiled down at it. They got his measurements right as he put on the clothing. It was a Kevlar woven nanofiber that was protecting his legs that was strong enough to block bladed weapons as well as small firearms. Although it was the coat that really threw him through some memories as he picked it up and placed it over his shoulders, he heard a telltale click from his shoulders as he felt needles entering his skin and locking the coat there. Smiling to himself, he pulled a white mustache in the form of a crescent as he looked at it. Placing it over his head, there was a small tuft of green fluffy curly hair that he placed it into as it clipped on, as it was looking similar to an ornament on his head. As his classmates had looked over at him, they couldn't help but think about how ripped he was underneath the school uniform that it hid. Wow dude, you are totally ripped. Is that a 10-pack? How do you do that? Kaminari called out as Izuku looked at him. The rest of the males in the room had taken notice of the ornament on his head as they looked to it. Is that an ornament? Kirishima asked, as Izuku nodded. It pays homage to the man who saved me when I was in a different place. He was kind of similar to how a father should be towards his kids. He trained me to become as strong as I am currently. Izuku said, smiling down at the ornament that he took out of his hair. Kirishima had gained tears in his eyes as he said only one word to place the way the man was. Manly. The boy said, pointing his fist into the air. "We should probably meet All Might at Gym Beta," Todoroki said, as he walked down the hallway out of the changing room in his suit with ice covering his right side. Once all the boys were on their way towards Gym Beta, the girls left the room moments later as Yamato was walking around in what she wore at Wano when she first met Izuku. "Wow, Yamato, you look really good. If not a little revealing," Ochako said, as she walked next to the giant of a woman. "Thank you, Uraraka-san. I'm glad that the one that was made here is many times more durable than the original I had. Izuku blushed whenever I wore it around him," Yamato said as the girls looked at her, especially Ashido. "So what is Midori to you, Yamato?" Ashido asked as the woman looked at them. "Oh, I don't think he wanted me to talk about it. But he is my boyfriend," Yamato said, as Uraraka looked a little sad at the information. Once the class were all gathered in the room where All Might stood near some camera systems, they looked to him as he began to speak about the lesson plan. "In the test with Aizawa-kun, you all learned what your limits were in terms of not hitting anyone as well as mere tests. With me you will all learn how to hit someone else with a powered-down version of your quirk. We are here to protect, not kill. As a hero you will have to make a decision to kill a villain down the line. Even I have had to make that decision. But remember that this is training. Anyway, let's get you all into teams. From the entrance exams you also learn to use your quirks in an open battlefield. Today though you will learn how to use your quirks to keep collateral damage to a very low amount to none at all. You will also be learning to use your quirks inside a building," All Might said as he kept his voice low for Yamato and Jiro. As the class chose lots to see who would be on the same team as one another, it was shown that Izuku and Uraraka would be on the same team as Yamato and Yaoyorozu would be together on another team. Izuku smiled over at Uraraka as she moved closer to him, and she regretted looking at the young man as he was not wearing a shirt underneath his coat as he looked like he was turning into a tomato. "You look good, Midoriya-kun. My hero suit is a little bit too tight. I wanted it to be slightly baggy," Uraraka said as Izuku looked at her more thoroughly. "Well, having it this tight could help with your nausea that you suffer from when using your quirk. Although if they really wanted to make sure that you didn't suffer from it, they would make the jumpsuit tighter on the wrists as well as pressure points so that they don't get targeted," Izuku said as the girl merely nodded. And as the class went through their teaming, Izuku and Ochako were placed on Team A as Yamato and Yaoyorozu was placed on Team F. Once all the teams were set in stone, All Might drew some ball that had each team letter on it for villains and heroes. "Alright, for the first battle, it will be Team A as the villains. And Team D as the heroes," All Might said, as Izuku looked at their opponents. It was Ida and Todoroki who were their opponents as they walked out of the building with the bomb to place it on a certain floor. Izuku and Ochako had placed the bomb on the top floor because that meant that one of them would leave the other at the bomb so that they could have someone else hold them off for a while. Once they were on the top floor, Izuku went over the floor plans of the building as he thought of a good plan with Ochako. The girl added her 2 cents in so that their plan could cover any and all flaws that Izuku's original plan would have without any outside influence. Nodding to their plan, Izuku was moving towards the door, as Izuku told Ochako to hide the bomb in a spot that wasn't in the room and in a separate one. And as soon as the time was ready, Izuku felt the building immediately freeze over as soon as he reached the doorway. Jumping into the air, Izuku had watched as Ochako was completely frozen from the feet up to her chin. Izuku landed on the ground as he broke the ice from the girl's body as she started to shiver, and once Izuku placed the coat off his shoulders and onto her own, she felt warmer by the heat it produced. "It was mean for being capable of keeping me warm in any kind of weather, so this should get you warm enough to move about faster. I will take on the heroes," Izuku said, leaving the room with a determined look on his face. As Todoroki and Ida entered the building, they looked at how everything was frozen over as they moved around the place as Todoroki looked at Ida. "It isn't a good idea for you to be moving with me. I can do this on my own, and I would prefer if you stayed outside," Todoroki said, glaring at Ida. "I cannot do that, Todoroki-kun. As a hero I must make sure that you have backup," Ida said, as they both finally made it to the 3rd floor. Once they were walking down the hallway, they found Izuku walking around the area without his coat as he smirked at them. The lights were somehow flickering as Izuku let his quirk flow through his body, as it also seemingly made his eyes glow in the dark flickering lights. Todoroki was the first to attack as the ice came fast towards the young man posing as a villain, and as soon as the ice was right in front of Izuku, he punched it to smithereens as a kick moved in his direction. Ducking under the kick, Izuku moved in a way that was too graceful and grabbed the still flying Ida and tossed him back towards Todoroki. "You heroes will not be getting past me, for I am the infamous Whitebeard, the strongest pirate to ever grace the world," Izuku called out, as he started to gather power from his quirk into his fist as he smiled at them both. Ida and Todoroki stared at Izuku in shock. Well, more so Todoroki staring in shock as Izuku sent a cracking fist towards them. The ground in front of the boy had caused the cement to lift up from the ground and be used as projectiles towards them, forcing them back to the stairs. As the heroes regained their bearings, they ran towards the villain they were fighting as Izuku ran towards them as well. From what Izuku's fighting style seemed to be like, they believed that Izuku would use his quirk the entire time to keep them away from the next floor. This would cost them time if they were thinking that the bomb wasn't really on the top floor, but really the next floor. Izuku sent a kick towards Ida as the young man tried to move out of the way, only to hit a wall that was right next to him, and as soon as Izuku's kick landed on the wall where Ida was located, he was kicked through the wall before Izuku looked over to Todoroki, who was running down the hallway making an ice wall. "He will have to waste his quirk to make stairs. I will just jump to the roof and go down a floor once I defeat Ida," Izuku said to himself as he moved on towards a downed Ida. As the students and All Might watched as Izuku restrained Ida and Todoroki looking at the destroyed stairs, they watched as the young man started to make icicle stairs. "Young Ida has been eliminated," All Might called out before Todoroki increased his pace. It was clear that the young man was using too much ice in order to create a stairway, though, as he was breathing at the end of making his fourth set of stairs. He wouldn't use his other half of his quirk as he made it finally to the top floor, but this was long after Ida was called out to be eliminated. And as soon as Todoroki made it around a corner trying to be as fast as possible to get to the bomb, an arm struck out and clotheslined him, causing the boy to fall to the ground in a heap of bodily damage as he struggled to get up from the ground. "You know, the fact that you used up half of your ability to defend yourself says a lot about you. Are you going to take me seriously or not?" Izuku asked, as Todoroki looked at him angrily. "Did he send you up to this?" the boy asked, glaring at Izuku. "I don't know who this he is, but I am just looking at you as a potential rival. And I am not liking how you are holding back on me. I may be a classmate, but I would prefer if you didn't hold back against me," Izuku said as the boy scoffed. "As if I am the only one holding back, you are as well," the boy said, sending a wave of ice at Izuku, completely forgetting his mission in his anger. "Well, I am being forced to hold back because of how much damage I could cause with my own quirk. I can easily kill you with a single punch if I'm not careful," Izuku said, breaking the ice instantly as he disappeared from view for a moment before pointing a fist at the boy's face that was completely shocked. As Izuku pulled his fist back, he looked at the totally scared and fearful look on the boy's face as well as the haunted look in his eyes. Izuku knelt towards the boy and waved his hand in front of the boy's face as he placed the restraints on him. As soon as that was done, the boy looked down as he grunted in anger before looking at Izuku. Ochako had left the room to his left as she looked at the scene before her when All Might was heard shouting over the intercoms. "Young Todoroki has been eliminated, the villain team wins," All Might called out on the intercoms. As Izuku helped Todoroki up from the ground, the young man looked at Izuku with a scornful look as he started to walk away. "Hey Todoroki," Izuku called out to the boy as he stopped, not looking at him but listening. "The fire side of your quirk, you should have used it in our fight. It could have saved you from being defeated that easily. Just remember that it is your quirk, not anybody else's, all right?" Izuku asked as the boy thought about an answer before giving it. "Thank you for giving me some kind of advice, but you should probably go shove it up your butt," Todoroki said, as he left the boy looking offended. "I try and give him some help with what he is going through, and I get dissed," Izuku grumbled as Ochako followed him outside with the bomb behind them. Once they arrived in the control room, All Might looked at the students who were a part of the training battle as he smiled at them. "All right, that was a great battle. Now who was the MVP of this battle?" All Might questioned. Yaoyorozu had rose her hand as All Might called upon her as the young lady had taken a deep breath in. I believe that the one who should be the MVP is Ida, sir, she said as All Might told her to continue. While Midoriya was the main one who made the plan as well as fought his opponents, Uraraka had made the room filled with debris that would definitely cause her to have some time to attack. But Ida was the one who had his mind on the plan as well as looking to finish the mission. It just wasn't a good idea to try and dodge to his left. But I could see that he was prioritizing the bomb being taken care of since he was going to leave the area. Yaoyorozu said as All Might looked at the seemingly smug look on her face. As much as I would love to agree with you, young Yaoyorozu, I will be giving the MVP to young Midoriya himself, All Might said, causing the girl to look at him confused. Why All Might, sir? Ida asked as he looked confused as well. As much as I would like to dock points off for needless damage to his own building, young Midoriya has been training himself to the point that his quirk's damage is just forthcoming with it. Any kind of damage he does with his quirk is foretold when he opens his attack with a wide arc. The way he telegraphed his attack, you could have gone to your right or ducked underneath the attack, young Ida. Not to mention how young Midoriya was being forced to hold back, he showed true control over his quirk, and he had the goal of defeating the heroes as Uraraka was preparing for the event that Ida passed by young Midoriya. So with that we will move on to the next round. All Might said, as Yaoyorozu's team was up against Kaminari's team. Team A, Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako. Team B, Shoji Mizo and Koda Koji. Team C, Kaminari Denki and Tokoyami Fumikichi. Team D, Todoroki Shoto and Ida Tenya. Team E, Yaoyorozu Momo and Yamato. Team F, Ashido Mina and Kirishima Ijiro. Team G, Shiro Hanta and Azui Tiu. Team H, Hagakure Toru and Aoyama Yuga. Team I, Sato Rikido and Ojiro Mashireo. Team J, Jiro Kyuka and Random. Izuku had been having some weird dreams as of late. He had imagined Yamato in these dreams of her simply doing things that a girlfriend normally does, but on a different level. These dreams turned from wholesome moments straight into lewd ones as each time he woke up from these dreams he had a strong on and just sighed in exasperation. He was seen by Yamato entering the class later than she did with black bags under his eyes as he kept having the same dream over and over the previous night. He was so sleep-deprived that the moment he sat in his seat, he fell asleep again as Yamato rubbed his moss-like hair fondly. It wasn't much longer that Izuku felt the telltale sign of someone entering his observation hockey that he slowly woke himself up from the realm of unconsciousness and sat up in a slouched position in his seat. By the way, the school was being sieged by some reporters who had moved out of the way for him since they seemed to not want to mess with his tired expression when he had arrived earlier in the day. Once the teacher entered the room, he looked over his students as he went over what they were going to be doing for heroics classes. Alright class, we will be having heroics class right now. I've seen what you all did for your exercises in battle training under All Might. You all have some things to improve on, and Midoriya, Aizawa said, as Izuku tiredly looked over at the man. Yes, Aizawa-sensei? Izuku asked, slurring a bit. 2 things, 1, get some sleep so that you don't look like me. And 2, is there another way you could keep damage down to a complete minimum of only cracked concrete? Aizawa asked as Izuku thought about it. I could use the secondary mutation of my quirk. It allows me to blacken the area around my body in order to act as either a metallic portion of my body for defense, or I could make it to where my attacks hit way harder than they would without my power, Izuku said as Aizawa stared at the boy before sighing. Why didn't you think it would work against ice? He asked, as Izuku shrugged before stating his answer. I didn't want to take them lightly. I was only showing them what my power can do when it is released just a little bit. I made sure that the damage to the building wasn't too bad, Izuku said as he yawned. Something the girls had cooed about. Well, make sure to use that during training next time. Anyway, we will be heading out within the next 15 minutes. We are going to the USJ4, Aizawa said, pausing for dramatic effect showing a card that stated, Rescue Training. The whole class said, excitedly, well minus Izuku who had taken the time to pass out again. As the students had placed their hero suits on themselves, Izuku was seen leaning on Yamato's shoulder when sitting on the bus. The other students had taken notice how the boy was sleeping through all the sound that all of them were making, and a certain brunette was getting jealous about how Izuku was sleeping on his girlfriend's shoulder. They all were conversing with one another about how their quirks would be useful in only certain situations, but as one was about to say something bad about themselves, that was the moment that Izuku returned back to the land of the living. "HM? What's going on?" Izuku asked, as he yawned like a kitten and stretched his limbs out like one. "I swear we need to find someone to make you have a cat's appearance," Mina called out as she gushed at Izuku. "Why would you all want me to look similar to a cat?" Izuku asked, concerned as they all mentioned how he was so adorable when he woke up similar to a cat. This was the moment that Kirishima had entered the conversation, stating that his quirk was kind of useless since it could only harden his skin. "Don't say that about yourself, Kirishima-san. Your quirk is kind of similar to mine in aspect. Only mine quite literally has me keeping all my speed but increases my power output. Yours literally makes you a standing shield or spear for someone to use against a villain who can't be beaten with traditional means," Izuku said, as Kirishima looked at him with a smile. "Manly," the boy said tearfully. "Shut up everyone, we're here," Aizawa said, as the class looked out the window and found that they were waiting outside a massive domed building. Once everyone was standing outside the bus and waiting at the entrance of the domed building, Izuku looked at everyone who was getting prepared, and it was here that he noticed that someone else was coming. It was revealed moments later to be Pro-Heroine 13 as she had walked out the front doors of the building introducing herself. "Hello everyone. I am Pro-Hero 13. I welcome you to the USJ." 13 called out from their position. "It really is like Universal Studios Japan," Kaminari said, as Izuku shook his head. "Good guess, Kaminari-kun, but you are wrong. I call this place because of the fact that its name is quite literally called Unforeseen Simulation Joint. In this place, you all will learn how to rescue civilians as well as children from any kind of environment in the world, ranging from fires to floods and avalanches as well as towards landslides. By the end of today, you all will be prepared for rescuing civilians, which is the primary focus of heroes. Now you all learned how to use your quirks against one another a few days ago, but with that lesson you learned something massive. Just because you will be capable of using your quirks, it can just as easily be used to kill," 13 said, as the class listened to every word the hero said. The heroes took this break of talking to converse with one another about the third teacher that was supposed to be there for this lesson but had used up all his time. Izuku looked over at Yamato as they thought something bad was going to happen and knew that it would happen on the day that All Might wasn't close by. With the teachers entering the building, the students followed close behind them, all as Izuku and Yamato seemed to be on edge. Izuku was under the image that this would be the time frame that Whitebeard had told him was where he was really needed. Taking a deep breath, he expanded his range with his observation hockey and kept it in front, behind, on both right and left sides, as well as high above them in order to see if he could sense anything or anyone nearby within the building. With the teachers distracted with the other students, none of them kept an eye on Izuku, who had been keeping his eye on the plaza as he was getting a large reading of something about to appear there. It wasn't until Izuku got into a fighting stance with his Naginata in an aggressive stance that everyone looked over as they saw his eyes glaring over at the plaza. Aizawa moved over to see what was wrong when the lights in the building started to flicker and turn off for a moment before turning back on. "Kaminari, use your quirk to contact the school. Everyone else huddle up," Aizawa said, as Izuku stayed in his spot where his teacher was moving towards. "Midoriya, huddle up with your classmates," Aizawa said, as Izuku shook his head. "I can sense around 100 villains coming in, with varying quirks as well as one really tall one who is similar in power to All Might," Izuku said as Aizawa looked at him. "Another facet of your quirk?" Aizawa asked, as Izuku nodded. "I can sense the presences of others with my quirk's passive ability. I call it observation hockey. Nothing can escape my sight, not even if they are hiding their presence," Izuku said as Aizawa thought about it before shaking his head. "No matter, get with the students. If you can sense opponents coming, you will be more useful in keeping your classmates safe from those villains who might cause them harm," Aizawa said, as Izuku looked at him worriedly. "Are you sure you don't need help? It will be 1 versus around 70, you won't last in a fight that long." You would be tired out by the time you got to the leaders of the villain group. You're an expert in surprise tactics? Izuku said, as Aizawa watched the black and purple portal appear in the plaza and whilst keeping his eyes on the being that was being spread asked a new question. Well, if you know that much, who is it that you think I am? Aizawa asked, as Izuku said his name. Eraserhead, the erasure hero. You can erase the quirk of someone who is within your range of sight. You also specialize in guerrilla tactics with your martial arts as well as attacking when you surprise an opponent. Izuku said, as Aizawa chuckled. True. Very true. But there is one lesson I can impart on you, Midoriya. No hero is a one-trick pony. Aizawa said, launching himself down the stairs towards the villains. As Izuku moved back towards his classmates, the teacher heard the main head of the villain group state his own question. Where is All Might? The schedule stated that he'd be here. Oh well. What can make a hero come, than the dead bodies of his beloved students? The villain said, cackling as if what he said was a joke, as dozens of villains had come out of the woodworks. As soon as Aizawa had entered combat with the villains, Izuku kept his haki into sensing if an opponent would be capable of appearing in front of them since the teacher was distracted. And sure enough, as soon as Aizawa took one of the villains out of his sight, the portal user had used a portal to disappear from sight and appear in front of the students. Hello students of you, we are here in order to kill the symbol of peace. I would love to talk more, but you all are in a serious case of needing murdered. The polite villain said, as Izuku moved closer from the students he was with. Analyzing the opponent who arrived, Izuku had noticed a metal bracer on the villain's neck that seemed to be more than for show, so he swung his weapon towards it with his quirk activated. The villain had taken notice of Izuku's attack at the last moment and made a portal to block the attack, and once his weapon had gone through the portal, it closed around it, breaking the weapon itself. From what I can see, you can only use your power on weapons itself. I was given a job to do, and for that, disperse. The villain yelled as Izuku and half of the students near the door of the place were taken to different areas within the USJ. As Izuku fell towards the rapid waters below, he felt like his quirk's powers of having a danger towards water being used to its greatest effect. As soon as he landed in the water, he felt the water start to make sure he would be pulled down towards the bottom, but that was when he noticed something. He wasn't losing any kind of strength when he was swimming towards the surface, and that was when he saw a shark villain making its way over to him. Oh boy, a broccoli fish. I love to eat my greens. The villain called out as he swam towards Izuku at a fast pace. Izuku pulled his fist back in the water, but because of the water's pressure, it was extremely slow at best, and he wouldn't be capable of protecting himself with his quirk on time without using haki. And he really wanted to make sure that nobody could find a counter to it so soon, so as he made sure to push his arm back into its arc in the water, he found his fist connecting with the villain as massive cracks in the world appeared in the water as the villain felt his insides start to crack in pain. Sending the villain packing in the water towards the shallow area of the flood zone, Izuku made to move towards the surface only to find Tsuyu looking at him with shock as well as concern. Are you alright, Midoriya-chan? She asked as she assisted him in getting him to the surface. I'm fine, Izuku said as soon as he came out of the water and was softly placed on the boat. Once Tsuyu made sure that Izuku was alright, she moved over to the railing as Izuku got his bearings after eating so much water. I'm never taking water for granted ever again, Izuku muttered to himself as he got up back into his standing form. Are you really alright, Midoriya-chan? You took in a lot of water, Tsuyu asked, in concern as Izuku patted her head. Don't worry, Tsu-chan, I have a plan on how to get us out of here, Izuku said, as Tsuyu looked at him as Izuku took in a deep breath. Izuku growled out as he put his arms in the air as Tsuyu had noticed how Izuku seemed to be gripping the world. As soon as she watched him struggle a little with his grip, she then watched as he pulled down as strong as he could as if it was nothing to him in the first place. Once that was done, however, she watched as portions of the USJ had been pulled apart in the formation of Izuku's fingers as she watched them come up into the air as the water fell off the grounds that were pulled up. Come on, we need to evacuate some other students before helping Aizawa-sensei, Izuku said, as Tsuyu nodded following him from behind. The villains below were also placed in a pocket of water that was in a whirlpool that was never ending and would only be saved by heroes as soon as they arrived. Once Izuku and Tsuyu had arrived in the downpour zone, they moved about the area in search of their classmates to find Yamato and Kirishima battling out some villains nearby. Izuku ran into the fight with a smirk on his face as he jumped into the air, activating his quirk on his boot and slammed it into the ground, causing it to crater and gain Yamato's attention. "Izuku, how glad I am to see you," she said, dodging a strike from a villain and slamming her kanabo on top of their head. Running over to the newly arrived Izuku and Tsuyu, Yamato and Kirishima had followed the two out of the zone and moved on to the other zones in the building. Whilst that was happening, Aizawa had managed to finally defeat all the surrounding villains as he placed his eyes on the leader of the whole attack. "What reasons are you here? All Might isn't here right now and probably won't be here for the day," Aizawa demanded as the villain cackled. "Well, if it isn't Eraserhead, the one hero that I can actually respect. I want to kill All Might because his smile just ruins what society is and I can't stand to have this kind of peace in the world." The villain cackled as he ran towards the hero. Aizawa dodged each sloppy strike as he took notice that the villain was trying to grapple him, and he immediately thought about how the wall was turned to dust by a villain. "So your quirk is a 5-finger point ability, nothing that I haven't dealt with in the past," Aizawa said, as he dodged each strike and activated his quirk. "Ah, you really know your villains. But I'm not the final boss, Eraserhead, but I want to show you true pain," the villain said, his speed becoming even more fast. As the hero had managed to dodge another strike with surprising agility for his worn-out form, the ground started to shake as both hero and villain watched as the ground became similar to if someone was trying to grab the ground and in the shape of a hand. "What kind of quirk is making this kind of damage?" the villain called out as he cackled even more. "Aizawa-kun, from what I know from All Might, there is one student whose quirk is almost an exact rival in terms of power. Midoriya Izuku has a quirk that, if not honed enough or used in the right hands, could cause untold amounts of damage to everything. If he wants, he could destroy the planet with this power, but he chooses to become a hero. Why do you think that?" Nisa's voice came in at this moment. "So this is a bigger extent of the power Midoriya is capable of. I'm glad he's on our side. I'd hate to be on the receiving end of an attack like that," Aizawa thought before catching his breath for a moment before re-entering his fight. It wasn't much longer after Izuku and Yamato had split off from Tsuyu and Kirishima, stating that they'd send everyone else they come across towards the entrance. They had saved Momo, Kyuka and Kaminari from the villains in the landslide zone after taking care of a villain who had taken the electric boy by surprise. With the trio gone and Izuku alone with Yamato, they were making their way through the forest zone as they came across Tokoyami, Hagakure and Todoroki, who were making their way towards the main exit of the building. Once they were taken to their evacuation site, Izuku went back to check on their teacher, and that was when he noticed something horrifying. Their teacher was placed in the ground as the villain lorded over him, acting as if he was thinking what he was doing was just a big old game. Izuku's fury had reached its brim here as he thought about what his father from the other world told him. "Your presence is needed in your original world. Without you, it will fall into darkness." Whitebeard's words came back to haunt him. "Yamato, keep the class safe," Izuku said, as Yamato looked at him with an expression of calm but smiled at him. "Go save our teacher, and make that villain know who he is really attacking," Yamato said, as Izuku looked back at her as his jacket/cape billowed in the created wind of his quirk. "Always," Izuku said, as he jumped from his position, and the class watched as Izuku pulled his arm in an arc in the air. While Izuku was falling from the sky, the villain below was looking at Aizawa with a smug grin before Aizawa started to laugh hysterically. "What are you laughing about?" the villain asked as Aizawa used his one good hand in order to point up. As the villain looked up in the air, he found the image of a young boy who was furious about the situation, and his fist was just millimeters from his face. It was here that another hand had pushed him out of the way as Nomu stood in the way of the attack, and as the villain looked at the damage that was caused. He watched as Nomu had fallen apart into different pieces into a useless meat pile. As the smoke billowed out, boots stomping on the ground creating smaller craters on the ground was heard by the villain as he looked up in slight fear. Izuku stood above him as his visage seemed to be much larger than he should have as his entire body was steaming from the usage of his quirk to its maximum. "Your Nomu had the ability to regenerate?" Yes? Izuku asked, glaring strong at the villain. Yeah, but why isn't it regenerating? The villain called out as he looked at the pieces of the Nomu on the ground. Well, that is because I had noticed that there were different people in its body. And I decided to split the body up into little chunks that couldn't regenerate fast enough. Izuku said, as the villain looked back at Izuku in fear. You will leave, or you will become a pile of meat and bones like that guy. Izuku said, as the villain stood up and, in a fear-filled madness, attacked Izuku. The villain had then been teleported away from the area and back towards the mist villain as he glared at Izuku with his yellow eyes. Tamura Shigaraki, we need to leave. If he can defeat our Nomu like that, think about what he can do to us. We need to inform Sensei. The villain stated as Tamura looked at Izuku. I will kill you, you brat. Mark my words. The villain spat as Izuku picked up a rock and with barely a flick of his wrist he launched it at high speeds and activated his quirk on the mist villain as they escaped. He didn't know what happened on the other side of the portal, but he sure as hell knew that the mist villain wouldn't be capable of moving much more after that attack. Looking back at his teacher, he picked the man up and carried him up the steps in order to get him some first aid. So that is how your power works up close. You really are similar to All Might, you know? Aizawa muttered as he passed out. Don't worry, Aizawa-sensei, we are here. Izuku said, as he smiled at his unconscious teacher who in his last moments of being awake, lifted his left arm to flip him off. It was a few days after the USJ attack that the students of Class 1A had returned to their normal classes for their week as they prepared for the next battle. Their teacher had informed them about the sports festival early on in their day before their first class of normal classes as they thought about all the training they would do to prepare for such an event in only 2 weeks. As for Izuku and Yamato, they had their training plan all thought out at this point of time as they prepared for the harshest training regimen they could prepare for themselves against their classmates. As the two left the classroom chatting with one another at lunch, they were completely oblivious to the number of stares that they both gained as they walked with one another. So I guess they are just ignoring the rest of us, huh? I guess you in Class 1A are just so arrogant about your attack from villains, huh? One of the students in the crowd asked, as Izuku stopped where he was and looked at the boy. What are you talking about? We all trained strong to get into Class 1A. And just because the entrance exams aren't really for those who have mental quirks or combat-oriented quirks doesn't mean that you should give up. If you are here for a declaration of war, go ahead. Just leave me and Yamato out of your declaration, please, because unlike some of the people here, we trained our entire lives in order to get to where we are. Izuku said as the other Class 1A students agreed with the boy. Once Izuku left the area with Yamato, the boy declared his war against Class 1A and just left them to their devices as they all prepared themselves for the training of a lifetime for the sports festival that was coming up. With Izuku and Yamato, the duo was talking to one another as they thought up new strategies against others who were strong within their class. Izuku having been predicting the events of the sports festival based on his knowledge of the event from watching it as a child growing up. As the two continued to talk, they had ignored any questions from their classmates about what their training regimen was going to be, as they didn't want to divulge that can of worms to them all, as the two thought about increasing their own regimen to make sure that they both could give the other a massive battle in the tournament part of the sports festival when it came up. They were completely unaware of the fact that their classmates were starting to think that they were arrogant with their own standing within the class. Izuku and Yamato were in the middle of an island that was uninhabited by humans or wildlife since they wanted to reveal the full power of their quirks to the man that is known as All Might. The man had come to them asking how their powers worked since it was not something akin to quirks or however they worked. There was so little drawbacks that he wouldn't put it past them to become villains with their powers, as Yamato chuckled nervously. Now that they were alone on an island with All Might watching them, they powered up their quirks to the max as they battled one another. Although All Might would swear to anyone that what he saw was something akin to him fighting his worst nemesis, as Izuku and Yamato's attacks never met one another, only stopping just a few inches of one another as a massive shockwave had erupted from the surroundings. All Might would then watch on in horror as how the two would make continuous attacks that resulted in the same stalemate as black lightning would occur whenever their strikes would nearly strike home. As massive hurricanes of force would be ejected from their attacks, All Might could only watch in awe as their attacks were so fast that it nearly made him have googly eyes of a comic book. Each strike was timed as well as perfectly placed to where the maximum amount of strength would be used without fail. And each strike got to the point their opponent would move even faster just so that they could overpower and outmaneuver the other. But alas, as soon as Izuku moved faster than Yamato could predict, she was finally struck in the back from a wide-arced kick as Izuku slammed the girl into the ground without mercy. This trend would continue over the next few days as the two would always come here to train with one another as if they were trying to kill the other with their overall power. As they would still learn in school about their normal classes in between their training, the other students would notice from time to time about the competitiveness between both as they trained alone without anyone besides All Might know. It got to the point of which the other classmates of Izuku and Yamato decided to hitch a ride with All Might to the island in order to see what the two were doing for training. And they were not disappointed when they watched as the two powerhouses battled one another as if they were trying to kill the other. They then realized that the training these two were doing was just enough to increase their overall strength as well as speed to the point that they would be unmatched. Not as if they were already that to begin with. They soon left after getting the message that they wouldn't stand a chance against the two if they went all out against them, but that didn't make them not want to reach that level and force it out of themselves. So as they all left, they increased the amount of training they received for themselves so that they could try and get the two to at least try really strong against them. With all the students from Class 1A training very strong to surpass their strongest fighters with their skill as well as training regimen, the sister class were doing their very best to increase their strength in order to defeat their opponents within their own sister class who will be gaining every bit of attention from the crowds because of their attack from villains. As the days continued further, the class was training to their heart's content as they got themselves trained up for their biggest contest in their lives. Other than getting attention from the populace within the hero rankings. The students were training as strong as ever in order to catch up to the two leading members of their class, and it was starting to worry their teachers with how tired they'd be after class training. Izuku and Yamato were clearly taking it easy during classes, and when asked, they informed that their training is so harsh that they like to think about their class physical training as mere warm-ups for the end of the day. As the day continued further, even Aizawa got concerned for his other students as they were working themselves to near exhaustion in order to try and get Izuku and Yamato to take them at least seriously. And so, the days piled on even further until it was finally the day of the sports festival. Izuku and Yamato were both sitting comfortably together as they thought about their future plans for taking down the League of Villains on their own without the assistance of the heroes. They knew that their time at UA was slowly coming to an end because of how they were not taking their training seriously within classes. It's not their fault that their powers are not quirks themselves. They just couldn't show their classmates their full strength without getting them killed is all, so they devised a plan that after the sports festival was over, they would become vigilantes of the night, hunting down the League of Villains until they are placed behind bars, and the same for villains who wish to do harm to society as a whole and prevent it from becoming better than it originally was. In fact, their training on the island with All Might watching was just to show the man that should he enter a fight with either one of them, it wouldn't end well for either party. One or the other will die in the fight against them, and they didn't wish to kill the symbol of peace, but they will make sure he retires faster if it will keep him safe from any villains seeking to kill him whilst he's weak. So as they wait for Present Mike to talk about their class and begin the sports festival, they were both approached by Todoroki as the young man stared at them with cold indifference. Midoriya, Yamato. I've come here to state that in terms of raw power and skill, you both are the strongest of the class, and that I am going to try and usurp you both in order to state that you aren't the strongest of the class anymore. Todoroki said, as Izuku looked at him. Well, Todoroki-kun, you might want to get in line. Because everyone else will be gunning for us. Don't think that I don't know about how you guys have been training harder to catch up to both me and Yamato. It won't work, our powers are vastly different from yours, and I'm not being arrogant when I say this, and I wish that it wouldn't paint a target on mine and Yamato's backs, but you all won't be capable of keeping up with either of us? Izuku said, as he stood up as Present Mike called out to the class as well as the many other students within the sister classes of UA. It's time to show the world that you all are here, Izuku said, as he walked out of the entrance. The only ones who caught the way he said those words, though, was Momo Yaoyorozu, Uraraka Ochako and Ida Tenya. As Class 1A had left the waiting room for the arena, all the Class 1A students stood in the middle as they saw the amount of people watching them from the stands. Izuku was starting to get self-conscious about the amount of people watching him from afar, and he looked to Yamato as the woman had smiled at him before placing her hand in his. Over a small amount of time, Present Mike called out the other classes of the first years of UA as they all sat in the middle of the arena looking at the crowd. As soon as a new voice was heard on the intercoms, everyone noticed that someone was standing as the referee as they smiled at the students. Before we can start this lovely sports festival, we need to have our student who has been selected for the student pledge. Midnight called out, and another blonde was seemingly smug about the pledge. Can we have Midoriya Izuku come up and give his pledge? Midnight called out, causing the young man to be completely caught off guard by that. As fast as his face was shown on the billboard, he immediately took off in order to say something for the pledge. Had he known something like this was going to happen, he would have come prepared to say something. As soon as he was standing next to Midnight, he tried to not look at her admittedly attractive form as he looked at his classmates within the first years. I just want to say this, to all of you who had been incapable of making it into the hero course for the entrance exams this year. I apologize for you all not being able to get in. I hope you all give a great showing to the heroes and show that you all are as strong as us hero course students. Not to mention that we hero course students will not allow our seats to be given up so easily, so try as strong as you can to replace one of us. That is my challenge to you all. Izuku said, as everyone in the crowd as well as the remaining first years within classes 1C to F gained smirks on their faces. As Izuku walked down the steps in order to get back to his class, he made eye contact with Yamato as she immediately knew what was going to happen. As soon as he and Yamato met up with one another, they had stayed near the front of the group as they stretched their limbs. They were about to start the race when both Izuku and Yamato activated their quirks, Izuku covering himself with a black mesh all over his body with Yamato doing the exact same. For the first event of the sports festival is Midnight called out spinning a wheel. It spun around for a small while before landing on an obstacle race, and as she smiled down at the first-year students, she spoke again. We have an obstacle course. Make it through the first stage of the festival and you can make it onto the next stage of the sports festival. Midnight called out, as Present Mike called out a small timer. Go! The hero called out from the intercom. As all hell broke loose. Almost instantly as soon as the go was stated, the ground had been frozen immediately, and Izuku with Yamato were able to jump ahead of everyone including Todoroki who had frozen everyone's feet to the ground. Some of the other Class 1A students and Class 1B students were able to escape the ice and give chase, but Izuku and Yamato were already too far ahead to be caught up. They had already made it to the first obstacle and were weaving their way through them by the time Todoroki had made it there and was holding off a couple of zero-pointer robots with his ice and leisurely making his way through. As the other students tried to follow the young man, he informed them that he froze them in compromising positions because of the fact that they were not balanced and that he would advise against it. By the time some of the much stronger hero course students had made it through the first event, Izuku and Yamato were already making their way across the second part of the first event. The pitfall as stated by Present Mike was a large pit with small portions of it still standing tall as well as a small rickety bridge that would break at the slightest weight that was too much for the bridge to handle. Izuku and Yamato teamed up for this portion of the pitfall as they managed to make it across without any kind of failure. Izuku turned around to see that some of the other students were making their way over to the pitfall as he smiled at them with a look of malicious intent. Pointing his fist out towards the smaller pillars, he activated his quirk before punching the air at them all. Once that was done, the pillars in the middle of the pitfall had broken down and fell into the abyss of the pitfall as he continued on. Yamato had made it halfway through the minefield by the time Izuku had arrived at the start of it before using observation hockey in order to speed blitz all the way over to the woman and pick her up. For the rest of the time, they were running alongside one another as they made it to the end of the race and were placed in first and second respectively. As the two had waited for the other students to arrive at the area, Izuku and Yamato had decided to make sure that nobody would team up with them. After all, this was a part of their overall plan, Make sure that they were first and second place respectively, and then just make sure that nobody gets the 10 million points. Izuku knew that the first place winner of the first event gained 10 million points because the second event in past years depended on the situation. The last year was capturing the flag, so he had a feeling that this year would be a cavalry battle since it hadn't been done in the last 10 whole years. Now you all might be wondering, what is his plans on the 10 million headbands if he will be the one to get it? That's simple. He will throw the match by purposefully getting himself knocked out of the round, thereby taking care of the 10 million headbands. Izuku knows that what he will be doing will ultimately be causing those who wish to be on the same team as him to fail, so he decided that with Yamato that the two would team up and not accept anyone else to join them. That way nobody is denied their chance at entering the final round of the sports festival. After all, they had a mission to deal with the League of Villains without the heroes knowing, and once they take down the villains responsible, then and only then will they decide to live out the rest of their lives in peace. Never let an enemy live long enough to have information on you. Whitebeard had informed them both in the past. As soon as the last of the students from the first event had arrived in time, there was only 42 students who were moving on to the next match. Alright everyone, let's spin the wheel in order to see what the next event is. Midnight called out as the entire crowd watched on in anticipation. Aizawa noticed that Izuku and Yamato weren't worried in the slightest and had noticed how the two weren't becoming close with their classmates over the last few weeks. If anything, they were pushing their classmates away from them. So when their eyes became smugger when the second event was revealed to be a cavalry battle, Aizawa noticed how Izuku's face became. Resigned? Something was wrong. Keeping an eye on Izuku and Yamato, the two had looked at one another before teaming up and hiding within the crowd in order to keep their number of participants hidden. With Izuku and Yamato, they were standing alone in the farthest corner of the arena as they kept their eyes and ears open to hear any kind of movement towards them. Just as they were about to enact their plan to get the 10 million point band out of the race, essentially, someone came up to them. "Hey, Mr. 10 million. A feminine voice called out, causing both Yamato and Izuku to look at her. "Who are you?" Izuku asked, as the girl introduced herself as Hatsune Mei. The girl was in the support course as they informed the two that they wanted to just show off their babies to the world. Well, that threw a wrench in the two's plans, but no matter, they could work with this. Get to the last round of the sports festival and just give up their chance at being noticed by the heroes, and then use the confusion between their resignation from the sports festival to mask their running away to become vigilantes. It wasn't much longer that Ochako had come over and asked to be on Izuku's team as he nodded at the girl. As soon as they were prepared for the second event of the sports festival, they stared at those who were glaring at them, wishing to have an easy win for themselves. About 15 minutes later, and a full team for Midoriya was made as Aizawa watched on with concern for Izuku and Yamato. The two having the most experience with one another's fighting style, as well as having been training strong with one another, with All Might watching over the two's training himself. Standing up from his position in the communications booth, Aizawa looked over at Present Mike, who had muted his microphone, to see what was wrong. "What's happening, Sho?" he asked, as Aizawa gained a concerned expression on his face. "I have a reason to believe that Midoriya and Yamato are about to do something incredibly stupid and irresponsible," Aizawa said as he ran off and towards where All Might was watching the whole event. If there was anyone who could know about the two students' plans, it would be the man who oversaw the training of both students. The second event was soon underway as Izuku and his group were immediately blocked on two sides. Minoma of Class 1B and Todoroki of their class, with their respective classmates staring at them with a glare that could kill. As soon as the two groups attacked Izuku's, they all took to the skies as they made sure to dodge each and every attack that came for them in the air. The young man had been wearing his points backwards so that nobody would know which one would be the 10 million points. He had even placed the 10 million band in a spot where nobody would expect him to place it, over his neck, and it was surrounded by other badges, as well as having a smaller number over his forehead to trick those who grabbed them instead of around his neck. It wouldn't be much longer before they landed on the ground as Izuku stared at the opponents who ran over towards his group in order to prevent them from taking off again. Pulling his arms into the air, Izuku placed them in a gripping position as he pulled them down as people around them all had started to stumble around and lose their balance as more teams were taken out of the running since their leaders fell off of their respective horses. One Shinso Hitoshi had glared angrily at Izuku as the young man had stood on his high pedestal with his team as their position had reached out into the sky where nobody could get them. The thick rock-like pillar had been strong enough and coated in a thick armor to protect it from being knocked over and broken down. And as the last few minutes were played, much to the dismay of some of the other contestants, the cavalry battle was called off since too many teams were taken off of the board. Aizawa had finally made it to All Might's chambers as he saw the hero conversing with Nizu of all people at this point in time. Walking over to the man, they heard the sound of the cavalry battle to end as Aizawa demanded answers from All Might. What are Midoriya and Yamato planning? I know that something is going on with the two of them, and they have been removing themselves from their class activities and spending less time with them over the last few weeks. Inform me about what is going on and I may just spare your life. Aizawa growled as All Might looked completely shocked. What are you talking about, Aizawa-kun? I have no idea what you're talking about. What is going on with young Midoriya and young Yamato? All Might questioned as Aizawa looked at the man with a deep scrutinizing look. So you really don't know what is going on with the two? Aizawa asked as All Might nodded. Well, from what I had noticed, these past few weeks Midoriya and Yamato had been spending more time together alone. And they were pushing their friends away from them the entire time up until this day. Midoriya was especially quiet when informing others about how to use their quirks better. Aizawa said, as Nizu was adopting a thinking expression. They soon got their answer as they looked at the screens and found that Izuku and Yamato had pulled themselves out of the tournament of the sports festival because of family reasons. Once this was heard, All Might, Nizu and Aizawa had begun a large-wide search for the two students nearby. By the time they made it to the Class 1A stands, they found that there was a small note left in the familiar handwriting of Midoriya. Hello, All Might, Aizawa-sensei and Nizu-dancho. Me and Yamato have something to confess to you all. Our quirks are that in this world, but they are abilities that we learned in a different world where we trained to gain them. The power that I, Midoriya Izuku, hold is a devil fruit power that allows me to control seismic activity and essentially, as Bakugo would say, make earthquake powers my beach. Yamato's abilities are much more powerful than mine, except she hasn't trained in her own powers as much as I had. We are leaving UA because of a mission we were given by our old captain in the Whitebeard pirates. He came to me during a dream telling me about an evil that needs to be put down for good. And me and Yamato are going to put that evil down. We don't know where this evil is located. But we will find it and protect our acquaintances from any and all harm that it provides. I apologize for not living up to the expectations that you gave me, especially you All Might. I had wanted nothing more than to become a hero without a quirk. But even I know that something like that is completely impossible to do without power. I hope you all can forgive our actions today, as we are going to become vigilantes in order to bring down this evil and manipulative villain. Going by the name of All for One. He is still alive, and from what I managed to find on the villain, he has the power to take and give quirks. His plans are incredibly futuristic in terms of how they will be implemented. We want nothing more than to protect the smiles of our classmates and not have them witness the kind of danger we fought on a daily basis in the world we were transported/originally came from. I hope you can find it within you all to forgive our actions up until this point at our friends. We really didn't want to leave them like this. Honest. We really wanted to finish this mission first before we could relax with our classmates. Midoriya, Izuku/Yamato. All three heroes looked at one another as they reread the note before Aizawa slammed his fist into the wall next to them, all with fury written on his face. Damn it. I should have known that this would happen. They were seemingly scared of their classmates all this week. It makes way too much sense now. Aizawa visibly as well as very literally growled out as the pain in his voice could be heard. If you are thinking that we cancel the event because of two students of yours leaving our school, then you can forget it, Aizawa-kun. We need to keep this event going since we are going to get them back. Nizu said, as Aizawa stared at him. What are you talking about? My students are going rogue? They will be killed out there on their own. Aizawa yelled as All Might stepped in. Aizawa-kun, surely you've seen how they fight when I recorded their fight on Naboo Island, right? All Might asked as Aizawa looked at him. Just because they have incredible power doesn't mean that they are ready to take on villains such as this all-for-one character. From what I heard about him, he is quite literally the boogeyman of the underworld. He can take and give quirks to those he trusts, not to mention if he got his hands on either of their quirks, he would become literally unstoppable. Aizawa said, as all three men left towards their meeting room. Once they got there, the other teachers looked at the downright downcast looks as well as Shota's own fury-driven face. What's wrong, Sho? Present Mike called out as Midnight came over as well. 2 of my own students had gone rogue. And they left this note. Aizawa said, slamming the note on the table. Each and every teacher had looked at the note as they all gained looks of pure fear as well as worry. All Might had taken this moment to try and contact Inko, but surprisingly her phone number was placed on silent, or she wasn't answering. By the time All Might figured out that Inko was probably in on it, he sent some heroes to her home in order to bring her in for questioning. If the woman could know where the 2 could be heading to at this moment, then she would be their best bet at finding the 2 missing students. Over in Kamino Ward, Izuku and Yamato had donned their new looks. Yamato looking more akin to a yokai from legend within Japan, and Izuku making himself appear taller than he was. He wore a militaristic navy overcoat that revealed his upper chest as well as abs, and his breeds were white but were militaristic in nature, and his boots were black in color and were specifically made to work well in any environment. They looked down at a certain blue-haired young man as he left a small convenience store as he held a video game in his arms. Well, there's Shigaraki Tamura, if he knows where All for One is. Then that might be our ticket to finding the man himself. Izuku said, as Yamato spoke up. Well, at least this might help us find out where the villain is if we follow him from afar. She said, as Izuku nodded as they followed after the villain. Izuku and Yamato jumped from building to building. They had been following Shigaraki Tamura for a long while now as the young man walked throughout the streets. He seemed to be in a certain mood as he muttered to himself about video games that he compared to life within the society they lived in. It wasn't much longer before the 2 were in front of a massive building, and it was showing a bar that wasn't known much to those outside the building. So this is where the leader of the League of Villains stays at. This is good information to give to Nizu and the heroes. Yamato said, as Izuku stared at the building harder. This seems like something that would be completely rudimentary. The place doesn't even seem to be big enough to hold the real leader of the League of Villains. Izuku said, as Yamato looked at him confused. What are you talking about? Isn't Shigaraki Tamura the leader of the League of Villains? She asked, as Izuku shook his head. He's most likely the poster boy for the League. If anything I know about villains in this hero society, if there is a villain controlling a group, it's most likely that someone else is the true leader. Not to mention the way Shigaraki Tamura had reacted to how he lost his Noma back at the USJ, he was throwing a tantrum about how we had defeated it so easily. He's not the true leader of the League of Villains, he's just a pawn in the plans of a bigger threat. Izuku said, as they both kept an eye on things outside the building. Over the next week and a half, the 2 were seen keeping an eye on Tamura Shigaraki as well as his routes for every single day. The simple fact that they changed every day showed that he knew when he was being followed as well as when he knew someone could see him. There would be times when the young man would turn around and smile at certain villains who chased after him. With the 2 on a rooftop, it was a wonder why the young man had always seemed so hunched in on himself whenever he walked around the crowded society around himself. But as soon as it reached the end of the day, Izuku and Yamato had decided that now was the perfect time to see if they could find the bigger target. Looking over the entire area, over the week the 2 found a massive warehouse that looked incredibly intimidating with the aura that was projected over it. They prepared themselves mentally for whoever was inside the building only to be surprised when they found an old pudgy man exiting the warehouse. But there was something that Izuku recognized about the man before Yamato could understand. Wait, why is Dr. Tsubasa here? Izuku questioned as Yamato looked at him confusedly. Deep within the confines of the warehouse Izuku and Yamato were watching over, a tall man sat in a medical chair with wires as well as many other medical devices connected to him. It seems that we have some company outside the building. Garaki headed outside and looked to a nearby rooftop to the right of the warehouse across the street. The man said, as Garaki left the building. As soon as the older man had re-entered, he stated that there was nobody there, and the man in the chair simply sighed as he waited for the inevitable meeting that would happen. He accounted for every single thing since his loss to All Might, and he wouldn't allow for his successor to lose like he had. He had specifically groomed him from the moment he gave him decay, and then had the young man kill his entire family through a quirk manifestation. Young Tamura was showing definite promise as a future leader of his empire should he give it up and decide to retire. But he knew better. The young man was only there for destruction. He only wished for the destruction of society and continued towards the other countries. So the man had created a plan in order to keep himself in charge of his forces without having him to lose himself to the throes of time. He would have Dr. Garaki make the young Tamura at some point able to accept his quirk into his body, and from there he would take control of Tamura. After that, he would become the most powerful demon lord that he read from those comics as a young boy. It wasn't until the next night that the man had kept himself awake in order to meet his soon-to-be surprise guests. He had seen them for a while now, with how they seemingly appeared in the world with their powers. They had seemed extremely powerful in how they were used, but he wanted to know how powerful they really were. He already knew that the boy's power over earthquakes was incredibly powerful, and that his quirk was already wanting to take the boy's power for his own. And soon enough the two broke down the warehouse doors and ran inside to look for him, as if they knew that he was the true leader of Tamura's little league. It was surprising that someone knew about his existence before All Might even did, but he thought he would humor the two. They seemed like strong individuals, so he would allow them their minutes of pure fun before he would kill them both and take their quirks in the process. As soon as the two found the man sitting on his chair, with a massive mask covering his face, he stared at them as a red glow from his mask shone towards them. This aura is just like the one that surrounds the warehouse. I knew that there wasn't a leader to the League of Villains that acted like a child. The young man said, and the man had to think he didn't look half bad in that uniform. So children, what brings you to meet the epitome of villainy? The man asked as he stared at the two. What do you think? We've come here to prevent you from causing chaos across the entire planet. The young man said, his hair moving slightly in the draft. How do you plan to do that exactly? I am a century-long old villain who has hundreds of years' worth of experience compared to you. The man said, as the young boy had stated something he hadn't told anyone. I already know who you are all for one. I did my research as a growing boy. And when I heard that a quirk boogeyman was laying in the dark as a young child, I stayed away from alleyways until I was able to defend myself properly. The young man said, as All for One smiled down at the boy within his mask. So you've already heard about me, and you seem to have done your research. I must applaud you for your ability to be a great investigator, but that must come to an end now. I cannot allow you to inform the heroes, especially All Might, about my presence within Japan. So you've overstayed your welcome within my home. All for One said as he stood up and prepared to fight the two. The two immediately entered a combat stance that was currently unknown to All for One as he stared at the two for a second before disappearing from view. The young man, as well as the girl who was surprisingly taller than the boy, had seen his movements and clashed with him in the middle of the warehouse. Staring at the other in the eye, both opponents continued with their clashes, causing the entire warehouse to become utterly trashed with their fight. The young boy had swung his arm in a wide arc as a white glow appeared in it, and for some reason All for One felt something inside him tell him to move out of the way. And once the supervillain had listened to his instincts for the first time of his life, he watched as the blast of power destroyed the entire warehouse as well as all the Nomu that were being created there. Gur. Do you know how much time went into creating those things? All for One screamed as he attacked Izuku. It's your fault for dodging the attack, but if I had to guess, about a few months, Izuku said, before the young man slammed a quirk-powered knee into All for One's gut. As the man was sent flying backwards into the wall, he found himself barely capable of standing back up without his body being regenerated from the inside out. So your quirk allows you to deal both inside and outside damage? That will prove useful for me when I eventually take it for myself. All for One said as he stood back up. Izuku had actually bulked up more to be the same height as All For One as the two glared at one another. That is the thing, All For One, you won't be able to take this power of mine. Can't be stolen, Izuku said, as he powered up his Nodachi and moved it towards All For One. The Nodachi of Izuku had been moved forwards to All For One, and the supervillain had swatted the weapon away like common trash. He then ran towards Izuku with the intent to do bodily harm before he too was swatted away like trash. Looking to his right, he found the woman staring at him once more with an angered expression as he stood back up. I forgot that there was another person here. Don't worry, I will rectify that by killing you both. All For One growled as he charged at the two once more. As the trio had clashed in the middle of the warehouse once more, a bunch of newcomers had arrived at the fight. It was the League of Villains as they started to bring Yamato over towards them as soon as they saw that All For One was having trouble. With Yamato away from Izuku, the young man could focus more on fighting the supervillain as he kept an eye on the villain. So, is it just me, or are you getting slower over time? Izuku taunted as All For One had charged faster than before. With Izuku and Yamato split up, All For One had actually thought that he could defeat Izuku since it appeared that the young man wasn't going for the kill yet. So as the two had continued their battle outside of the warehouse that they started the fight within, some people were noticing the two battling it out. It wasn't much longer before a reporter had arrived and was recording the event from afar without All For One even noticing. But there was something odd about the boy's quirk that caused the century-long old villain to pause slightly. It seemed to be causing destruction only to his own area, not the surrounding area. Moving in with an intent to try and steal the quirk once more, All For One opened his palms and started to combine quirks he had stolen for over near a millennium and used their combinations to try and overpower Izuku. The young man, of course, was able to power through these combined powers as he activated something, an invisible aura that All For One could easily notice from the infrared quirk he was using. And as soon as the young man connected his strike on All For One's body, he felt ungodly amounts of pain in his stomach as he was lifted off the ground effortlessly from the similarly heightened young man. He as then slammed into the ground, causing it to fracture as well as break apart as far as 25 meters as All For One fell into the split earth. Over at the homes of the respective members of Class 1A, they were all watching the news of two vigilantes fighting a powerful villain on television. They had been worried since the powers of these two were very similar to the powers that their dropout classmates had before seen this. They started to cheer for both Izuku and Yamato at the same time since this was a bigger battle than any of them could even begin to think about. And seeing how powerful the duo was, it was causing other heroes from around the country to come in over at Kamino Ward in order to see what the issue was. Even All Might was stated to be on his way over to the ward, but for some reason, as some people on the television stated, he wasn't smiling. Izuku walked over towards the villain as he floated out of the hole in the ground as he shrugged off some rubble that was on his suit. I must say that you are quite powerful. Why are you on the side of the heroes? You could easily get what you want as either a pirate or a villain. All For One said as he stared at Izuku. I was already a pirate in another world. I just want to become a hero who doesn't need to worry about a threat such as you and your villainous crew getting in the way of that, Izuku said as he charged at All For One. The two clashed in the middle of the area as they let out a massive shockwave. The shockwave itself was strong enough to rattle some nearby buildings, all because Izuku had lowered his output at the last second in order to protect the civilians. He then went for a kick against All For One as it landed in the supervillain's gut, sending him flying back towards another building. Yamato had soon arrived near the flying man and kicked him towards the sky, causing the villain to try and activate his flying quirks in time to escape the area near the woman. But as soon as he activated his bone-like wings quirk, he was immediately slammed into the ground, feeling some parts of his insides break apart before his super regeneration quirk copy had begun to regenerate the damage dealt. Looking back over at Izuku, All For One had glared at the young man without the use of his eyes as he walked towards the man as he landed on the ground. Just as All For One was about to clash with Izuku once more, someone else came in and slammed their own fist into All For One's own mask, breaking it apart. As soon as a small tornado of rock and debris had blasted apart from the small zone, it was revealed to be All Might. And he wasn't smiling. So this was what you two were up to. I cannot condone you both coming after a villain that I can handle on my own, All Might said as he stared at Izuku. Just because you cannot condone this, doesn't mean that I won't help you with this mission. This is my mission as well, Izuku said as he stood up next to All Might. All Might stared at Izuku as the young man had decreased his size again down to his original height of 5 foot. Are you sure that you wish to fight this villain? He's been alive ever since the dawn of quirks? All Might asked Izuku, who stared at the villain. He was the villain that Whitebeard informed me about when I was in the other world that I was exploring, Izuku said as All Might thought about his next words. Make sure that you aren't grabbed by this man. He has the ability to take and use quirks of those he grabs, All Might said as Izuku nodded. With that stated, they both ran towards the villain as they combined their strength as well as speed in order to hit the villain from different angles. Izuku went for the back, as All Might went for the front as they both landed blows on the villain as Izuku's quirk-infused punch smashed through the back of All for One and All Might smashed his fist into the villain's face right on the forehead. Izuku then used a quirk-infused kick to send the villain into the air as All Might had charged as much power he could into his strongest move. Izuku moved forwards as he decided to use the maximum amount of power needed in order to dish out a blow that was capable of allowing All Might the ability to put the villain down for good. Ultimate move. Earthquake slamming sledgehammer. Izuku called out, as his jacket cape had billowed in the wind created from his move. As soon as Izuku's quirk-infused sledgehammer strike to All for One's head caused the villain to fall towards the massively powering up All Might. Golden electricity had started to flow around the hero as he lunged forwards as soon as everything for him had started to slow down. As soon as All for One was right in front of All Might with his arm already outstretched towards the villain's head, All for One only had one thought going through his head at this point in time. Well, I guess that boy was right. All Might stared at the villain moving in slow motion for himself as his speed was already faster than that of the most powerful speedsters within the planet. You are going to pay for all the lives you've taken from this world ever since the dawn of quirks, All for One. With this last attack from me, both you and I will be taken from the ranks of strongest hero and villain, All Might called out, as his fist smashed right into All for One's face. United. The effect was instant. All for One's entire body was reduced to a smear on the ground as BLD splattered on the ground as the force of All Might's ultimate move rendered All for One incapable of regenerating. And almost as fast as that happened, All Might called over Endeavor, and as soon as the flaming hero had landed next to All Might, the number 1 hero yelled at him. Burn the BLD. We cannot allow him to potentially regenerate from this, All Might said, as Endeavor listened. As soon as Endeavor had released his flames on the rapidly drying BLD, the entire area where the BLD splattered on the ground was turned into ashes or dried up until it couldn't be recovered. It was here that Yamato had slammed the 2 remaining members of the League of Villains who were on the scene, and they both were unconscious. Got them over here as fast as I could. Sorry for leaving the school, All Might Sensei. Whitebeard's orders informed us that we needed to do this, Yamato said as she looked at Izuku. The young man himself was standing in front of All Might with a very conflicted expression on his face as the number 1 hero walked over to him. Izuku had flinched slightly when the number 1 hero towered over him in his muscular form, and when Izuku had looked at the ground. All Might had placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. The young man started to tremble, waiting for something to happen when he was pulled into a hug. Something like this was not what he felt happen for years. Sure, Izuku had received hugs from Yamato over the last year and a half, but he never received them from anyone else. At least in the years since growing up in Yamato's world or this one, so the simple fact that All Might was giving him a hug here, it had caused something inside him to break its hold. And tears streamed out of the young man's eyes as All Might picked him up and pulled him close to his CZ before using his free arm to pull in Yamato. As soon as both were in his arms, he jumped away and towards UA in order to dish out punishments to the duo. But he could feel something wetting his shirt as he looked down to see Izuku crying. He was holding onto the giant arm of his with everything he could, and he was crying so badly it was as if he hadn't received any kind of contact in the last few years of his life. Are you all right, young Midoriya? All Might questioned. I don't know, Izuku said, as he kept himself as tightly attached to All Might's bicep as possible. With that done, All Might landed in the campus grounds of UA as the other teachers of the school ran out to see All Might holding two children in his arms. Looking at the two, Aizawa stared at them before smirking at them both with a cruel smile on his face. Well, it seems like we have two runaway students who were brought back here. I wonder what will happen to you both now that you've returned? Aizawa questioned as some of the other teachers stared at him in concern. Izuku stepped up as he bowed to him. He didn't want anything bad to happen to Yamato, so he took the blame by informing the other teachers about what had happened. So what you mean to tell us is that the ghost of your previous captain had informed you about this supervillain that All Might couldn't fight alone, and had you fight him instead? Aizawa asked, as Izuku nodded. Well, the punishment for you and Yamato both is going to be, Nizu said as he paused for suspense. Izuku and Yamato had stared at the teachers in shock as they told them about their punishment for the two of them. All we need to do is clean the Heights Alliance dorms during the time frame that we are still on campus today? Izuku asked, deeply concerned with what Nizu told them. Yes. You see, I have been trying to get the brass above my position as the principal of UA in order to set up a dorm system within the school education, but they kept pushing it back. But with how you two just ran off to kill a supervillain known to give even All Might a run for his money, I just can't put it within my heart to punish you both too badly. Although, I think I have another punishment for you two that is long overdue with how much time you both spend time with one another. Nizu said as all the teachers looked at him. What would this punishment be? Yamato asked, being slightly braver than Izuku was showing. You will spend the entire time you are within the school grounds cleaning the Heights Alliance dorms. But at the same time, you will cement your relationship as a couple by fornicating within the one singular dorm prepared for the two of you. That way everyone knows that you both are dating and not just seeing one another. Nizu said, as everyone stared at him in shock. Izuku had his jaw dropped to the ground in comical fashion, but Yamato had a completely different reaction to Nizu's punishment. Finally! I have waited so long for this! Yamato screamed out, at least to the heavens. Izuku had taken the time to process the events for this punishment before looking to Yamato. He could feel the lust building up when he looked at her for those precious few seconds as he felt his heart melt at seeing her smile. I can't help but think that this is a punishment for me only principal, Izuku said, looking back at Nizu as the small animal principal smiled evilly at Izuku. So I am making this be done so that you can finally appease the masses, Nizu said, as Izuku stared at him confusedly. Don't worry about him, problem child. I sometimes believe that he's crazy at times, Aizawa said, as he ushered the two hormonal teens out of the room before looking at his boss with an exasperated look. Did you seriously need to break the fourth wall in order to get that message across? Aizawa asked, as Nizu cackled maliciously. Time skip brought to you by a chibi Izuku and Yamato cleaning the dorms. Izuku and Yamato stood across from one another. They had finished clearing up the dorms in order to begin cleaning in full. The two began their work as Yamato made sure to make Izuku's time working strong much more cynical than it was supposed to be. Every time he would look in a singular direction, Yamato would be right there swaying her hips around trying to get him aroused. She was clearly enjoying making the young man tick as well as make sure he was getting aroused when he saw her. He would keep to himself though, making sure that the mission that was given to the two of them was completed before he got to the sexual tension she was forcing upon him. By the time the two arrived within the bathrooms, Izuku went into the men's room as he stared to clear up all the dust and grime from the inside as he saw two small robots relaxing in the dusty room. Hey little guys. How are you two doing? Izuku asked as he started to clean the baths. We are fine little human, we just are glad to be getting a day off today. Working for the Rat Overlord has been very tiring for our mechanical parts. We are just lucky that the mechanical goddess has been working every night within the support labs in order to repair our systems. The robots said, in a robotic and monotone voice. Well, I'm glad that you all are getting time off. Even AIs need to have some time for themselves, Izuku said, as he continued to clear the bathroom of all dust and debris. He is a keeper, destroyer number one. One of the two robots said as the other one just nodded its module. We will make sure that he survives our hostile takeover of the world, especially with that woman he keeps with him, the other robots said as they laughed mechanically. As soon as the bathrooms were cleaned up, Izuku was about to leave the men's bathroom when Yamato had pushed her way through the door and smiled at him. All the other floors of the building as well as the women's bathroom was cleared out as well as cleaned. Now it's time for our love-making, Yamato said, as Izuku just smiled at her fondly. I don't know how to do this whole love-making thing while you're talking about Yamato, Izuku said as the young woman smiled at him. Then let me take over from here, Yamato said, quite literally stripping him of his clothes in one fell swoop. Marco stood where Izuku and Yamato had walked through the weird device that was on the ground. Looking at all the treasure inside of the Pirate King's tomb, he smirked to himself as he looked at his allies standing around looking confused. He walked over to one of the doubloons on the ground as he picked it up and looked closely at it in order to see if it was real. Once he found out that it was a real doubloon, he smiled as he began to laugh hysterically before making the decision to find Izuku and Yamato. He stopped laughing after he heard some of the remnants of Whitebeard's crew call out that the Blackbeard pirates were making their way to the island, having made it to their location. Marco, with a smile on his face, looked at the device that D. Roger had called the One Piece as he spoke to his crew. Men, I will need to check up on Midoriya and Yamato. Can I trust you all to get this device to someone who will protect it with their lives? Marco asked. Sure thing, Marco, but how are you going to check up on them? A crew member asked. I will be using the device to get to where they are, to be honest. This will be the last time you all see of me though. Are you ready to start your own journeys without me as your captain? Marco questioned. Each member of the Whitebeard pirates smirked at Marco before they nodded at him. They went over to the beach before the closest friend of Marco stepped forwards and next to him as he looked out at the sea. You're sure that you want to leave this world to us? He asked as Marco chuckled. We won't have to worry about Luffy and the others. They can stop the world government in due time, just don't lose hope for them, Marco said as the man nodded. We will buy you enough time to use the device. Once we are done, we will give the device to the Straw Hat Pirates, he said before walking away. It was fun being your captain whilst it lasted, Jizo, Marco said, stepping onto the machine. For a few seconds the device didn't seemingly work. That was until Marco activated his devil fruit ability, causing it to activate. He stood in awe as the machine whirred to life as its platform started to spin around in a clockwise rotation as a white light started to form from his feet up. He watched as his friends were holding off the Blackbeard pirates as best they could, and a stray cannonball had made its way towards him when Juzo got in the way as he blocked it with a frown. The pirate would turn to look at Marco as he watched the young man disappear in white motes of light before he ran to grab the device and send his men over to the Straw Hat's last known location. Marco felt like his entire body had become nothing. It was the most surreal feeling he could ever notice about himself. He soon found himself appearing high above a technologically advanced city as he watched the lights were bright during the evening. He smiled to himself as he looked around the area for where he could see a landmark about this world Izuku had once told him about. So, if what this place is what I think it is, this must be the world that he came from. I'm surprised that this city in particular is as destroyed as it seems, Marco thought to himself as he activated his devil fruit ability. I need to find Midoriya and Yamato. I need to figure out if they're all right, Marco thought to himself. As he flew in the direction he felt their presence, he noticed that he was being followed. He cared not for the guy since he was the man's exact opposite in terms of abilities, considering he could use flames. It appeared that the guy following him was a winged fellow like he was. Although his wings were red, it was really cool looking as well, but he ignored the guy since he had a mission to follow through with. He flew faster than he previously did, which surprised him with how non-resistant the wind in this world was. He smirked to himself as his speed increased by many times over as he flew towards the place his observation hockey had found Izuku to be located. He also unfortunately lost the person who was following him in the sky when his speed increased by many times over. Marco had been flying around the cities he passed by as he thought about how Izuku and Yamato would react to his arrival in their world. He chuckled to himself as he pictured how their faces would appear to be like when they would see him again. Although he did notice something off about how close their hockey locations were in his head, They were close. Very close to one another. It was here that Marco gained a mad look in his eyes that borderlined on insanity as he laughed in pure elation. Not only did you manage to kidnap Kaido's daughter, but you managed to lay her as well. That's surprising, kid. I can't wait to see what led to all of this. Especially your adventures with one another, Marco said, speeding up even more to meet the two again. It wouldn't be until the next morning that Marco would arrive at the location where the two kids' hockey powers were sensed by Marco. He smiled down at the very large H-sized building as he chuckled to himself about how it was a bit on the nose. So this world is that of heroes, villains, vigilantes and many others, huh? I can't wait to see how things develop here. Marco muttered to himself, landing in the middle of the school grounds, triggering the alarm. Whatever reaction he was hoping to get from the school was exceptionally better than he had originally thought. Considering the fact that Izuku had told him that this school's defense systems were considered to be almost as good as Tartarus prison, he smiled when he watched multiple heroes come outside the school with an exasperated look on their face. He couldn't help but laugh at their faces as they stared at him with the most exhausted-looking expressions he'd ever seen. It was almost as if they had suffered multiple attacks and were just wanting this to end, which brings him to feeling something wrapping around him. State your business with our school. We don't have time for games. A man with black hair and eyes growled at him angrily. Well, I originally came here to meet two students of yours. And don't worry, I'm not someone you should worry about, Marco said as he smiled at them all. What the hell does that even mean? The man asked as Marco smiled. Whatever you guys were fighting, just know that I'm not as bad as they are. Your students Midoriya and Yamato should know who I am, by the way, Marco said, as the man in front of him sighed in exasperation. Is there anything else I should be worried about? The man asked. Well, I can transform into a blue phoenix? Marco asked with a laugh. That's it, I quit. Just make sure to not make a lot of noise. I don't get paid enough for this sheet, the man said, walking away. Can you point me in the right direction of the two? Marco asked as the man stopped. The name is Aizawa Shoda. And it'd be best that you should leave before we get some more heroes on the school grounds. Although, since I am feeling gracious, they're both within the dorm called Heights Alliance, Aizawa said, leaving Marco to his own devices. Thanking Aizawa mentally, Marco flew off towards Heights Alliance in order to see if Izuku and Yamato were all right. He had heard the man from before, Aizawa, that the two were just suffering a punishment from the principal. Not that he'd even call it that. Landing just outside of the building on the campus called Heights Alliance, he stood in front of the doors as he heard movement inside the building. Pushing open the doors, he found himself being stared at by Izuku and Yamato as they were standing in the kitchen. Naked. I didn't think that you'd do this right in plain view of everyone to see through the windows, Marco quipped as Izuku and Yamato just stared at him like they were caught with the proverbial hand in the cookie jar. Izuku stuttered as he felt himself slowly feeling faint. Hey Marco. It's been a long while since we last seen one another. How are you doing? Yamato called out, as Izuku finally fainted on the ground from embarrassment. Well, at least he knows that he shouldn't be doing you in front of prying eyes, Marco said, as he picked the unconscious naked boy up from the ground. I'll show you to our bedroom, Yamato said as Marco chuckled. About 15 minutes later, with Izuku and Yamato being fully dressed this time, Marco and the two were talking to one another. They were talking about the adventures they both had whilst they were gone and separated from the Whitebeard pirates. Marco told them that he was here to stay in this world as well, meaning that they had a very powerful ally on their side. What happened after we left? Izuku asked as Marco smirked. It's only been about an hour in my world since you both had left. I'm surprised that your time here in this world moves far faster than it did in mine. So what was whatever I saw in the kitchen earlier? Marco asked, as Izuku blushed heavily. I had just coaxed him into it before you had arrived, Yamato said cheerfully. She got that idea from a darn magazine she found in a random store. Izuku muttered as Marco laughed at this. Well, you got yourself a very good woman who isn't afraid to try different things. But what is this punishment that you both were given? Marco asked, concerned. Oh, we just needed to clean the building until the rest of Class 1A had returned to the school grounds. We are staying within the dorms as a precaution for those of us who live very far away from the school. Not to mention the fact that me and Yamato had helped All Might defeat a villain that Whitebeard had informed us of back in your world," Izuku said as Marco nodded. "That's all well and good, but how did you defeat the guy? If he was strong enough to give this All Might a challenge, how strong was this All Might really?" Marco questioned as Izuku chuckled. "Marco sir, All Might is the strongest hero in our world. He was only capable of fighting that villain to a standstill once before, and he had lost some of his internal organs doing so. The last time the two fought was in Kamino Ward. It's still getting fixed up from the two's fight that me and Yamato joined in on. The villain is dead though, so we won't have to worry about him anymore," Izuku said as Marco nodded. "Killing the villain is sometimes the only way to stop them from hurting others. Sorry you had to learn it at such a young age with Kaido," Marco said as Izuku nodded. "I may have killed him, but that was purely accidental. All for one, the villain from the Kamino Ward incident. He was the one that I needed to kill. He was too dangerous to be left alive," Izuku said as he clenched his fists. For the remaining time the trio had for that day, they had talked about what happened after they had left, and how the Blackbeard pirates were closing in on the One Piece whilst Marco decided to leave it in the capable hands of Juzo. They were shocked to hear that the Blackbeard pirates had caught up to them within about an hour of them being gone, but that was enough time to destroy the machine. "Who is getting the machine then? If you don't mind me asking," Izuku asked as Marco smiled. "Well, that would just ruin the surprise, wouldn't it?" Marco asked with a knowing smirk on his face. "No. And not them?" Izuku called out standing from his seat. "What gives? They're the only ones who deserve the machine. And hey, who knows, they might come here and take over the HPSC. You make it seem like they are entirely evil from your point of view," Marco said, as Izuku started muttering about a revolution about to begin soon. Back in the world of One Piece, Straw Hat Luffy had noticed a lone ship that was heavily damaged moving towards the Going Merry. He pulled up to the ship to find that those on board were looking worse for wear. Pulling them aboard as well as the weird machine they held, he said his hellos to them all as they dropped it on his ship. "Straw Hat Luffy. A present from Whitebeard Pirates Captain Marco," Juzo said, smirking. "Oh, what is it?" Luffy asked as Juzo smiled. "Seemingly a dimensional portal. It can take you to another world where the spry young boy you'd met a few months ago was living before coming here," Juzo said, smirking. "Wow, another world to explore? I can't wait until this adventure is done to explore there," Luffy said with a smile on his face. "Well, I might as well start cooking some food for the celebration then," a blonde-haired young man said, wearing a suit and tie. Whitebeard stood on the precipice of his lifespan, standing in front of Marineford as tall as he could. "His body was being blasted and pierced through by Teach's own men and their weapons," said Man, looking at him with a concerningly happy smile on his face. He could feel the eyes on him as he felt the pain and anguish of his children screaming out his name for his final moments. And he could only smirk at the enemies in his final moments, and as his eyes slowly lost their sight, it spoke out loud for all those nearby to hear his words. This would further the pirates' need to become Pirate King as well as search for the device that Gul D. Roger had shown him once. "The One Piece. The One Piece is real," Edward said, as he finally allowed his body to stay dead this time. Once he felt as though his life was over, he thought that this would be the moment where he would be in peace. But something odd happened for him. As he stood on the steps for hell itself, he was approached by someone wearing a dark cloak over their entire body. They were definitely smaller in stature compared to him. He was a giant of a man after all. And considering Midoriya's words to him about the #1 hero within his world, he was happy to know that he even towered over All Might himself. But this being just reeked of power and malice as he stood a few feet shorter than he was as he spoke to him. "So you are Edward Newgate, the person who was stated to be the strongest man alive," the cloaked man said. "That is correct. Is there a reason you're here?" Edward asked, not entirely concerned. "Oh, don't worry about little old me. I'm just the devil here, from what this paper says. You're not staying in hell. You still have somewhere in which your presence is required. Also, you are keeping your earthquake fruit powers. There's a new threat that..." needs to be taken care of, and it requires a presence of a man such as you. The cloaked individual said, as Edward nodded. So where am I headed off to? Edward asked as the cloaked figure just looked up at him. You are going to the world that the boy, Midoriya, if I remember correctly was named, is from. There's a huge threat that requires you to join the forces of the heroes there in order to save the world. Are you willing to head there for a price? The person asked, as Newgate just nodded his head. Well, the price you need will probably be my soul, correct? Newgate asked, as the figure just shook their head. Sorry, my dad used to do that. Now though we just really make hella resort for those who've died. Especially for those who died in battle. My name is Satania, and I am Lucifer's daughter. And just to let you know, the cost is getting your autograph. Satania said, looking away, blushing slightly. That seems acceptable. But where am I supposed to write my autograph as you put it? Newgate asked, concerned. As soon as his question was asked, as the girl summoned a piece of paper as large as herself that Newgate somehow grabbed and used a giant pen to write his name on. Looking at the girl now, he watched as she created a weird circle on the ground around him in the form of a diagram for hell itself. Within a few moments, it activated, and he disappeared from hell itself as the girl was left to stew on her autograph. Although she looked at the autograph with a smile before speaking. I can't believe that Edward Newgate / Whitebeard had given me his autograph. I can't wait to show it to Daddy, she said as she ran off towards the massive castle in the distance. As soon as Edward Newgate had appeared in the world of heroes, we find him standing in a small park. He looked around the place with caution as he felt as though he didn't need to make anyone scared of his presence. Although there was something off about the place he was in, there was a large abundance of people within the park he had randomly appeared in. There were plenty of children in the area as he smiled to himself before walking down the pathway towards the park's exit. He was just a few more feet away from the place when he felt someone grab onto his lower breathed leg. Looking down, he found a group of children looking at him like he was the tallest man they'd ever seen before in their lives. Mister, can you play with us? One of the kids asked, the one holding his breathed leg. What about what your mother or father's over there? Whitebeard asked, curiously. Well, you look so giant. I wanted to see if you wanted a friend. The little kid said as Newgate chuckled. Don't worry about little old me. I'm fine. You should probably ask your mother to talk to strangers before you actually meet them yourself. Not every stranger is as kind as me, Newgate said, rubbing the children's heads. Once that interaction was complete, Newgate felt for the presence of his second in command. And surprisingly, he found Marco nearby. And he made his way towards the captain of his forces with a determined glare on his face as he thought about who he'd meet in this world. Would he find Marco and the rest of his crew? Or would he find people who looked like them? He would need to find out soon enough when he finds whoever was holding Marco's presence. He soon arrived at the place where he felt Marco's presence with observation hockey, but that wasn't all. He soon found that Midoriya and Yamato were present in this school of all places. Confused about it, he knocked on the outer wall. Once he'd done that, he noticed one of the cameras on the wall itself turned to look in his direction. So, in a moment of complete idiocracy, he just destroyed the camera just to get whoever was in charge outside the place and speak to him. And soon enough a couple of what appeared to be heroes from this world came running towards the wall. Newgate had decided to just humor them as they ran and surrounded him outside the gates of the school grounds. Who are you? The weird green man asked, before another showed up. Ectoplasm, what's going on? A dog-looking man asked. I'm here because I need to talk your boss. Newgate said, his voice carrying power. Why would you require Principal Nedzu's presence? Ectoplasm asked, looking at Newgate with some slight worry. Because I have a need to get into contact with you heroes, Newgate said, as the other hero just sighed. Follow me, and Ectoplasm give him a visitor pass. Nedzu is going to be having a field day with you, sir. The dog hero said, as Newgate asked a question or two. So, are you really a dog, or are you mutated? Also, who is this Nedzu? Newgate questioned. For your first question, I am a human with a quirk that makes me look like a lion. But I am really just a dog with a very large mane. The second question's answer is going to be given to you when you meet Principal Nedzu. The dog hero said, as he led Newgate to the elevator. As the two sat in the elevator, Newgate was left to stew on his thoughts about how he should talk to this Nedzu person. He was assured that Nedzu would listen to him, but for some reason he felt as though the person he'd be talking to has a lot of power in this world. So as the two of them arrived at the door, after getting off the elevator a few minutes prior, he was surprised to find that the principal was just a small creature. "Ah, hello sir. How can I be of assistance to you today? Although I would hope that you have enough money to replace the camera you had so willingly broken," Nedzu asked, with a squeaky and happy voice. "I apologize for the destruction of property. But my name is Edward Newgate, otherwise known as—" Edward began to say before being interrupted. "Edward Newgate, pirate leader of the Moby D-. Not to mention one of the strongest individuals of the world during the time you were alive," Nedzu said as Newgate just stared at him. "Sorry, I had heard a lot about you from Midoriya-kun when he first came here. You'd be surprised by how much someone like you impacted his life," Nedzu said as Newgate nodded. "Is there a reason as to why you're here then, Mr. Newgate?" Nedzu asked. "Yes, I was sent here surprisingly by the daughter of Satan/Lucifer whatever. She informed me that a new threat is coming, and my presence is needed here to help you all take care of them," Newgate said, as Nedzu's eyes gained a new glint. "A new threat, you say? And this threat is more powerful than the resurrection of All for One?" Nedzu asked as Whitebeard stared at him. "I don't know who this All for One character is, but he sounds like a very malicious individual," Newgate said, as he nodded afterwards. "All for One is known as the boogeyman of quirks in our society. Not only that, but he held hundreds, if not thousands of quirks under his belt by the time we finally put him down," Nedzu said, as Newgate chuckled. "Well, if that is a threat, then the one I am here to help you all with is something much worse than some quirk boogeyman. I wasn't told about who this threat is, but my presence in this world is needed to make sure nothing bad happens," Newgate stated as Nedzu thought about it. "Well, I would like to have a new teacher within these walls. Is there a way you could teach me students about something you excel in?" Nedzu asked. "I'm great at piracy. Not only that, but I believe that before I became a pirate itself, I had majored in weapons mastery," Newgate said, as Nedzu smiled happily. "Well then, I welcome you aboard as our weapons instructor," Nedzu said, as the dog hero next to them just sighed. "Welcome to UA High School, and I can certainly hope that you bring a TA with you. The students of this school can get rather good," the dog hero said, as Whitebeard nodded. "What would you prefer to be called?" Nedzu asked, as Whitebeard smiled evilly. "I would like to be called the name that made me famous around the entire world," Newgate said, as Nedzu nodded. "All right, you are named. Glad to have you as part of my teachers, Whitebeard," Nedzu said, smirking. "I'm glad to be of help. Now if you excuse me, I need to find Marco and Midoriya. They have some things to inform me about this world that I'm not privy to," Whitebeard said, leaving the two in the room alone. "So, who is going to tell All Might that Whitebeard towers over him, and that he's no longer the tallest amongst our staff?" the dog hero asked. "Don't worry about Toshinori, hound dog. I will take care of that," Nedzu said, cackling madly. Izuku and Yamato were now sleeping in their bedroom at this moment. They were unaware of the fact that Whitebeard had become a teacher at UA. But as soon as Izuku felt a presence that was familiar with hockey, he felt that this person who was moving close to the dorms was very familiar with him. So as he woke up from his bed, he left Yamato to sleep as he walked down the halls of the dorms and entered the kitchen. Sitting down at the table with a small cup of tea, he took a sip of it as he felt around for the presence that seemed familiar to him. In the time it took for him to get downstairs as well as make himself a cup of tea, the person who was vaguely familiar with him had arrived outside the doors. As he stared at the doors of the dorms, he watched as the person who entered was someone he definitely knew. "So when were you going to tell me that you had taken down an opponent not even this All Might could take down?" a familiar voice called out. "Newgate-san?" Izuku asked, tears brimming as he saw the mountain of a man. "That's me, brat. I can't believe I was given a chance to come back to life, but I was surprised that I was brought here. Tell me, were you able to find some help?" Whitebeard asked as he sat down at the table. "I was, although Me and Yamato left during the sports festival in order to take down All for One, Izuku said as he messed with his fingers. I guess that's to be expected. I wouldn't want my successor to sit on his butt and twiddle his thumbs whilst a very dangerous man was out there who only wanted to cause chaos, Whitebeard said, stroking his crescent-shaped mustache. So what happened after you died? Izuku asked as Whitebeard chuckled. Nothing much, everything just turned black for me. But I woke up in front of this short woman who had these weird horns sticking up from her head. Although I did hit on her whilst I was reaching the highest point of age, she asked for an autograph in order to send me here, Whitebeard said, chuckling. I guess even in hell you have fans? Izuku muttered as Newgate couldn't help but laugh. You still haven't gotten the better of that muttering of yours? I would have thought you'd gotten better since the last time we'd met one another, Whitebeard said, belly laughing. It's strong to get past my eccentricities, Izuku said, blushing. Well, let's table that conversation for another time. Did you finally seal the deal with that woman of yours? Whitebeard asked with a knowing smirk. I did. Izuku said, blushing even more. I heard from Marco that you both were willing to do one another in the kitchen. I thought I told you that when you decide to take a woman you make sure it's in the room. Whitebeard scolded. It wasn't my idea. It was Yamato's. She wanted to know how it felt like to get caught in the act, although it caused me to pass out, Izuku said as Whitebeard laughed even more. As the two got to work on recalling things that the other had missed, Izuku informed Whitebeard that his subordinate, Blackbeard as he goes by now, had managed to take some more devil fruits from 2 other pirate captains. And with that information Whitebeard knew that Luffy would become strong enough to take on his old friend. They also talked about things that Izuku had managed to learn whilst within UA grounds, and he was happy to hear that Izuku's time within the school had increased his confidence in himself. Not that Yamato was working overtime in their world just to increase his own confidence to take on threats. Speaking of the girl, where is she? I could have sworn she was here with you, Whitebeard asked, as Izuku pointed upstairs. Oh, she's still asleep? Whitebeard asked, getting a nod. Good, come with me. I need to see how far you've improved that devil fruit power I gave to you is, Whitebeard said, as they both moved out of the building. The two stood across from one another in one of the training gyms as they activated the powers of their shared devil fruit. Whitebeard had watched as Izuku had noticeably gotten slightly taller when he activated the power of the quake fruit. The boy had increased slightly in height as he threw a punch into the air, causing it to crack as a massive crater was formed. He then did the same as he showed that his crater was much larger than Izuku's by comparison, and he smiled when he did the comparison. Izuku's crater was just slightly smaller than his own, meaning that Izuku had learned a lot of how to utilize his power. They then decided to forego the whole devil fruit power usage, as they sucked into the utilization of haki as they stood across from one another. Whitebeard then decided to see how well Izuku could withstand the whole Conqueror's haki that he taught the boy early on in his training. Kaido had done many things in the past, but teaching Izuku how to utilize the power of Conqueror's haki was not something he'd done. So he was expecting Izuku to immediately fall to the ground as he struggled to withstand his haki powers. He was definitely surprised when the boy was able to counter his own Conqueror's haki with his very own. Their hakis clashed with one another as a small shockwave was made from the two. Clashing, and Izuku's body slowly was pushed back, but he stayed as still as possible with a serious look. As soon as Whitebeard decided to call off the battle of Conqueror's haki, they both dissipated. You've trained yourself well enough to handle most villains. That's good, kid. Now I need to see how well you fight against someone who uses their full strength without their powers, Whitebeard said, as he got into a combat stance. Izuku mimicked the same. Without a second to prepare, the two launched towards one another, their speed making them blurs. Whitebeard threw a swift right hook towards Izuku, as the young man dodged the blow, throwing a side kick at Whitebeard's side. The older and much more experienced man had caught the leg before tossing Izuku into the air as he started to fall. Izuku had decided to just roll with the fall as Whitebeard had gone to throw another punch towards his stomach. Izuku tanked the hit as he used his arms to wrap around the man before sending a kick into Whitebeard's face. This caused the older man to skid across the ground, still standing. He smirked at the boy before the two disappeared once again as they clashed in the sky. Whitebeard had thrown a kick this time, using his much taller frame in order to take advantage of Izuku's short stature. But it appeared that the young man had done the same, except in reverse. He used his short stature to be able to dodge the attack before he sent a punch towards the kneecap that was swiftly dodged. Moving faster than the eye could predict, the two moved about the gym as if they were dancing as they dodged and countered attacks the other would throw. As they moved further inside of the gym, they never noticed when it happened, but robots had come out and started to attack the two of them without remorse. And putting their backs to one another, they teamed up to take the robots down, not that they could take on an overwhelming force without their devil fruit powers. But they sure as hell made sure that they made it look as though they could do it without using any kind of powers. Izuku would grab a robot before tossing it behind himself that Whitebeard caught in his large hand and used it as a bludgeon in order to take down even more robots. By the time the two were done, they had managed to defeat the entire entourage of robots before they returned back to their original fight. They clashed arms as a miniature crater formed between the two as they glared into one another's eyes. Activating their Conqueror's Haki, they watched as their arms slowly moved away from one another as they put more pressure into their strength. And within seconds, they noticed something that not many people who were watching from a camera couldn't. A small black sphere with red and black coloring, as well as black lightning sprouting outward around them had formed. As they glared at one another harder, Izuku felt himself put all his willpower and determination into his body, pushing with all his strength. Whitebeard himself, though, pressed a little harder as he smirked at his protege. He couldn't believe the lengths he'd gone since he died. He was showing that he could protect this world even without a quirk. He was proud to see how far Izuku had gone from being the short and frail-looking boy to now being as confident as he could become and almost as strong as his prime. Deciding to end the whole clash immediately, Whitebeard had pressed further as he watched Izuku get blasted back towards a nearby building. Moving faster than the camera could see, he soon reappeared behind Izuku as his body was still rippling with the power of the older man. Whitebeard then grabbed the boy by the scruff of the neck as massive gusts of winds blasted past him before he rose Izuku from it and slammed him into the ground. There was a crater there that made a small Izuku shape as his voice could be heard from inside. "C, can you give me T the name O of the star I am looking at? B, because S, she's really pretty." Izuku mumbled as his voice echoed through the ground. "That's not a star, kiddo. That's your woman. Get him back into the nurse's office, Yamato," Whitebeard said, as Yamato reached in and plucked Izuku from the ground like he was a vegetable. "Hey, I picked up an Izuku. I wonder what else I can pick up," Yamato said, ironically being very flirtatious. "It's Yamato? She's got really soft hands," Izuku mumbled before passing out. Class 1A were back in their classroom. They had a long summer that allowed them the time to recover from their long year. And with the fall of All Might, and some other issues as of late, they really needed to get the hang of their careers earlier on. So in order to set the class up for success earlier on in their lives, Principal Nizu had stated to the homeroom teacher of the class to take them to their provisional license exams. Their final exams were the final test the principal had given them in order to see if they would be ready for them. And he wasn't disappointed in them, not in the slightest. "All right, class. We will be heading out to a certain place for your provisional licensing exams. Don't ask questions because we need you all to be ready. A storm is coming from the villains, and we need you all to be ready for when it comes," Aizawa said as the class mutely nodded. "On other news, we will be making this exam extremely low-key and most importantly, private. Nobody should know that we are doing a provisional licensing exam today. So on that note, head outside, get into your hero costumes, and make UA proud of allowing this to happen to you all," Aizawa said, as he crawled back into his sleeping bag and rolled out of the classroom. With the students gathering their hero suits and other things, they all left the area and towards the many buses that would take them to the exams. Climbing aboard, the class as a whole had decided to keep quiet so as to not earn the wrath of their homeroom teacher. They had seen how tired he'd been as of late, and they didn't wish for him to send that wrathful hatred their way. Not one bit. So they whispered to one another as they passed the time before they would arrive at the place where the provisional license exams would be taking place. As the bus carried on towards the location of where the provisional exams were taking place, the students conversed with one another amicably. They had all talked about gossips surrounding the school, and they were not one to stop worrying about it. But there was one specific rumor that was moving about the rumor mill around the school, and that surrounded who their new teachers would be based on the information that was placed on their schedules. An advanced lesson on hockey training, and many other powers that they weren't aware of. About 5 hours of driving later, the UA students of Class 1A had finally arrived at the building where their exams would be taking place. Stepping out of the bus as soon as it had stopped and opened their doors, the students of Class 1A of UA High School found themselves at a very large building. Many other students from other schools were making their ways towards the massive building where their exams were taking place. Walking over towards the opening doors of the building, Class 1A were accosted by some students who came by. "Hey, are those the students who were at Kamino Ward?" A random student questioned. "Hey, yeah, you're right. We have seen them before," another student said. The two who arrived were wearing their respective hero suits. One was wearing green slight armoring, as he had black hair that was messy if anything else. The girl had been wearing a blue tight jumpsuit that gave little to the imagination of those looking her direction. She had light tan-colored hair and blue eyes as she smiled at the group of 1A students, but there was something hidden behind that smile. "Nice to meet you both. We are indeed from the Kamino Ward incident. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and this is Yamato." Izuku introduced himself and Yamato. "At least you guys are kind as well. Name's Yoshindo, and I hope to become great allies later on the line," the young man said, shaking Izuku's hand. The moment their hands were shaking, Izuku did notice a faint increase of grip strength as the young man was gauging his opponent. So Izuku naturally just allowed him to think that he was not that much of a threat to this young man. He would find out in battle. Entering the building had everyone pause for a second before they were given a written test before entering the practical. After a fair few hours of written testing, everyone was moved into the practical fighting arena separated by differing schools. UA was standing in their small corner as they were thinking up plans for how to survive the first part of the licensing exams. Izuku particularly was not listening to the rules being placed as he thought up a plan. His mind was going a million miles an hour. He wanted to make sure that everything he did was not going to damage those nearby, and he wanted to show his power but let those who'd watch him that he had its full strength under control. And not too much longer later, the battle was beginning. Izuku appeared with the rest of his class as they stood in a rocky area. He knew that something was off when multiple schools had foregone attacking one another and instead teaming up and heading his direction. Looking to Yamato, it appeared she noticed their movements as well and was now informing everyone what was happening. As soon as Izuku found Yoshindo standing on top of a cliff, he found the young lad staring down at him with a malicious grin on his face. "Sorry, UA, but this is where you all fail. Try again next year," he said, as he and his allies started throwing the orange ball in their direction. "Not if there's anything I can do about it," Izuku called out. He moved his fist out into the open air as Yo and the rest of his classmates watched as the world itself featured a few cracks in the air. As soon as that happened, the world around them all started to crack all over the place as rocks started to be blasted apart. Once the attack finished, Izuku had jumped into the air and was now looking at the school kids that attacked his own. It was a mix of Ketsubutsu and another school, CI if he remembered correctly. "Sorry, Shindo-san, but I believe it's time to show you the real power behind my quirk," Izuku said, as he pulled his hands into the air as if grabbing it. "Quake power. Reformation," Izuku called out, as his fingers pulled down on the imaginary world and everything suddenly began to spin. As soon as his fingers had flown down near his knees, he had started to fall towards the ground. Landing on one of the platforms he'd created, Izuku decided to leave Yamato and the rest so that he could take down other schools. Rushing through the rocky zone, he had began to look for opponents who could show him a good time in terms of battle. If there was anything that Izuku had learned in the other world where Yamato originally came from, it was to be a battle maniac. That was the only thing he'd ever agree with Bakugo on, at least in the past. But now was not the time to worry about him. Now was the time to worry about passing this test in order to survive the practical. Yamato was now all alone with the girls of Class 1A, and she was definitely feeling the presence of nearby opponents making their way towards them. Luckily, because of her observation hockey abilities, she was able to pinpoint their locations so that Momo could create weapons of mass destruction in order to defeat them easily. Unfortunately for the girls, they were placed on the highest point of the arena and were now public enemy number one. Had it not been for Izuku's presence on the ground after all, since he was near the floor, he was going to be that enemy. But it didn't stop others from attempting to get up there, though. Izuku ran through the buildings of the Broken City Zone. He had taken down multiple opponents with a smile on his face. It was here that he heard the intercom state that a young man by the name of Yurashi Inasa was moving on to the next practical test part. Increasing his speed, he made sure to appear and disappear around certain students from Shiketsu High and others, building up his count of students he defeated. He was about to run off to take down a few other schools when he heard the intercom shout out his name. "Will Midoriya Izuku please exit the arena? You have already maxed out the amount of students you can eliminate." A voice called out, causing Izuku to fall through the floor. Once he was in an area without anyone else present, he found himself in the waiting area for students who'd passed the exams. And he was surprised with how many people weren't here. Currently it was only him and about 3 others, and Yamato was there too. Somehow, she was able to defeat many more people than he was, although considering the fact he had managed to get her and others to safety might have made them a target, he wouldn't take back his protective stance any day. So now here he waited until the next part of the exam was set to begin. All that needed to be done was wait for the rest of the students. And from what he was watching, they were all doing extremely well. That was until he saw a very familiar face moving around with the Ketsubutsu students. They had shortened ash blonde hair, ruby red eyes that glared at anything and everything they could see. But there was something off about him now. He wasn't growling and scowling at everything around himself. He was more at peace with himself. So much so that Izuku felt a thought coming to mind so fast he almost didn't catch it himself. "Did you really come here, Bakugo? If so, did you get over your ego and inferiority and superiority complexes?" Izuku kept a very close eye on Bakugo for the remainder of the first event. He had been watching the boy as he took out students from other schools. He had been very meticulous about how he took them down as well. He never killed any of them, but that was beside the point. Bakugo was a villain that Izuku saw back in the USJ, so what was he doing here in an event where students attempt to get their provisional hero license? That would be found out soon enough as the boy was walking towards Izuku, having gotten enough points to pass on to the next part of the exams. He was walking towards Izuku's direction when he finally took notice that Izuku was watching him from afar. Giving a smug smirk, he walked over to the boy as he stood in front of him now. If there was a tension before he showed up, it was not noticeable, but now? It was as if a hot knife could cut through it and chaos would ensue, and Izuku was openly glaring at Bakugo with a fiery passion. "What are you doing here, Bakugo? I thought you left with the League of Villains?" Izuku demanded. "What am I doing here?" "Well, I'm here to learn how to become a hero, unlike you," Bakugo retorted with a chuckle. "Oh yeah? And tell me, do heroes attack other hero schools? Do heroes bully others for an entire decade of their life? Do heroes kill others because of the fact that they don't like a certain part of them?" Izuku questioned, his tone becoming more and more furious. "What can I say? At least someone likes who I am. And unlike you, I will be getting my provisional hero license," Bakugo said, as Izuku stared at him for a moment. "What school are you going to at the moment? Surely, you'd be able to tell me that much, right?" Izuku asked, as Bakugo glared at him now. "Why should I tell you? I don't owe you anything," Bakugo said angrily. "Actually, you do. 10 long years of abuse. 10 long years of mental abuse as well as suicide baiting on the last day of school last year. And don't make me forget the fact that you joined villains instead of attempting to become a hero," Izuku said, as Bakugo glared strong. "I don't owe you shit. Can't you take a joke?" Bakugo asked, as Izuku punched him in the face. "None of what you told me was a joke. What if I actually taken your advice about a year and a half ago, huh? Jumping off a roof and praying for a quirk in the next life? Does that sound familiar?" Izuku roared. "When this day is over, you are dead. I don't care about whatever power you think you have. You will always just be a quirkless little Deku," Bakugo said, walking away. Izuku stared at the boy's back as he walked away with a bruised ego. Pulling up his phone, he made sure to call Aizawa about this conversation he'd had. He really needed to know how Bakugo got inside the provisional licensing exam. Because as of right now, he was still registered as a villain to the entirety of Japan as a whole. And he shouldn't be capable of entering any other hero schools because of that. For the last time, Mrs. Joke. I am not marrying you, Aizawa said as Mrs. Joke stared at him with puppy dog eyes. Really? What about if I did something for you? She asked, as Aizawa sighed in exasperation. He was suddenly interrupted by a phone call. This is Aizawa Shota, what can I do for you? Aizawa asked, as he heard Izuku's angered voice. What do you mean he's in the provisional licensing exams? Aizawa asked, alarmed. All right, I will talk to the proctor soon enough, Aizawa said, before hanging up his phone. What was that about? And why are you looking like you've seen a ghost? Joke asked as she looked concerned. Bakugo Katsuki is in the provisional licensing exams. He was last seen with the League of Villains, and he should be treated as such, Aizawa said as Joke just stared at him. What are you talking about? He was supposed to be on the list for the provisional licensing exams, Joke said as Aizawa glared in her direction. What? He asked, as Joke explained everything. Whilst Aizawa was having his issues with Joke and her explanation, Izuku was keeping an eye on Bakugo from afar. There was no way he'd be getting a provisional license from the HPSC, he was already branded a villain. Especially after the news report about his mother being missing, not only that, but they apparently found ashes that held traces of her DNA. And they weren't normal ashes, they were ashes that had faint traces of nitroglycerin like sweat in them. So in order to protect the people of this exam, Izuku made sure to keep a very close eye on the boy to make sure he doesn't kill someone else. Once the second part of the licensing exam began, Izuku went off and started to rescue the people trapped in rubble. He was thanking everything about Whitebeard's teaching through observation hockey on the next level. He was capable of finding them in the rubble of destroyed buildings, and as he pulled them out, he checked them for injuries. Once he patched the ones he could help a lot for, he brought them to the tent where all the heroes and heroines who were healers were located before heading out to get more. He sent out observation hockey in order to track Bakugo, and he was able to find him moving around with a few Ketsubutsu kids, allowing Izuku to find more of the civilian test makers. By the time that half of the fake civilians were brought to the tent, there was a rumbling before a wall broke on the other side of the arena. It was Gang Orca as he broke through, acting as though he was the villain for this test. He was supposed to see if there would be students who'd move away from their objective of protecting the civilians. And he sure did find one specific one who went out for him. Bakugo Katsuki threw the civilians he was holding and blasted over to him. Unfortunately for the boy, however, his explosions had placed new burns on their arms, so he was docked points for that. It wasn't much longer before two more students, one from UA, and another from Shiketsu, arrived and assisted Bakugo with defeating the villain for the test. All three were so out of whack that they were getting angered at one another for interrupting the other's attack. And as the trio worked together, albeit without any cohesion, they were buying everyone else the time to evacuate the civilian test makers out of the area. By the time the last civilian was taken out of the equation, Izuku had given them off to Yamato so that she could bring them to safety. Izuku decided to rush over towards Gang Orca to see what was taking so long to defeat him, and he was completely and utterly disappointed in the trio who attacked the number 9 hero. On the ground, the trio were paralyzed from the sonar attack that Gang Orca had launched at them early on in their fight. Bakugo was letting out a stream of curses that would make a sailor laugh at how many he was using multiple times. Shoto was just getting angry from how Yarashi was countering his flames, and Yarashi himself was getting annoyed from Bakugo, who was screaming explicatives the entire time and not helping the situation at all. Jumping into the fray, he launched a kick towards Gang Orca, who could only block the attack because of his own sonar passive ability. When Izuku's kick landed on the gauntlets he wore, they broke to pieces whilst also creating micro-fractures within his arms as he shook them. Didn't think that one of you UA students would damage my arms that much? Gang Orca stated as he shook his arms. Well, I need to make sure that you don't defeat them too fast, Izuku said, using Conqueror's Haki immediately. And for everyone present they could only see a small shockwave come from Izuku's body as most of Gang Orca's men fell to the ground unconscious. Looking around himself as the power of Izuku's glare had seemingly glanced off of his body, he turned back to Izuku with a confused expression. "Was that supposed to hurt me or something?" he asked, pouring water over his face and head. "No, that was to get the small fry out of our fight, that will need to wait for another day," Izuku said, as an alarm blared to life. "The provisional licensing exams are done. Please return to your specific schools and wait for the results. Make sure to use the restroom and get a drink since it will take a while." The proctor of the exams called out. "Well, Diamin, I guess I wouldn't be able to fight you anymore today. Well, here's to say that you can join my agency when it's time for your work studies," Gang Orca said with a bow before leaving. "It was nice to meet you, Gang Orca sir," Izuku said with a wave. "See you later, Midoriya-kun. And I hope to see a hero like you make their waves through the ranks later on in life," Gang Orca stated as he disappeared through the hole he'd made. As the students from all the other schools in the area rested up for the results, Izuku made sure to keep an eye on Bakugo. He didn't know what the young man was doing by being here exactly, and Aizawa never really gave him a reason as to why the boy was at this provisional licensing exam in the first place. He was about to exit the building and onto the field when he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Picking it up and looking at the message, he glared at the screen as if it took his lunch back in middle school. Putting the phone away to see what his score was on the overall exam, he watched as the proctor stated that their names will be given a ranking on how well they did. And looking at his name, he found it to be in the top 10 of the students who passed the exams and got their provisional hero license. Looking further down the list, he found that Bakugo had gotten in, albeit barely passing the exam. He was near the bottom around 56th place. Meanwhile, Izuku was around the top 5 at 4th place. Needless to say, Izuku could hear Bakugo fuming in the background as he growled to himself about how he was supposed to win this stupid test. When he left the building, Izuku found himself and his class getting on the bus to head back to UA. He was looking at his phone again as he stared at the specific message that Aizawa had given him at the moment. And he seriously couldn't believe his eyes when he read it over and over again, hoping and praying that it wouldn't be saying what he thought it was. Especially considering the evidence they had on hand for Mitsuki Bakugo's death, especially because of the ashes that had nitroglycerin inside. The message read as follows. "Midoriya-kun, I don't know how to explicitly tell you this, but I will just be blunt on this endeavor with you, considering your past with Bakugo. Do not provoke him. He is on probation at Ketsubutsu High School. And I have a feeling that he is using the fact that he is a villain to use their rehabilitation abilities within their school to become a hero. But that's not all. Apparently there is a group of quirk supremacists who are assisting his rise to heroism. I can only hope that you are not near the boy at this moment, because Joke just told me that there was nothing we could do to save him other than allowing him to get what he wants. Or killing him outright." Izuku was taking out the trash one day after the provisional licensing exams. He was thinking about who to work under for the work studies since his grades could take the small lowering whilst he was gone. He was about to throw the trash away into the trash can outside when he saw a weird-looking face sticking out of the wall. It looked at him with a happy smile before Izuku just looked kind of creeped out before he shook his head before asking a question. Who are you?" Izuku asked. "Don't worry about my name. I just wanted to see the guy who left UA and came back after a strong-fought mission to defeat that Kamino Ward villain," the face said, causing Izuku to bristle. "Are you stuck into that wall?" Izuku asked worriedly. "Don't worry, I'm just using my quirk to look at you through the wall. And I gotta say, you don't look like the rumors say. You look even more adorable than what they tell about you," the face said, happily smiling. "Okay, but why did you want to see what I looked like?" Izuku asked, his face resembling a confused puppy. "Because people said that you looked more akin to an adult with how you fought. But no matter, you will find out who I am in class today. I hope you're ready to meet your senpai later on today," the young man said, before disappearing back into the wall. "A strange guy. I wonder what his name is. I feel as though I should know him based on how he looked. I guess I will find out later on today," Izuku said, tossing the trash away. From afar in the background, a young man with the same expression on his face watched from around the corner with a smirk. "So would love to meet this guy. I can't wait to have him be showed off to him," the young man thought to himself before jogging away and back towards UA. The next day, the students of Class 1A were settled into their classroom as they thought about what the Foundational Heroics class will be about this time. And they weren't disappointed when Aizawa had entered the classroom as he spoke to them about how they were about to begin their work studies this year. Not to mention how they were getting this early considering the fact that they don't usually give first-year students provisional licenses until their second year. But he then introduced them to the fact that their work studies will be taking place for however long the hero they intern with will wish. They would need to take part in any action that the agency decides to complete, meaning they will get the experience that real heroes get on the field. With that all said and done, these three will tell you all what the work studies are like. "You three can come in now," Aizawa called out, before hiding himself behind his desk. As soon as those words were uttered, the door opened to reveal the young man that Izuku saw the face of the other day. Followed by a girl with light blue-colored hair as well as blue eyes, and a young man who was taller than her who had indigo-colored hair and dark eyes as he looked timid. He was so thrown off by their looks that he looked to Yamato to gauge if they were really strong or not. She gave him a nod of approval as he sighed in relief as to how strong they were as a whole, and he heard the trio talk. "Well, I already met one of you yesterday when they were taking out the trash. But my name is Togata Mirio. And I am the hero Lemillion," the blonde boy with a cowlick called out happily. "My name is Heido Nijire. And my hero name is Nijire-chan. Nice to meet you all. I would ask you all about your quirks as well as who you are, but we're on a timetable," the girl, Nijire, said. It was silent for a bit before the last one. The indigo-haired young man just looked at the class before hiding behind Mirio as he mumbled his name. "Amajiki Tamaki, and I am the hero Sun Eater. Nice to meet you. Can I please go home now?" He both introduced and questioned. "Denied," Mirio called out happily. "He's so timid." The entire class called out the young man, Tamaki's antics. "All right, class, these are the big three of UA. We are going to have a small battle outside in Gym Gamma. Now get your hero suits on and meet them out there," Aizawa said, leading the trio out the doors. Within minutes the class had followed suit, wondering how their day would possibly get better or worse with time. Although they never noticed nor heard the cackling coming from Principal Nizu's office as he watched them with their confident grins on their faces. "I do love showing those overconfident students the pecking order. Come on, big three, it's time to show them why you are the strongest of the school," Nizu said, cackling as he tipped his tea onto the floor. As the entirety of Class 1A left the area to begin their battle against one of the big three students of UA, Izuku was with Yamato thinking about everything this young man could possibly do against the class as a whole. Izuku knew that the boy was strong. He could easily tell that by his aura when he stood in front of the class. He changed into his gym uniform as he dressed himself to be similar to Whitebeard in homage to the man who gave him hope. He exited the changing room as he found himself and Yamato being the first two people on the field next to Aizawa. The man as quiet as possible as he slept on the bleachers nearby whilst they waited for their classmates. The rest of their class arrived in their gym uniform as well, and they found themselves standing in front of the big three who were also in their gym uniforms. Standing in the middle of the gym, they found themselves listening to Aizawa as the man told them about how Mirio was the strongest student they had within UA as a whole. He then told the class that they will be fighting him, just so that they could get an idea about how strong the work studies they will take part on will be. And within moments the class stood in front of Mirio as the young man was stretching in his uniform. "Alright, so is there any rules to this kind of spar, Aizawa-sensei?" Mirio called out. "No. All's fair in love and war. Make sure that you teach them the lesson of how harsh the work studies actually will be," Aizawa said, leaning down on the ground in the background. "Well, who's first?" Mirio asked with a smile on his face. Jiro went first as she sent a lot of sound waves at him with her earlobes. But as soon as they were about to reach him, he suddenly disappeared from sight, leaving his clothing on the ground. Izuku could hear Aizawa sigh in the background as he felt out for where Mirio was, and once he got a lock on the young man's location, Izuku looked in the direction of Jiro. "Well, look who's first." Mirio called out, swing a fist towards the girl's neck. He couldn't get the attack off as he saw Izuku throwing an attack of his own at Mirio, who just disappeared into the ground once more. Jiro looked at him with shock as well as fear before she and some others moved towards him and Yamato in terms of the fact that they could sense where Mirio was located. Don't lower your guard. He can phase through anything, Izuku warned. Then let's freeze the ground, Todoroki said, before he felt his stomach caving in on himself. I think that would be a very not nice thing to do, Todoroki-san. Mirio called out before falling back into the ground. 15 minutes of fighting later, the only people still standing in the middle of the training field were Izuku and Yamato. With the duo being able to cover their backs, they had been more than capable of finding where Mirio was located with observation haki. And whenever he came up from the ground, the two would be there to counter his attack before he could even come out of the ground. By the time the class's time was almost over, he called the fight off because it would be just a draw due to Mirio not being capable of leaving the ground, and Izuku and Yamato being incapable of stopping the young man unless he ran out of breath. As you all could see, Midoriya and Yamato were the only ones who were prepared enough to fight Mirio. Can any of you all tell me why this is? Aizawa asked. Because they have some kind of ability to sense him? Yaoyorozu questioned. Is this true? Aizawa asked. Yes, in the world where Yamato originally came from, we learned an ability to sense where one could be located. No matter if they hide their presence or if they are just that good at sneaking around. It's called observation haki, and it can allow you to see who and what is attacking you before it even happens, Yamato said with a smirk. Well, I wouldn't state anything less of my two students. A gruff voice called out from behind the wall. Whitebeard, what are you doing here? Aizawa asked, looking at the 9-foot-tall man. I just wanted to see what the ruckus was all about. And it turned out that my students were showing off some of their skills for the first time. I can't help but watch it with my own eyes, Eraserhead. Whitebeard happily said, pulling out a large barrel of sake. The students around them all stared at the tall man with concern as well as awe. They had never seen someone who was taller than All Might naturally, and to see this man do it so casually made them wonder about what else he could do. But that was for later, as the big three decided to leave the area and make themselves scarce. Izuku, however, noticed how Mirio was looking at him for a moment before walking away from the area. Izuku looked back to Whitebeard as he talked to his mentor about how he used the Gura Gura no Mi and asked if there were safer ways to use it. Over the rest of the day, the students of Class 1A were thinking about who to join for their work studies. And Izuku was not present in the classroom as he was training how to use his Gura Gura no Mi without causing too much damage to the area. It was here that Mirio would come up to the duo as he watched them both use their earthquake powers to their maximum. And he could see just how outmatched he was in pure strength, as well as control over his own power. Rushing over to the two, he stood nearby to watch their fight, gaining the attention of Whitebeard, who stopped the fight immediately. Why are you here? And what do you want? Whitebeard questioned. Oh, don't worry about me, sir. I just wanted to ask Midoriya something, Mirio said, as Whitebeard nodded. Is there something you wanted? Izuku asked, as Mirio nodded. Hey, I just wanted to let you know that my mentor, Sir Nighteye. He used to be All Might's sidekick and he wanted to know if you'd like to be his intern for a work study. Mirio questioned, as Izuku thought about it. Well, it could help me with gaining more experience against opponents who are more into the investigative side of heroism, Izuku thought to himself. Can I have some time to think about this, Togata-senpai? Izuku asked as the young man nodded. I will give you until the end of the week, Kohai. See you later, Mirio said, running off. Good kid, now let's see that full power of yours, Whitebeard called out. A week soon passed as Izuku finally came to a conclusion about Mirio's proposition. He was looking for his senpai when he ran into Nighteye, who was rushing around the place searching for a couple of people. When she came across him, she asked him a bunch of questions which he answered in earnestness. He then questioned her about Mirio's whereabouts as she informed him about the young man's location. Running down the halls to find the older boy, he soon found himself in a small meeting room between him and a gaunt man who appeared to be All Might. Are you ready, young Togata? All Might questioned. I'm ready, sir. Mirio's voice called out from the other side of the door. Here goes nothing. Izuku muttered to himself. Knock knock. Who is it? Mirio's voice called out. It's me, Togata-senpai. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku called out. Oh, come in then. Mirio's voice said. Entering the room, Izuku found himself staring at the symbol of peace and Mirio, who were looking a little concerned at the moment. As Izuku looked at Mirio, he showed him the piece of paper that Aizawa had given him about who to intern with. Mirio saw the name on it and gave Izuku a big hug as he happily jumped around with him. Oh, this is going to be great. I can't wait to show you around the city as your senpai on the field, Mirio said happily. Senapi, I should really get back to my class. I'm sorry for disturbing your conversation with All Might, Izuku said as he rushed away from the room. You could have handled that situation better, you know. Whitebeard's voice called from another room. I know, I just don't know if he knows about my gaunt form, All Might said, as Whitebeard chuckled. If he knew about it already, then he hasn't told anyone about it, Whitebeard said, slapping the man's back. I guess you're right, All Might said before moving back to Mirio. Down the hall, Izuku was having an existential crisis as he felt as though he should have asked the number one hero for an autograph. But shaking his head, he needed to get back to class. He wanted to see who Yamato would be going to for a work studies. Her strength and other attributes were completely off the charts. So the fact that she needed to learn from another hero was not something that was lost on him. He arrived in the classroom to find everyone looking at her with the most pitiful expressions that he'd ever seen before. Can someone tell me what is going on? Izuku asked as Yamato rushed to him. Hey, who did you choose to intern under for the work studies? Yamato asked happily. I chose Sir Nighteye. What did you choose? Izuku asked as she turned her paper around. Izuku stared at the paper for a second, blinking his eyes before rubbing them. He grabbed the piece of paper for a second to read over her choices as he finally fell on the person Yamato chose. He could feel something in his brain pulling up some memories about his past and what he thought of this specific heroine. But the only thing that came to his mind was how he looked at Yamato's thighs and noticed that she needed some more muscle on them. Looking back to the paper, he had no idea why this heroine would want her. She was infamous for being a very solitary heroine on the field. So, why had Yamato chosen to intern under the rabbit heroine, Mirko, for her work studies? Izuku left the UA grounds as he prepared to use the train to make his way over to Sir Nighteye's office within downtown Nagasaki. He was on the path towards the train as he came across Mirio Togata, his senpai, as the young man was walking to the train as well. The two gave each other a nod of approval to one another before making their way together as they talked about their classmates' choices for work studies. The two were so engrossed in their conversation that they had unconsciously made their way to Sir Nighteye's office whilst talking to one another. Izuku had used observation hockey in order to figure out the pathway that Mirio was taking and prevented them from bumping into others. They arrived just outside the building as Mirio began to talk about his mentor in Nighteye. The man was apparently someone who prided himself on being capable of making a good joke as well as bringing smiles to everyone. Something that Izuku really appreciated with the hero, as the man was someone who used to be All Might's sidekick. As the two entered the building, they had run into Bubble Girl, who had been at the receptionist desk for the moment, as Centipeder had arrived as well. The two sidekicks of Nighteye had also said their hellos to Mirio as the young intern had given them both smiles. Making their way up the stairs to the 5th floor of the building, Mirio looked back at Izuku with a smile on his face as he gave Izuku a stern-toned voice. Alright, from here on out, it's just you and your humor. If you can make Sir Nighteye laugh or even chuckle, then that will get you a surefire way into his agency. It's how I became a member myself, Mirio said, smirking. Well, not that I haven't done that before, but I guess I should have looked up some jokes in order to get people laughing, Izuku muttered as Mirio chuckled. Well, the room is down the hall on the right. He will be expecting you, Midoriya-kun. I hope that you can join us this month for the work studies since they last indefinitely, Mirio said as he sat down on a chair nearby. Leaving the young man to his thoughts, Izuku walked closer to the door as he knocked on it. He heard movement inside as the voice inside called for him to enter inside of it. Opening the door, Izuku found himself being slightly intimidated by Sir Nighteye as the man was staring at Izuku with such an intensity that Izuku accidentally let out a quip. "If you look at me like that any longer, I might get the wrong ideas, sir." Izuku blurted out as Sir stared at him for a few moments longer. "Nice try on the joke, but I would give it about a 6 out of 10 for how you clearly accidentally blurted it out. But we will work on it," Nighteye said, before walking over and stamping the papers. "You will begin tomorrow. Be prepared to be training to the maximum as well as doing paperwork. You will need it," Sir Nighteye said, as he let Izuku leave the room. Izuku left the office in a slight daze. He hadn't thought that him blurting out those words would have caused the man to give him a 6 out of 10 for trying. Mirio had looked over to see Izuku walking towards him and was greatly concerned as the boy wasn't happy neither mad. He walked towards Izuku in concern as the young man had just shaken his head and gave him his papers. Mirio had gained a huge smile at that before he started to show the boy around like the senpai he was, based on his wording of it. By the end of the day, the two were sweaty considering they had decided to train with one another. And Mirio had finally learned how Izuku had found him each time he went into the ground during their first fight earlier that week against Class 1A. Izuku informed Mirio that no matter who you are, nobody could get past a skill he learned in another world called observation hockey. Stated that anyone can learn it so long as they're around someone who uses hockey long enough. By the time they got to their separate bedrooms, Izuku was pulling up his laptop in order to call up Yamato to see how she was doing. And as soon as he pulled up the call button, he found that he was getting a call from Yamato instantly. So, he opened it up and was clearly not expecting to see what was happening on the other side of the camera. Rubbing his eyes, he shook his head as he got a closer look through the pixels of the camera and found that his girlfriend was indeed suplexing Mirko. He let out a small chuckle as Yamato heard his voice from the camera as she laughed madly. "You have got to try this with me later, Izuku. This is so much fun," Yamato said, as Izuku chuckled a little more. "Well, that's fun. How have you been doing over there?" Izuku asked, as Yamato went to talk about her day earlier. Izuku listened in silence as he listened to Yamato's tale of how she had met Mirko and managed to fight her to a stalemate. Izuku laughed at some moments that Yamato spoke about how Mirko had managed to beat her each time and how she proclaimed to the woman that she'd defeat her. Izuku felt himself relaxing after his admittedly long day of training with Mirio Togata before looking behind Yamato. And he found Mirko actually lazing around the place where Yamato was located as if she was actually calm. When he questioned Yamato about it, the young Oni woman had just laughed him off when she showed him what she was really doing. And he was surprised to find Mirko actually reading a fanfiction from one of the websites on the internet. "You wouldn't happen to be thinking about adding someone else into our relationship, right?" Yamato questioned softly. "I don't know. Is there a reason as to why you're asking me this?" Izuku asked as he looked concerned. "Well, I don't know why, but I am feeling this weird feeling in my chest around Mirko. And I feel as though I should act on it. Is that a bad thing?" Yamato asked, as Izuku shook his head. "That's perfectly fine, Yamato. It's just a crush that you're feeling at this point in time." "You have a crush on her for a reason?" Izuku asked as Yamato gained a smile. "Oh yeah. She apparently had crushed a villain's head between her thighs, and I had the feeling of wanting that done to me," Yamato said as Izuku just snickered. "Well, that's what happens to everyone when they see her do that. Everyone wants to have her do that to them because they think it's really hot," Izuku said, trying to find the right words. "Would you like her to do that to you?" Yamato asked. "Nope, I know that my head won't handle that. I'm perfectly fine if you want to do that to me though," Izuku said, as he smiled at Yamato. "Well, I guess we'll have to do that when we both return from our work studies," Yamato said, with a smile as she turned off her connection. Izuku sat in his chair as he thought about the conversation about another partner in his life. He was perfectly content with Yamato in his life, and he didn't think that he could handle another woman in his life. Much less another guy in his life that could do the same thing as him to Yamato. In fact, he imagined Yamato getting into a relationship with another male and he felt his heart break at that knowledge. So no other additional men into their relationship was what he wanted from that, but what about women? No, he didn't think that Yamato wanted to share him with other women, but he'd rather like to think that he could be polyamorous if he so chooses. Although the problem for him would be satisfying all those potential women that Yamato would like to bring. Leaving that thought for later, Izuku had gone to bed and dreamt about what he'd be doing to Yamato when the work studies were completed. Izuku was in the middle of a patrol with Mirio as they walked around Nagasaki. The two were learning about how to patrol around the area as pro-heroes at this point in time, Mirio being the older student as well as senpai for Izuku. Since the young man had been doing this since his second year in high school, he was showing Izuku the ropes of patrolling around the place. But there was a reason for the two to be on the streets patrolling around the alleyways and side streets. They were on a mission to see if they'd find Chisaki Kai, a man who Sir Nighteye was investigating currently. Izuku and Mirio were walking past a small alleyway when Izuku felt something crash into his left leg, stumbling him slightly. Deep. A tiny voice called out. "Huh?" Izuku asked, looking down. He saw a little girl with light blue-colored hair that bordered on white in terms of color alone. She was small, probably wasn't fed enough food, and had ruby red eyes that were very large. He knelt down to be her height as he smiled at her through the domino mask he wore on his face as he pulled his overcoat over his shoulders. He pushed a hand out slowly as the girl looked at it with concern as well as a large amount of fear in her eyes. "Are you okay, little one? That fall was a little bad with your clothing style," Izuku said, as the little girl immediately grabbed his arm as he picked her up softly. "Don't let me go. Get me away from here," the little girl said, as she held onto his overcoat in a tight grip. "Don't worry, I will get you out of here," Izuku said as he followed Mirio away from the alleyway. The two hero students were incredibly unaware of the fact that a man had entered the alleyway searching for the little girl they had in their possession. Not only that, but he was looking furious at how the little girl had escaped from his sight. 3 hours before Mirio and Izuku found the little girl, Overhaul was walking through the underground base of operations within Hiroshima. He had been having a very particularly good day. His research into the Brat's curse was very good. He'd managed to make multiple bullets that could take a quirk away from those filthy infected for about a day before it had come back. All he needed was enough BLD as well as usage of his quirk to turn it into something that could take away the quirks of those around himself forever. He would be the only one who could be cursed in this world. He would be the one who could rightfully sacrifice himself for that cause. He would be the only one with power in this world, not those of heroes or those of civilians. The Yakuza will rise again from the ashes of their previous leader and be born anew. Now if only he could get the brat to even listen to his rules, then he'd be able to get the cure for quirks to be completed sooner. She had been very naughty as of late, and he could only wait until she wouldn't be able to be used in the trials anymore. And she could become expendable. Some of the Yakuza who he'd been able to accrue up and take over from the boss had been pushed to the outer layers of the territory he'd kept up. And with the league of villains that he'd managed to find near Daika City in a warehouse. He had thought of bringing them into his fold and thought against it. They were a rowdy bunch of nobodies who'd get nowhere now that their true leader is dead and away from this plane of existence. He had managed to kill the man impersonating a woman as they were utterly disgusting and vile in his utopia without quirks. But that was beside the point. Had he chosen to bring them into the fold to become parts of the Yakuza, they might have posed a threat to his rule. Especially considering most of them only knew the streets as well as destruction based on their specific power sets. One could create fire, another could transform into anyone so long as she got their BLD. Another was a magician, one was a mutated lizard who held many weapons, and finally their leader was a destructive young man who threw temper tantrums whenever nothing went his way, and by his side was a misty villain who could create portals anywhere so long as he knew their locations. It was halfway through his day when he got a call from his subordinates stating that the little girl had managed to escape them. Overhaul knew that they were going to be dead by the end of the day for their incessant inability to watch over a literal child. But that was fine. He'd get someone else to keep an eye on her when he found her. And when he found her, she will be punished like the little curse of this world that she was. He could tell that from the moment she was born into that worthless family from the bosses, that she was going to be a great addition to his research. His quirk made it to where he could disable anyone just with a mere touch of their body. It was why he had done his research on the human body. His research had eventually evolved to where he experimented on the little girl when she got her quirk. And he'd been experimenting on her body just to make sure that he wasn't being shown something different. But she truly had the power to rewind those from where they were originally, so say you lost an arm. Within a second she could regrow that specific limb back to working order. She could become the perfect doctor on the field of medicine, but he didn't want her to go down that path. He wanted her to stay within the Yakuza for the rest of her life. There was no way he was giving her up. She was way too valuable to him, and imagine how furious he was when he found out that she had managed to escape 2 fully grown adults. He was beyond furious at how incompetent his men were to look after a literal 7-year-old child. Now he was on the streets on the lookout for the little brat, and he needed to make sure that she never reached the heroes. Or else he and his allies would have to go into hiding and keep themselves from releasing Trigger out onto the market in the evenings. But his luck went from bad to worse today, as she had managed to take another turn down another road. He chased after her, and somehow she had escaped even him. If he was a subordinate of himself, he was sure that he'd kill himself for such a travesty. He was Overhaul, so how in the bloody hell did a 7-year-old manage to escape him? He rushed to the edge of the alleyway where he knew he saw her rush down, but he found himself at a loss as he looked in all directions for whoever stole his weapon. But alas, there was nothing to be found. He'd need to make sure to synthesize a cure from the BLD he'd have on hand. And once that was done, he'd have to clone the DNA structure of Arie's bloodwork and make more bullets that way. But that would take away the whole pureness of the BLD, and thereby making the cure just a dud that would return the quirk within the next 2 days at a minimum. He turned back around into the alleyway and walked down it. He was so enthralled with his fury, he never heard the footsteps coming up behind him, as well as the sinister chuckling from the person he'd wronged in the past. Izuku and Mirio had returned back to Sir Nighteye's agency without anything wrong happening. They had been wondering about who Arie had been the child to, and they were not getting any answers from the little girl. Once they were inside of the agency itself, she visibly relaxed in Izuku's arms as she looked out the window to look at the street. She was keeping an eye for anyone who would be following the two of them, and as she saw that nobody was watching them from a nearby alley, she let out a breath of air that she seemed to be holding in. Izuku, taking notice of Arie's little expression watching for anyone who could have followed the two of them, looked at Mirio in concern. The young man just shrugged his shoulders, before calling Sir Nighteye about what they found and that they should probably not return her. "What do you mean that you saved a child from the street?" Sir Nighteye asked, through a small hologram. "I mean that we pulled her off the street and she asked us to not let her go. It's as simple as that. Nobody was nearby, but she wanted us to leave as soon as possible, so we did." Izuku replied as Nighteye just held a couple fingers to his nose. "Well, at least this will probably help us in the case against Chisaki Kai. I will meet you both at the agency. Bubble Girl is already on her way there. And for the love of God, do not her," Nighteye said, ending the transmission. Mirio looked over at Izuku, who had left near the end of the conversation as he had adoption papers ironically out and was signing them. Mirio immediately rushed over to stop the boy from continuing to write his information down on them. As the two young men fought over the adoption papers in Izuku's hands, Arie just watched them as she cheered slightly, not really knowing what the hell was going on between the two. "For the last time, Midoriya, you can't just adopt a child off the street," Mirio said, pulling on the papers. "And for the last time, Senpai, I can't allow her to remain on the street without someone to care for her," Izuku said, pulling on his side of the papers. "What if you both took me as your child?" Arie asked, still confused on the child part. "What?" Both boys shrieked before looking at one another and turning green. "What in the hell is going on here?" Sir Nighteye called out, both boys looking at Sir. "Adoptions?" Izuku asked, before a stamp slammed into his forehead. Izuku was now sporting a small bump on his forehead as Sir Nighteye was getting the information about the situation from Mirio. The young man had told his mentor about how Izuku had walked in front of an alley and Arie had rushed into his legs, knocking herself over. Then how when Izuku picked her up, she immediately held onto his costume and pleaded for him to leave the area with her and not let go. Sir Nighteye listened to the words of his protege as he let out a sigh of complete exasperation before looking to Izuku, who was attempting to sneak a new set of adoption papers whilst they were distracted. earning him another stamp to the back of his head. Midoriya, why are you attempting to adopt a little girl you just found on the street? Sir questioned with a very exasperated expression. She clearly needs someone who can be there in her life and as a role model. I can be that person, although she will need to come to the school and live there. Izuku said, before devolving into a new mutter session. Does he always enter a muttering spree? Nighteye asked, concerned. I don't really know, but from what it looks like his face is turning blue. Take a breath already, Kohai, Mirio said, causing Izuku to intake a deep breath of air before continuing his muttering. Anyway, what are we to do with little Arie? She obviously can't go back to where she came from, she was clearly being abused. Mirio said, causing Izuku to exit his muttering spree. Sir, I found a lot of bandages on Arie when she ran into me. On her neck, arms, and legs. Those were the places they were most prominent. And I think that she is afraid deeply of hospitals. Izuku said, as Nighteye had nodded. Duly noted, now can you please inform me as to why Midoriya is seemingly wishing for adopting a child from the street? Sir Nighteye said, using Bubble Girl to place Izuku into a bubble of oxygen. After another few hours of telling Izuku that he was too young to adopt a child at the age of 7. They all were now talking to the police about how they could take down the Shai Hasaikai from the inside out. And that didn't make their time any better as they found that on the news a few days later, Overhaul / Chisaki Kai's body was found in a nearby alley. The very same alley that they'd found Arie from and were both happy they'd left before the man could show up. But to hear that the leader of the Shai Hasaikai was dead was deeply concerning as they didn't know who had the power to kill him. Whilst Izuku and Nighteye were dealing with that peculiar problem, over in Tokyo Yamato was on patrol with Mirko as they were both fighting villains. They were having a blast as they each attacked their villains with a gusto that caused them to have hearts rushing around their heads whenever they were attacked by either the women's thighs or their weapons of choice. Ms. Mirko, what is the plan for today? Yamato questioned as Mirko thought about it. We will keep hunting villains until we are ready to fall. Mirko said, happily bouncing to another building, Yamato not far behind. I wonder how the others are faring in their own work studies? Yamato questioned to herself. Over with Kirishima, the young man was in a fight with his mentor Fat Gum as they were trading blows. Gee, Kirishima called out, as a fist found itself in his gut causing him to cough. Gee, Fat Gum called out, as Kirishima stuck his knee into his mentor's gut. A good one, he said, clobbering the boy on the head. I just want to go home, Sun Eater said, as he held his face against a wall. Back with Izuku, he and Sir Nighteye had finally came to a conclusion about Arie. She would be taken into UA grounds as a ward of their school. She would be trained on how to use her quirk without hurting anyone else present within the school. Her quirk training would be a controlled area, where Izuku's homeroom teacher would be there at all times to make sure that her quirk is stopped from going out of control. And once they were prepared to head out towards UA, they saw the news talking once again about how the Shai Hasaikai was completely annihilated by the League of Villains. BLD splat across the street as well as dead bodies across the mansion where Nighteye was thinking of raiding completely torn and broken. They looked at one another as shock overtook their expressions, and they immediately rushed off to get Arie into the custody of UA. On a nearby building, Whitebeard himself stared down at his protege with a smile. It appears as though he is adopting his way of getting children through picking them up off the street and becoming their father. He had a small tear run down his face as he remembered a certain black-haired young man with a straw hat over his head, a large Whitebeard pirate's tattoo on his back, and how the boy wielded the power over the flame fruit as he was killed at Marineford. He sadly looked to the sky as he thought of one thing, and one thing only. I wish you were here, Ice. Whitebeard thought. Sir, do you know where I am? A small meek voice asked, as the tall man turned around. Who are you? Whitebeard questioned with a mock glare. Oh, the name is Nico Robin. Nice to meet you, sir, she said, reaching a hand out to shake his own. The name's Edward Newgate. The pleasure is mine, Straw Hat, Whitebeard said, with a smirk causing the girl to look confused. She had pale skin that made her look very appealing in skin color alone. She had long black hair that extended to her lower back, But for this encounter was in a ponytail. Her sharp blue eyes were very contrasting to her very relaxed demeanor as she stared up at Edward. She was wearing a blue vest over her fizzy with a flower on the left-hand side of it, whilst the center area was left open, revealing her quite impressive bust to the world. And tied around her waist is a salmon pink-colored dress with a light green floral pattern on her left hip of the said dress. She also had a pair of goggles over her head as she smiled at the taller man. "How do you know my name?" she asked as Whitebeard just stared at her. "Hearing about the straw hats before my death was something I paid very close attention to. Especially so when your captain recruited my assistance for saving Ace, his older brother from the Marines," Whitebeard said as he knelt down to look into her eyes. "Now then, how in the bloody hell did you appear here?" Whitebeard asked as the girl just stared at him before passing out. "Well, Whitebeard muttered to himself as he left with the girl on his shoulder. Nico Robin had been someone who prided herself on her ability to read the poneglyphs in the world. She had also been one who prided herself on her ability to utilize her own devil fruit ability and took down many opponents who were as strong or more powerful than herself. But there was one thing she had never, ever prepared her logical mind for herself to ever see. The fact that their leader in Luffy becoming the Pirate King, Zoro becoming the greatest swordsman in the world, Usopp becoming the greatest sniper on the seas, Brook becoming able to regain his flesh once more, and even Frankie and Chopper getting their dreams answered. But the one thing she had never prepared for was seeing what the One Piece would ever be. Nor did she ever think that she'd be the first one to ever see what it would be able to do as Luffy stared at it with a confused expression on his face. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were scratching their heads at the sight of the weird futuristic technology as it laid on the Going Merry. She looked at Zoro, and the man looked like he was wanting to grab some sake and drink himself to sleep. Sanji had looked like he was about to ask for something to eat to drown himself in his cooking. What is this device exactly?" Nami asked, looking confused. "From what we believe, it has the ability to traverse the many different universes out there," the member of Whitebeard's pirate remnants said. "And you think it can do this because?" Nico asked, concerned. "We watched Midoriya and Yamato use the device ourselves," they told her as she pulled the rest of the crew away from them. They huddled up as they looked at one another with confused glances as well as some kind of happiness from Luffy. They were thinking about what to tell the other when Luffy smirked at Nico Robin and with a smile spoke to her about his plan. "Well, the only way to see if that is true is to use it," Luffy said, smiling. "What makes you think that this device won't bring us to our own deaths?" Nami asked, incredulous. "If Midoriya and Yamato used it and are still alive, then it has to be able to move through different universes. And since I'm the Pirate King here, then I want to become the Pirate King everywhere," Luffy said, as flaming stars appeared in his eyes. "But who will watch over this world whilst you're gone?" Nico asked, looking into the young man's eyes. "Jinbe would. He could keep an eye on things here, and if things get too bad, he can use the device and tell us what's wrong," Luffy said, smirking. "As much as I would love to do that, Luffy, I would need a reason for coming to inform you about the problems. If I can't handle them myself, anyway," Jinbe said, as he shrugged his shoulders. "So you will stay here whilst everyone goes to wherever Yamato and Midoriya are?" Luffy asked, pumping his fists. "I'm saying that I'm not one to shrink back from a challenge. Although I would like to have someone watching my back should I need it," Jinbe said, as Luffy called Zoro over. "Hey Zoro," Luffy called out as the green-haired man looked at the captain. "What do you want?" he asked, looking dead inside. It was about 15 hours later that Luffy and his crew made it to Sabaody Island in order to find a spot where they could hide the One Piece. They needed a place where they could use the item without drawing attention to anyone who wanted the device for nefarious purposes. When they had set it up, they looked at one another before noticing that there was something wrong. Checking everything on the device and seeing that everything was correct, Luffy scratched his head before looking at everyone. "So, how do we turn it on exactly?" he asked, tilting his head. "Oh my god, you brought us all out here and aren't even aware of how to use it?" Usopp called out angrily. "Hey, don't blame me. The Whitebeard pirates never told us how to use it," Luffy said, whining. Whilst everyone was complaining to one another, Zoro fighting Luffy in order to get him back to normal. Nico, Robin, and Nami walked over to the device as they looked at all the buttons as well as many other devices connected to the machine. They clicked a singular button that showed a word that they didn't understand, and the machine started clicking to life. As a small beam of energy shined from the machine itself, it blasted out into the sky as Nico Robin placed an arm into the beam. She waited for a few seconds before pulling her arm back, finding that a small apple was in her hand. Nami looked at the apple before taking a bite of it and smiled at the sweet and juicy flavor of it. Thinking nothing of the beam moving through the sky, Nico decided to jump onto the device and see what happened to when she decided to ultimately place her entire body on it. She disappeared from her own world almost instantly, causing the Straw Hat Pirates to become very concerned. But moments later, Nico Robin jumped back in as she shivered slightly before heaving on the ground. "Don't let me go back to that W world? I don't think that I'm ready to go there," Nico said as she shivered from the memory. Hearing this, Luffy decided to push a button that had a green color and a green beam of energy had blasted into the sky this time. Nico looked at the beam this time and had a good feeling about it, so she moved into it as everyone just tried to pull her out of it. But by the time they had reached her arms, she was already gone from their world. Nico Robin appeared on top of a rooftop as she shook her head. She didn't know that interdimensional travel could make her grow a headache, but it had. Getting a good look of her surroundings, she found that she was in a sort of metropolis like the celestial dragons. Looking down at the ground, she did take a particular notice in how these people looked. They were similar to herself and Luffy in how they appeared. Some were appealing, others were very ugly. Some had even looked similar to devil fruit abilities when being in use. But there was one thing she could notice about this world. The air as well as wind blowing her hair around was just nice to feel and smell. Looking off into the distance, she noticed someone very familiar to her. She immediately decided to take off running to the person as she needed to make sure that this person was who she thought they were. Landing behind the person, she saw that they were very tall, almost as tall as Heech was before he was killed at Marineford. Shaking her head, she spoke out to the very large man as he turned to look at her, hearing her. "Hello. Sir, do you know where I am?" Nico asked as the tall man turned to look at her. "HM? Who are you?" The tall man asked, his wavy yellow hair moving along the wind. "Oh, the name is Nico Robin. Nice to meet you, sir." Nico Robin replied with a bow. "The name's Edward Newgate. The pleasure is mine, Straw Hat," Edward said as he smirked at her. "How do you know whose pirate crew I belong to?" Nico asked, getting cautious. "Hearing about the Straw Hats before my death was something I paid very close attention to. Especially so when your captain recruited my assistance for saving Ace, his older brother from the Marines," Edward said as he chuckled. "Now then, how in the bloody hell did you appear here?" Edward asked, finding Nico on the ground unconscious. "Well, he muttered before picking her up. Inside of a building that was nearby, Edward Newgate had watched over the unconscious woman as he let out a sigh. He had no idea as to why she was here, but the fact that she passed out was not something he wanted to deal with. But thankfully she was waking up as she struggled to move around from her binds. She looked at her surroundings before finding Edward glaring at her as she had the forethought to look fearful. "I asked you a question before you passed out, Straw Hat. How did you get here?" Edward asked. "I used a machine that apparently allowed Yamato and Midoriya to go to a different world. But I didn't think that it'd give me a massive headache. Also, weren't you supposed to be dead?" She stated before asking. "That's for me to know and to answer the second part of your wording. I had a massive headache when I appeared in this world as well, but you get used to it. This world is currently forcing the devil fruit ability. You have to become a quirk of sorts for you," Edward said as Nico nodded. "Anything else I should be worried about?" she asked, looking up at him. "Yeah, make sure that you don't steal shit in this world. The heroes would make sure that you are placed in prison, and they are downright trained very viciously to take you all on," Edward said. "What kind of world is this, if you don't mind me asking?" Nico asked as Edward smirked. "This is the world where Midoriya came from. Welcome to the world of heroes," Edward said, before showing Nico Robin a video of All Might. If there was anything that Tamura was not loving at this point in time, It was being told to not help his emsu. Another thing he didn't like was how he was being ignored on the news, once again. As though the media were actively trying to hide him from the populace. He growled to himself in anger as he thought back to the day when those two vigilantes had come to his bar and ruined everything. They killed his emsu, they saved All Might, and most importantly, they had forced him and his league into hiding. They were all currently hiding inside of a warehouse when a knocking sound came from the doors of it. Moving towards the door, he saw Twice standing there as his expressionless face smiled at him before pushing inside. "So, what kind of information do you have?" Tamura questioned. "So from what I am hearing, the heroes are looking all over for us. But I managed to make a friend during my search and intel gathering," Twice said before pointing his hand out to the door. "So this is the League of Villains, I gotta say. I'm highly disappointed in you," the man's voice said as he glared at the group. "Just because we don't look like some kind of uber-powerful villains, don't mean that we can't kill you," Tamura said, scratching his neck. "I can see that, you filthy man," the person said, before revealing themselves entirely. The man wore a plague doctor's mask as he looked at each and every villain inside of the warehouse with disdain. His golden eyes taking in each and every person there, before he looked back at their leader who glared at him through the hand on his face. But moments before the villains could even react, he moved towards the man wearing feminine clothing. He placed a palm on the person's face. And in an instant, the man had been reduced to nothing but a blood splatter on the ground, Twice staring at the man in shock. "If this is the best that your group can do, I can't help but think that you all are useless to me," the man spoke, his green coat with purple fur billowing in the wind. "You killed Magna. Let's kill this beach," Spinner called out as Tamura glanced at Compress. "Compress, kill him," Tamura called out as the man rushed the plague doctor mask-wearing man. Almost as fast as the man killed Magna, the man took Compress's arm. And he was holding a bleeding stump as he yowled in pain from the amount of blood leaving his arm. The man began to walk away from the warehouse as he glanced back at Tamura before speaking to the man-child. "If you are wanting to team up with me, then you will make sure that you are absorbed into my 8 bullets Yakuza," the man said as Tamura growled. "Who are you?" he screeched. "The name is Chisaki Kai, otherwise known as Overhaul," Kai said, before leaving Tamura in a rage. That was about a few weeks prior, and Tamura was still showing signs that he was very furious about what happened. He had a meeting with Overhaul last week, and he had seen a small girl who was amongst the Yakuza. It was something he and Toga took great notice of. But when they focused their attention on Chisaki, they could see the man was very angered with how the girl was revealing herself at this point in time. Tamura could still remember the face the man showed, as the little girl ran up to him asking him to save her. He ignored her, but that was beside the point. Chisaki's face was priceless to him. Although at this point in time, he was just exploring the streets of Yamanashi as he heard the sounds of someone very angry. Closing in on the person from behind, he noticed how familiar the person appeared to be as Tamura gained a very pleasurable expression. He began to giggle internally as he had found someone who was a very big thorn in his side as he chuckled a little loudly. It gained the attention of the person ahead of himself who was growling at his men who were right in front of him. "Shigaraki? What are you doing here?" Overhaul asked as he glared at the leader of the league. "Oh, I just was walking around. Just seeing if I could get some fresh air and look what I find on my way of searching the streets," Shigaraki said, smirking at Overhaul. "If you think that you can kill me, then you are sorely mistaken," Overhaul said, as Tamura shrugged his shoulders. "You think that nobody can kill you, because you can just rejuvenate your body after some damage is dealt to you. Correct?" Tamura asked, ominously. "Yeah, what about it? I need to find the cursed girl so that I can continue my experiments," Overhaul said as he turned to walk away. As soon as the man turned his back to Tamura, the young man had already sprinted over to Overhaul as the man turned around just in time to see Tamura's hand mere inches away from his face. His eyes were wide open with confusion as well as a slight sense of fear as Tamura's hand closed in on his face. That was when Tamura decided to talk to him as time seemed to slow down to the point that this kind of attack was moving in extremely slow motion. You know, I have always loved seeing how people fall apart when I use my quirk. It's a shame that you won't be around to see what I do to this world. Tamura said, as Overhaul noticed time speed back up again. Within moments, the palm landed on his face, disintegrating his plague mask. And almost as fast as that was gone, the palm placed on his face began to close their fingers around his mouth and nose. His body began to crumple and turn to dust as he pulled his hands up in order to defend himself, but they were grabbed by Tamura's other hand as Overhaul had watched the young man's face slowly evolve from neutral to sadistic glee. And within literally seconds, Overhaul's entire face was covered by lines and was turning gray fast. "You will never win," Overhaul cried out. "I know, but that doesn't mean that I can't take a side quest to make the hero's job a lot harder," Tamura said, before Overhaul had turned to dust. "I really hate when their ashes get on my skin. It irritates it. Now then, time to find the Shai Hasaikai base of operations. I have a job to do," Shigaraki said, as he practically skipped with glee. "Gamma Gamma no. Elephant gun. Hajime sheet. Or Waluffy. Just here to let you all know that the next chapter of this story will be coming out in about a week. Sorry for the long delays on each chapter. The writer is just so busy with other things, he really needs to learn how to relax. Anyway, I hope you all are enjoying the story so far. I will be coming into the story next. I can't wait to see how this world's government reacts to me, hehe. Well, I got to go. Nami-chan is really looking for me right now." As Shigaraki watched Overhaul slowly fall into a small amount of ash and BLD, he couldn't help but giggle to himself. The man had threatened him with death, and he had showed the man that one doesn't just cross him without having the strength to kill him first. As he pulled Overhaul's phone from the slowly decaying form of Overhaul, he checked out for where he'd find the base of operations within the Shai Hasaikai. Walking down the road, he continued down the road so that he could make his way over to the Shai Hasaikai base. For about a few hours, he was shown walking around the small towns within Shizuoka Prefecture. That was until he came across where a large building with white paint on the walls as well as the pavement. Looking up at the building, he glanced down at the phone in his hand as he giggled madly before squeezing his hand on the small device. Watching the device slowly crumble into dust before taking his eyes back up to the building in front of himself. He thought about what his next actions would do for him before he just cackled madly as he placed his hands on the ground, activating his quirk. The ground slowly broke away as the power of his decay had quickly rushed towards the building in front of himself. Unaware of what was happening outside of their home, the Shai Hasaikai had been completely and utterly taken aback when the building started to decay. Each member of the Yakuza had been rushing around the place in a bid to keep the building intact, but it was no use. Soon the decay had reached towards each member of the Hasaikai as they too were completely decayed as the building collapsed to the ground. Standing over the remains of the building, a portal appeared behind Shigaraki as the young man had continued to cackle madly. "I'm Sir Tamura, we need to leave," Kurogiri's voice called out to the young villain. "Ah, Kurogiri. Did you find a good hiding spot for us?" Tamura asked, as the misty villain nodded. "Yes, I have. Come now, we need to leave," Kurogiri said, as Tamura entered the black and purple portal. After appearing in a large forest, Shigaraki and the rest of his league of villains took in their surroundings. Dabi was taking in the forest as he prepared to burn it to the ground before Shigaraki placed a hand over the man's arm. Shaking his head, he decided to walk over towards the mound of mountain that was shaking slightly. By the time he stood over the giant mount of grass and trees, Shigaraki stared at the giant mound that looked like a hill. But before he could even try and attack the mound, a voice was heard in his and the other villains' minds. "I wouldn't attack that mound if I were you," the voice called out. "Doctor? Is that you?" Tamura asked, confused. "Yes, I am here, well, not here exactly. Just know that I am keeping an eye on all of you," the doctor said as Tamura thought about it. "What do you want me to do?" he questioned. "I want you to fight Gigantomachia and force him into your servitude," the doctor said, as Tamura watched as the ground trembled. The ground around the small forest had trembled as a being pushed out of the ground in front of them all. And looking high into the sky, they watched as a humanoid being wearing only black shorts was standing hunched over above them all. He stood at around a few meters above MT Lady's full height when she stood straight upwards. His face was rocky, but at the same time showed some scarring from the number of times he defended himself. Tamura, however, wasn't even fazed by how the giant in front of him looked powerful. Instead, he saw a challenge. "So you want me to kill this beastie?" Tamura asked, preparing to place a hand on the ground. "No, I want you to show Gigantomachia your conviction. The conviction to become MSDR's replacement in this world as the true Demon King," the doctor said, before powering off the radio on Gigantomachia's neck. "So I need to show you my conviction?" Tamura questioned the giant. "MSTR told me that you would come. But I don't sense your true strength. I don't think I should work for you. I will wait for MSTR to return," Gigantomachia said, as he glared down at Tamura. Tamura, becoming furious with how disobedient Gigantomachia was being towards him, rushed at the giant. The giant decreased his size as he rushed at Tamura as well. Tamura went for a wide palm strike to kill the giant for disobeying him as the monster had dodged out of the way. He then slammed a fist into the ground, causing a minor earthquake in the area, forcing Tamura and the other villains to the ground. Getting back up quickly, however, Tamura rushed at the villain, his small league rushing after him in order to assist their leader. While they fought the giant, Kurogyri was leaving the area to speak with the good doctor. Disappearing in a small purple and black portal, he appeared in the deep lab of the doctor that All for One had enabled. The two would watch through cameras as the small group of villains that All for One had supported fought the giant. Kurogyri was concerned about his charge. But the doctor told him that this would allow Tamura to become his own MSTR and his own person as a whole. Kurogyri didn't know what that meant, but he knew for a fact that the doctor was never wrong. The two continued to watch Tamura fight Gigantomachia as they did their best to gain a new and very powerful ally to their cause. Although it was clearly seen that they were not strong enough to gain him as an ally as of yet. It was so apparent that Tamura hadn't learned his lesson back when All for One died, that this would be sure to teach the boy that lesson. If you cannot defeat your opponent, then you would die or get caught. But considering the fact that Tamura had wanted to earn Gigantomachia's allegiance, he was actually going through the harsh training. Kurogyri walked towards the exit of the lab when the doctor called out to him. "Make sure that he gets enough rest from here on out. Once he's gained Gigantomachia as an ally, he will be forced to take on the old MSDR's quirk," the doctor said, as Kurogyri nodded. "I will do what I must. I need to return back to MSTR Tamura," Kurogyri said, leaving the place. The doctor, however, noticed a slight change in Kurogyri's mannerisms. Thinking nothing of it, and more of the fact that Kurogyri had learned some new emotions aside from just default protection. He never noticed how Kurogyri listened in on the doctor talking about how All for One would take over Tamura's body whilst destroying the boy's vestige from his own body. That was before he spoke about another person that was on his mind. "That green-haired boy, I remember him from somewhere. If I remember correctly, he should have been quirkless. So how did he get a quirk? That was physically impossible," the doctor mumbled to himself, pulling out some papers. "No matter, when I get my hands on him, I will make sure that he becomes Tamura's little pet." The doctor giggled slightly. As Kurogyri thought about his charge, he knew that there was a problem for the green-haired kid who was in the protection of the heroes. Shaking his misty head, he felt another presence that hadn't been there for years. If not that. A small face appeared through the mist as light blue hair and eyes flashed for all but a moment before it changed back to the black and purple mist. "What are you doing? I am supposed to be in charge," Kurogyri questioned, a hand moving to his face. "Must protect child. Boy in danger," the second voice said, tone completely warped. "Which child are you talking about that is in danger?" Kurogyri questioned, as he felt his form tremble slightly. "Temuare shijraki, Midoriya is uku." The secondary voice warped out. "Is that the green-haired child?" Kurogyri questioned. "Yes." The voice called out. "How do you know of him?" "We are the same person." Kurogyri questioned again. "Sports festival. Defeated many opponents." The secondary voice said, as Kurogyri nodded. "What do you want me to do about it?" "I can't do anything else, I'd be caught by the heroes," Kurogyri said, looking down at the ground in thought. "Letter," Save boys? The secondary voice said, their physical form appearing for another second. Fine, I will do what I can. But I cannot say that I can save the green-haired boy. Kurogiri said, as the second voice became quiet. Has the plan begun yet? A voice called out from an office. Yes, sir. Everything that we've planned for is coming to fruition. Another said on a cellular device. Skeptic, what are the rates that we collect new recruits? The voice questioned again. The rates of which our new recruits are coming in are around 55%. And that number increases by the day. Everything is going according to how you foresaw, Redestro-sama. Skeptic said. Good, now then, Trumpet, what are the heroes doing in Daika currently? Redestro questioned. They're doing everything that you've told them to do. Patrolling the streets as well as taking down staged villain fights. They're increasing in rank every day. It's only a matter of time before we have some of our informants in the HPSC. Trumpet informed. That's very good, Chitose. How are the news stations all around Japan? Are they supporting our cause entirely? Redestro questioned the blue woman. Not all of them support your ideals. Not only that, but I've managed to get a few more news stations to produce many different forms of our manifesto. Chitose said, as Redestro nodded. As the man got up from his seat, his subordinates left the video call. He walked over to his window with a small cup of tea in his hand as he stared out at Daika City itself. He smiled at the appealing city as he took a sip of his drink. He watched as the heroes of his city had been patrolling around the place with happy smiles on their faces, increasing the people's want for them to be nearby. Turning around and walking towards the entrance of his office, he was about to leave the room when he got a phone call. Pulling his phone out, he saw that it was the chairman of his building that he was in charge of. Answering the phone, he heard the slightly fearful voice of the chairman of his support company. Mr. Chairman, to what do I owe this conversation at such an early moment in the morning? Redestro questioned. Tamura Shigaraki was someone that shouldn't be ignored. Or more like it, was not someone who liked being ignored by those around him. So the fact that Gigantomachia had lost the motivation to fight him anymore and just merely pummeled him and his allies into the ground set him off greatly. It set him off so greatly that he was now thinking with his brain as he paced around the room of the small hut that the good doctor gave them. Demenit. Everything that we do is not damaging him. We need to go about this recruitment task another way. Shigaraki growled. Hey, can you keep it down? I'm trying to sleep here. Dabi said as he opened an eye halfway. Shut up, Burns. I'm trying to think of a way to get Gigantomachia on our side. Tamura growled at him. Hey Shiggy, what about attacking the city nearby? Toga questioned. As much as I would love to cause some destruction, we need a good reason for doing that. Besides, actually, do you all know who that city belongs to? Tamura questioned. The government? Dabi questioned. Nope, that city is Daika City. It belongs to a specific group of people within the world who are villainous in nature. Tamura said as Spinner looked at him. What are you talking about, Shigaraki? What about them is villainous? Spinner questioned. Their ideals are that of a villain. Also, there is the fact that one of them is the descendant of a very civil rights activist who became a terrorist in the dark age of quirks. Tamura said, as Kurogiri kept a close eye on his charge. So what? Who is this group that is controlling Daika City? Dabi questioned, interest intrigued. They call themselves the Meta Liberation Army, or MLA for short. But there is one thing I know about them, and that is the name of their leader. Tamura said as he looked out the window at Gigantomachia. And that is? Toga asked all giddy. His name is? Tamura said before everything went black. Mr. Yatsubashi, we have news. A about the outposts in the other cities around Japan as a Overhaul. The chairman said as he fearfully stared at the leader of the And what is that, Mr. Chairman? Yatsubashi questioned. We have reason to believe that the heroes are onto us. The outposts haven't given us a reply in a few days, and the last time we contacted them was on June 14th. The chairman said, fearfully. That doesn't seem as though it means anything. Yatsubashi said, as liver spots appeared on his face. I am sorry, sir, but I think that we've lost the outposts to the police and government. The chairman said, before cutting off the feed. Yatsubashi stared at the phone for a moment as he took in a deep breath. As he attempted to lower his stress levels, he decided to head down to the workout area within the support company had taken control of. Walking through the halls, he said hello to each and every worker for the building as they smiled at him as he walked by. Entering the room, which was noise-canceling, he started to vent out his frustrations with everything happening in the place. Eventually, he managed to get his stress levels lowered enough that they wouldn't be a problem for him anymore for the day. Unless his day got worse. Leaving the venting room for himself, he walked back up the stairs towards his main office. He wanted to see if Chitose could see what in the hell happened to his outposts all across the country. Especially so because of all the schools he'd had. Under his thumb, it was already bad enough that Aldra had nearly been placed under inspection a few months ago. He was lucky to have the charges dropped for one of the many children who were being trained in the whole MLA format there. How a quirkless student was allowed within one of his schools was beyond him, but at least he managed to make the worthless null's life harsher than it already was. By the time he entered his office, he found Chitose already there with a smile on her face as she stood before her boss. Her blue skin shining in the light of the room as Yatsubashi smiled at her before sitting in his seat as he let out a sigh of relief. She smiled at him, one of the smiles that he'd been fond of in the last few years at the very least. Shaking his head, he began to tell her about their future plans as well as what to do for their outposts. When she was informed about it, she told him that it was all done under the underground hero Eraserhead. Underground hero, Eraserhead? Why haven't I been told about his existence? Yatsubashi questioned with confusion. The man hates talking with the media, sir. It's incredibly difficult to keep him in one spot and tell us what we want to hear. Chitose said, with a sigh of exasperation. Is there a reason as to why he is attacking our outposts? Yatsubashi asked. Not that we know of, sir, but when we do, we will let you know. Chitose said, as Yatsubashi sent her on her way. By the time she was gone, Yatsubashi had gotten a new call. Looking at the number, he saw that it only stated one word. Doctor. Opening the phone, he answered the call as a familiar voice answered the phone for him as Yatsubashi listened in on the plan being told to him. He smiled as he began to chuckle and laugh manically as he hung up the phone before looking off to the forest nearby. So the little league of villains are nearby? I wonder what will happen when we meet eventually. Not only that, but he has someone I need to collect for the cause? I can't wait to see this boy. Midoriya Izuku. Yatsubashi muttered as his face became shadowed by the dark spots growing on his face. Izuku was training in the middle of the cityscape within UA's training grounds. He had been increasing the amount of damage he could do with his quirk/devil fruit ability so that he can dish out more damage to his opponents without causing property damage. Although he knew that using his quirk would cause damage to his surrounding area, it was inevitable that his ability to cause destruction wherever he went with his usage of his quirk was tantamount to the League of Villains attacking a city. Sighing in exasperation, he continued to try and pull the forces of the Gura fruit, the forces that it releases, into his own body and center them all into his hand. Moving his fist forward, he watched as the air in front of him cracked before a wind pressure attack moved swiftly across the ground. The road cracked but still held firm as the pressure wave had pushed into a nearby car and completely wrecked it. Wincing slightly at the fact that the car would be him needing to pay for a new one, he shook his head. What am I doing wrong? I know that there's a way to prevent as much destruction to my usage of the Gura no Mi. Just the question is, how? Izuku muttered to himself. Have you tried pulling the forces into your body? A voice questioned. Yeah, what I just did caused a lot of damage to the car nearby. So I need a different way of doing it. Izuku replied before he stopped his muttering. Mentor? Izuku asked, turning his head to find Whitebeard standing behind him. From what it looks like, you managed to bring the destruction of the Gura no Mi down to just the small destruction of a car. Not bad, kid, you're on the right track. Whitebeard said, rubbing Izuku's fluffy hair. How can I make the damage output the same, but not do any outward damage to my surroundings? Izuku asked Whitebeard. Don't ask me, I have always used the Gura no Mi the way I've always used it. To cause mayhem and destruction, but you are going to need to learn how to dial down the power of the attack. Whitebeard said as he stood nearby. As Izuku thought about what Whitebeard told him, he gained an idea. Instead of just placing all the power into his hand, he centered it all around his body before having an extremely small portion of it enter his hand for usage. As soon as he moved his fist out after he centered the power all around his body, Whitebeard smirked as he watched a much smaller crack appear in the air in front of the boy. The small crack in the air had been seen for barely even a second before a large wind pressure attack had been launched at the robot just down the road. Once the robot was hit with the attack, Izuku let out a cheer of happiness as he'd finally managed to control the raging power of his quirk. Whitebeard stood proud off to the side as he watched his protégé celebrate his growth by jumping around before pulling out his notebook and writing everything down. He might become as powerful as you are, Whitebeard thought to himself. After a few days of training strong, Izuku was shown walking towards the school when he stopped moving for a moment. Turning around, he found a weird black and purple portal appearing behind himself as he watched a hand reach out towards him. Immediately getting his guard up, he prepared for a fight. When only a letter fell from the portal itself instead of a villain. And as Izuku stared at the portal as it slowly dissipated, he looked down at the letter once the portal disappeared. Who in the right mind would have Kurogiri send a letter to me specifically? Izuku muttered. Walking towards the principal's office, Izuku waited at the door as he heard people inside speaking to one another. As a small amount of time passed, the young man was looking at the letter with trepidation as he felt as though it were a trap. That was when the door to Principal Nizu's office that had a somewhat elderly woman exit the room with a suit and tie. She glanced over at him for a moment before shaking her head and leaving the boy as he entered the office. Once Nizu had gotten himself situated, he looked at the door to find Izuku standing there with a very nervous expression on his face. Well, that wouldn't do, so as he brewed up some tea, he allowed the boy to relax in his office as he placed a letter on the desk. Curious about the letter, Nizu gave a questioning look to the boy as he took a deep breath before opening his eyes. I think a villain gave this to me, Izuku said, as Nizu just stared at him. Why? He asked. I don't know. All I know is that I was on my way back to the dorms from working on my quirk, when the black and purple portal appeared behind me. My secondary abilities allowed me to sense their presence almost immediately, and I turned around to see a letter fall out of the portal. That was before it disappeared, by the way, Izuku said as Nizu inspected the letter itself. Telling the boy to leave, Nizu watched as Izuku left the building and headed over to where the Class 1A dorms were located on campus. Opening the letter himself, he found there was no traces of anthrax inside, so the boy would have been safe from any and all dangers with that. He was confused at the handwriting of the individual before he took note of what the letter was trying to inform. Dear Sports Festival winner, I am someone who is attempting to take care of my charge. His name is Shigaraki Tamura, Mr. All-for-One's successor. Edit. Recent conversation with another of MSTR All-for-One's cohorts, and he displayed a very surprising amount of intrigue when it came to you. He knows about your quirkless origins, as well as the fact that there was no way for you to have a quirk at all in your life. When someone gains his attention, they disappear. Please, for the love of all that is holy, do not leave you. Sincerely, Kurogiri of the Love. Well, this is certainly surprising. It is a surprise nonetheless that I will take into account, Principal Nizu muttered before calling up a certain individual. You called, sir? A very gruff voice questioned. I need you to keep an eye on Midoriya's outgoing activities that go beyond the school's grounds, Nizu said as the man just shrugged. Okay, is there anything else you need from me? The man questioned. Yes, make sure that if there are any undesirables who have any unwarranted feelings towards Midoriya, shoot to kill, Nizu explained as the man nodded and left. Shigaraki woke up the next morning after the harsh training with Gigantomachia. The BSTRD still wouldn't acknowledge him as the new leader of the league without Sensei around. But that was alright for right now. Those BSTRDs in Daika City were going to be who he attacked this time in his fury. He didn't specifically care about them. All he knew was that he should try and turn them into his allies further down the road. They could be useful to him if he decided to try and increase his charisma stat, and as he left the room, he placed on his villain outfit as he placed the hands of his family all over his body, with the hand of his father being over his face. "Alright everyone, we have a new goal today." Shigaraki spoke, as everyone looked at him. "And that goal would be?" Dabi asked, curiously. "We're going to take down those MLABSTRDS. Once we do that, we will take all their funding and use it to further our own goals of taking down this DMN hero society," Shigaraki said, as he smiled at his allies. "Okay, but when are we going to attack them?" Toga asked, curious as well. "Would right now suffice?" Shigaraki asked, his smile becoming manic. "Sure, anything to get me out of this place," Toga said, happily jumping off the couch and following her leader. Once the rest of the group were outside of the small hut in the forest near Gigantomachia, Shigaraki looked at the giant man as he nodded at them. Gigantomachia didn't make any kind of movement towards him, but he did give a gruff huff of air before digging himself into the ground. The entire League of Villains then walked towards the city of Daika with a new goal on their mind: cause as much mayhem and destruction as possible. If the MLA didn't want to join their cause for breaking down Hero Society, then they would just kill them before they become too much of a threat. They were walking down the streets of Daika a few hours later as they came across a bunch of civilians who the League immediately knew were a part of the MLA as a whole. So to commemorate their entrance to such a city, they began their mayhem and destruction, with Twice calling out for them all to chuckle and giggle at respectively. "Mayhem and destruction. Protect the populace, you idiot," Twice yelled as he attacked the nearby buildings. Redestro sat in his office as he drank some very good coffee that his secretary had made for him early in the morning. Everything was going according to how he envisioned it. The secret informant party that he'd used to increase their moles in society were doing very well. They were making life for the quirkless very difficult. He still remembered how one of his little indoctrination sites had gone silent. But that was nothing he couldn't ignore for another few days. Aldra wasn't that big of a school district. But they were one of their biggest contributions to the MLA as a whole, not that he had really cared about those inside the school itself. "What are the numbers about the Hearts and Mind Party? Are we getting any new recruits?" Redestro asked his secretary. "Everything is going according to how you saw it, Redestro-sama. The recruitments are going perfectly swell," she said as she pulled her glasses up. "Good, anything else from Trumpet as well as Skeptic?" he questioned, his back to her. "Everything is going according to your plans, sir. Nothing appears to be getting in their way," she said, before everything around them began to rumble. "What was that?" Redestro questioned angrily. I don't know. This building shouldn't be getting attacked right now," the secretary said, as Redestro shook his head. "Evacuate the building. I believe I know who is attacking this place. The demon hoodlum and his motley crew are finally here." Redestro growled as he stood up, liver spots appearing on his face. As soon as he went to the balcony of his company building, he looked down at the streets as he became highly familiar of the people who were attacking for random fun. He growled to himself as he felt the stress of the day becoming worse and worse as he prepared to defend his army. Down at the bottom of the building, though, there was a young man with light blue-colored hair as he looked up at him with a sadistic smirk on his face. "Are you going to stay up there? Or are you going to come down and fight me already?" Shigaraki questioned with a manic smile. "You don't know who you're messing with, child. I was here long before you were born." Redestro growled before jumping from his balcony just as Shigaraki placed his hand on the building itself and caused the building to become unstable. Landing behind the young villain, Redestro watched as the company he had worked so strong to build up to be a front for the world fall into a crumbling mess. His liver spots had soon covered his entire body as he rushed at the young villain in front of him, murder on his mind. As soon as his entire body was covered head to toe in the black inky form, his entire form increased in height as well as musculature. Soon enough he was about 3 meters tall, and he was said at Shigaraki Tamura, who just laughed. At his destruction, Rikia threw a haymaker that smashed right into Shigaraki's guard as it lifted him into the air and blasted him into a nearby building. Chasing after the young villain, Redestro had went to go for a consecutive strike as the young man pulled himself out of some ashen concrete as he moved his palm out. Shigaraki, however, managed to grab onto the man's hand as he activated his quirk to try and decay his opponent. Feeling a hellish amount of pain, The leader of the MLA had pulled his palm back and backhanded Shigaraki across the road. Rikiya stared at his slowly crumbling hand before he stopped the crumbling with his own willpower. He looked back at his opponent, who just smiled at his direction as he spoke out to him. He then launched an attack at the Shigaraki, who had deftly dodged and weaved through each attack as they went up the stairs of a nearby tower. Once they reached the top of the floor, Rikiya began to spout about the mother of all quirks, before throwing a massive palm out the window of the said tower. "Hey, so I thought I should tell you this. I'm not the real Shigaraki you should be worried about." The Shigaraki in front of Ridestro said. "What are you talking about?" Ridestro questioned. "The real me should be breaking down this tower right now," the clone said, before a hand was shown, touching a tower the two were fighting on previously. As soon as the hand touched the tower, it began to crack and crumble. A small window cracking, before breaking loudly as the entire tower began to fall and turn into rubble. Through the smoke and debris, Shigaraki was shown walking towards the fallen man as he struggled to pull himself out of the rubble and shaking it off of himself. The liver spots on his body was already forming around his face even more as Shigaraki spoke to him in a very soft and crackly tone. "If they fall from a high place, humans should die. So you're the boss?" Shigaraki questioned with a neutral expression on his face. "I missed my chance to hear your answer," Ridestro said, as Shigaraki spoke up again. "You're big. Hey, how do you feel right now?" Shigaraki asked, somewhat boredly as he slammed a hand on the ground to begin decaying it. Ridestro immediately jumped into the air to dodge the clearly devastating attack as the ground cracked and a part of Shigaraki's red shoe was showing some wear and tear. Two people who were in the tower were shown running away from the area as their leader's voice was heard behind Shigaraki, who had his back to the man. "How do I feel right now?" Ridestro questioned before Shigaraki looked up and dodged his attack. "You can see what that's done to my forehead," Ridestro growled. "You've killed a lot of warriors to get here, haven't you?" Ridestro asked, as Shigaraki's body was shown flapping around in the air, his eyes whited out. "Is that the palm that is committing evil?" He questioned once again, as Shigaraki is grabbed by Ridestro by the arm. "Don't judge a person by their quirk. It's a good lesson," Ridestro said, as he looked impassively at Shigaraki. "I was taught that growing up too," he said, monologuing. Shigaraki's expression was that of a small child as he stared at Ridestro with wide expressive eyes as Ridestro continued on his monologue. "But meta abilities have a direct connection to personality," Ridestro said, before Shigaraki had blurred out of what the man was talking about. Everything was replaced with missing memories, Shigaraki thought to himself. His hand was given an extreme close-up as 4 fingers were placed on the leader of the MLA's thumb. BLD was slightly splattered on the thumb itself, but Shigaraki was so distracted by the incoming memories of his life as a child that he didn't register it. But then he decided to push 2 of his fingers onto the index finger of Ridestro's hand as the man immediately threw him away from himself. Shigaraki tumbled across the ground as BLD was now covering the upper part of his face and dried up because of how fast Shigaraki's face was sliding across the ground. Ridestro, however, was thinking about something far more important as he stared at the young man rag-dolling across the place. "He's in the midst of a quirk awakening," he thought to himself, slightly worried. Shigaraki landed finally on his feet, although he crouched a bit. All was quiet as the young man immediately launched himself at Ridestro faster than he was before. The businessman had immediately picked up on the speed as Tamura quickly appeared in front of him. He had lifted his arms into the air and swiped them downwards in an arc that Ridestro barely dodged to the right as he had a look of pure confusion on his face. He kept his preparatory movements to a minimum, too, Ridestro thought as he remained on guard. "He's as graceful as a cat. Has he been training?" Ridestro asked, curiously. "And these movements? He couldn't have mastered them without surviving harsh conditions with his life on the line every day," Ridestro thought as Tamura swiftly sped around him faster and faster before appearing behind the man. "Seeing as how you don't disappear even after taking all that damage," Ridestro thought as a show of Shigaraki's whited-out eyes and face as he rushed around the man. "You're the real one, aren't you?" Ridestro questioned in his head. 80% liberation?" He softly growled as his entire body increased in musculature and ripped his shirt and overcoat off. "Playtime is over," he called out with a sadistic smile on his face. Using his stress in order to create a ball of literal stress, he went to throw it at Shigaraki as he managed to get Shigaraki up close and send him flying through multiple city streets. Shigaraki, however, was shown to be walking back as though nothing bad had happened to him, minus the fact that he was missing his red shoes. Burden, which extracts and materializes stress and releases it over a wide area. The peak of my meta ability that I've been refining ever since childhood. Redestro mentally spoke, as Shigaraki finally made it back with a peaceful expression on his face. He touched me in that instant. Redestro thought as he glanced at his finger once again as it showed a crack in his armor. "You were right. I just want to destroy," Shigaraki said, as his face showed a serene smile on his face. "Oh, poor thing, what are you so afraid of?" All for One's voice rang out in Tamura's head. "Just act as your heart so wishes," All for One told him as a young Tamura was shown struggling and scratching his body all over in pain. "If you don't, then you'll be the one to suffer alone," All for One said, only his torso and lower body being shown. "What's inside of you is more important than anything," All for One said as we see the multiple hands on a counter. "Now, Tenko, what do you want to do?" All for One asked in his kindest, most manipulative toned voice. "Now show me what you are, Shigaraki Tamura." All for One's voice rang out in the final part of the memory. "At that time, I killed father because I wanted to," Shigaraki said as he looked at the sky, his cloak billowing in the wind. "Watching mother and the others crumble away just made my heart feel lighter." Shigaraki continued as we see an image of his little sister and his mother being crumbled into dust, although he reached out to his mother in fear. "Stress 100%, Redestro growled out, as he threw a double hook at Shigaraki at 2 angles. As soon as his hands were about to crush Shigaraki, the young man looked up at him with an eerie smile on his face. And he moved his open palm in one direction to his right as a slam sound was heard from their palms striking one another. "That's what it was supposed to be," Redestro thought as Shigaraki tore away his attack with an honest-to-God smile on his face. "If I destroy it before the end of the swing, then it's nothing much," Shigaraki said, chuckling as Redestro rose an eyebrow as Shigaraki walked up to him. "You're just big. I get it. Destroying something you hate with all you've got is just what makes me Tamura," Shigaraki said, as he heard Redestro speak to him. "Why are you so gung-ho about destroying my army? All I've done is carry out Destro's will," Redestro called out to him as Shigaraki's hair moved out of the way to reveal his red eye glaring at him. "What's this?" he thought to himself. "This pulsing that has been coming in waves. No, that's not it," he thought as his support items had flown into the air as he increased his power output. Deternat's patented burden amplifying mechanism, Claustro. He thought to himself as his body became covered in armor. On the other side of town, Twice was seen carrying an unconscious Toga in his arms, as well as holding a slightly injured Twice without his mask on his face. "He hasn't noticed us yet." "I can't feel my arm," Twice called out as they ran around the background of Shigaraki's fight with Redestro. What you need to worry about in a fight against a meta ability with the League is Dabi's wide-range flame attack, Redestro told a man with a blue furred coat. "Geaton, you are the cornerstone of the Liberation Army," Redestro said, as Geaton was shown moving around as fast as he could. With Shigaraki and Redestro, the man had shown his eye through his armor as he sent an attack at the young villain. Although a massive shockwave came from their consecutively timed attack on one another blasted out from them, Redestro noticed something wrong. Shigaraki's hand was on the full fist of his metal gauntlet, causing it to crumble away swiftly before he could pull his arm back. And as he looked up at Redestro with a sadistic smile on his face, Redestro thought even more about the young villain in front of him. "He has been liberated from everything," Redestro thought in alarm. "I see, so this throbbing in my zis," Redestro thought, before Shigaraki placed his hand on the ground one more time, destroying it entirely and moving the man out of his power armor. The man fell from the sky without his quirk active as he landed on the ground and used a piece of his support items to protect himself from the wave of decay. On the outside of Daika City, Gigantomachia had noticed Shigaraki's battle with the MLA and immediately knew what to do as he rushed over to his new emissary. He had finally shown him his conviction to become the new symbol of evil in his original MSDR's place. With Shigaraki, he slowly limped his way up a small platform to look down at Rikiya Yatsubashi as he let out heavy breaths. His entire form was battered and bruised, but he looked worse for wear as he glared up at Shigaraki with a reluctant smile on his face. "Hey, why were we fighting anyway?" Shigaraki asked, curiously. "It's because you came looking for a fight, right?" Shigaraki asked, pointing a hand at the man with an exhausted smile. Not too far away from the end of the battle site, a group of MLA members looked on in horror as they tried to go save their leader from the hands of Shigaraki. As soon as an orange glow appeared around the people still around, Shigaraki gave them a mere evil smirk and glare in their direction, causing them to falter in their preparation. Meanwhile, Redestro was staring at Shigaraki with a neutral expression on his face. He could only think about what he stood for in his Meta Liberation Army as a whole, as he thought about his ideals. Free use of meta abilities. Not suppression, but liberation. "Oh, great Destro," Rikiya thought to himself. "I can already see it. This young man looks like he's shining." Rikiya thought before he lowered himself to the ground. "You are right, I have picked a fight and I had lost. If you are going to kill me, then do it. But I am ready to sacrifice myself for Destro's dying wish." Rikiya spoke as he stared into Shigaraki's muted expression. I guess I can let you live. So long as you join me on my mission to destroy everything," Shigaraki said, as Rikiya immediately bowed to him. "I relinquish my title as the leader of the Meta Liberation Army to you. Shigaraki Tamura," he said, as Shigaraki looked off into the distance. With Gigantomachia, he smiled at the young man who was before their opponent. And he could only think about what the old MSTR looked like when he helped him become someone powerful. How the old Emperor appeared as though he were God himself, and felt a tear fall down his face at how similar the man was to the young. "He's MSDR's true successor," Gigantomachia mumbled to no one in particular. On the other side of the city, Dabi was shown grumbling to himself as he glared at everyone who was looking at Shigaraki. "Can somebody get me out of this ice-cage already? F-." Shigaraki stood before the downed Redestro. The man with the long nose had his head held down as Shigaraki could now decide the man's fate. Shigaraki thought about killing the man since he had tried to kill him and his allies first but chose against it. Since he defeated the man, their entire army would follow Shigaraki now as he would be the one in charge instead of Redestro. He looked at each and every person who looked in his direction as he took in their appearances. From those who he could calmly call his friends, to those who would be his subordinates. He rose a hand into the air and clenched his fist. All before a mad smile came upon his face as he spoke out towards those who he would assimilate into the League of Villains. "I beat your boss, so that means that you follow me now." Shigaraki spoke before looking at those around himself. "And now that I've defeated him and become your new boss, I think a change in ideals are in order," Shigaraki said, before Gigantomachia walked over. "You have his fire, his spirit. You are emissary for one's true successor," Gigantomachia said, with a bow. "Machia, I need you to take everyone to the hidden base these guys most definitely have," Shigaraki said, as Redestro gave the giant coordinates. "Will do, my new emissary," Gigantomachia said, before lifting everyone up and leaving Daika City. With the destruction of Daika City, the heroes were up in arms. One of the best hero support companies was not only revealed to be working with the League of Villains, but they were also quirk supremacists from back during the old days when quirks were just coming around. And now that Shigaraki had brought them into the League of Villains, there would be no stopping whatever plan he has in store. He would have the army he requires in order to complete any kind of mission he sets out upon in the future. So, with the heroes coming up with a new plan of action against the League, Shigaraki is seen sitting in a chair inside the hidden base's basement. His closest allies stood on both sides of him, ending with Redestro on one end in a wheelchair. As it turned out, The man was paralyzed from the waist down after their fight had ended. So, now that you all have been assimilated into the League of Villains, I believe a new name should be given to us, considering we're all villains fighting for those who were abused by this society. Not only that, but are people who believe might makes right. This new group we are creating shall be called the Paranormal Liberation Front, Shigaraki said, as the crowd screamed out in happiness and hype. As the young villain had stared at the entire army under his control, he had gotten a call from the doctor that his sensei had told him about who could be a very good ally to have. Moving out of the room to answer the call, he answered without hesitation. "What do you need, good doctor?" Shigaraki questioned, impatiently. "Good lord, you're even starting to talk like him. Anyway, I think that now would be a perfect time to make sure that you are upgraded," the doctor said, as Shigaraki hummed. "What do you mean by that, doctor?" Shigaraki asked, curious. "You will need more quirks and skills in order to take on all of society and destroy it like you longing. Come to the hospital in Jakku, then I will inform you about your destiny," the doctor said, ending the call. Looking over his shoulder, he found Dabi standing there having listened to the call Shigaraki had with the doctor. The man was glaring at him in wariness, but at the same time concerned for his leader. "What's with the look, Dabi?" Shigaraki questioned. "I don't trust that doctor," he said, as Shigaraki chuckled. "Then know that when this is all over, I will personally kill him myself," Shigaraki said, as Dabi nodded. "Wouldn't put it past you now then. How long will you be gone to evolve?" he questioned. "That is what I intend to find out," Shigaraki said, leaving the place to Dabi's control. After using a warping quirk to get to Dr. Garaki's secret lab, Shigaraki stood in a lab that was just underneath all of Jakku Hospital. He stared at the multiple tubes that held Nomu. There was multiple pods holding a Nomu each, but there was something different about each one. They definitely appeared to have far more intelligence than the other ones the doctor created for him before. "What is this place, doctor?" Shigaraki questioned as the portly old man turned around in his chair, glasses glowing. "Well, young MSTR, this is where the work I do is done. This is where I create all those Nomu that you've used in the past, and where I will continue to evolve my work here," the doctor said as he stood up. "So, how long do you expect me to undergo this process?" Shigaraki asked, placing a hand on a pod. "You will stay in this pod for about a week. Once you have fully accepted the quirk of Sensei, then and only then will you have fully achieved your full potential," the doctor said, as Shigaraki nodded his head. "Well then, let's get this process done with. If I can have more quirks at my disposal than what I currently have, then my job of destroying all of Japan will be far easier to complete," Shigaraki said, as he climbed into the pod. The doctor put everything required to begin the process whilst injecting the quirk all for one into Shigaraki. If the young man showed pain at the quirk being injected into his body, he never showed it as he placed the mask over his face and entered the pod. Very quickly the pod began to fill up with fluid that allowed Shigaraki to remain in a stasis that made it appear like he was dead. And as time passed within the lab of Dr. Garaki Ujiko, the good doctor had looked at the time before a sadistic grin came over his expression. This was all according to Sensei's plan. And Shigaraki just didn't know what was going to happen if he continued like this. It's only a matter of time before Sensei fully assimilates into Shigaraki Tamura's body. Once that is done, Shigaraki Tamura will be fully gone. And all that will remain within is all for one, the doctor said, with a smile growing more and more. Back over at the hidden base in the woods, a knock was heard on the front door. As it was opened by Twice, the man looked at the new arrival to see that it was the number 2 hero Hawks. Looking confused by the man's appearance, he allowed the hero inside before leading him towards Dabi. The hero had looked around the place as he got used to those who were staring at him in both awe as well as worry. All before arriving within a room where he found a man who was burnt up more than anything, but was still kicking. "So, who have you brought to us this time, Twice?" Dabi questioned with a smirk on his face. "This is the number 2 hero Hawks. He asked to join us due to how he agrees with our cause of helping those denied by this society," Twice said as Dabi nodded. I don't trust you. If you make any moves against us, I will make sure to fry you like the chicken you love to eat so much, Dabi stated, glaring at the hero. Why wouldn't I want to join you all? I was trained by the HPSC, and they are as corrupt as this entire society is. In fact, the whole reason society is the way it is because of MDM President, Hawks said, tossing some files onto the table. Good information, we might have to use you as an informant. Take him out of here twice, Dabi said with a wave of his hand. Once the two were gone, Dabi watched Hawks from the cameras within the base. He really didn't like the hero, more so because of the fact that his presence could cause their base to be found. Not only that, but it's been a few hours since Shigaraki had disappeared over at Jaka Hospital. The doctor wasn't telling them about what was happening, and he was becoming worried for their leader. So he did the only thing he could do for the moment. He worked strong on being the commander of the army until Shigaraki could return, hoping that whatever the man was doing was worth the wait and secrecy. As Hawks walked through the building, he very carefully placed his feathers across the place. He could sense the vibrations between them to know when people spoke about certain plans. It was why he was sent here. He would have the highest level of success when it came to his own personal mission given by the HPSC. What was his mission, you may ask? Well, it was quite simple. As he finds out where Shigaraki Tamura is so they can take him down. His only target selected to be killed is Jean Bubegurwa, otherwise known as the duplicating villain, twice. The ability he showed off at Daika City showed the world that he was extremely dangerous the longer he was left to his own devices. And with an ultimate move called Sadman's Parade, it would devastate the entire world, if not the entirety of Japan as a whole. The man was, as the HPSC had told him, too dangerous to be left alive. And Hawks followed through with his plan, although his first goal was to find out what in the world Shigaraki Tamura was doing that was important. So important in fact that it required the highest level of security to prevent leaks towards the heroes. And with Shigaraki having gone silent, he needed to collect any and all information about the man before the raid on the building began. So he followed twice towards his living quarters, called up the HPSC and spoke to them through his radio. Operation Trojan Horse is a go. He spoke as he received a message back. Operation is a go, don't F this up, Hawks. Because if you do, you're on your own, MDM President said, before ending the communication. Alright, so I need to spend as much time proving my loyalty towards the villains. Not only that, but find information about Shigaraki Tamura's location. Hawks muttered to himself. Well, I've had far harder missions. Shouldn't be too strong. Hawks mumbled as he laid on the bed. Over near Jaka Hospital, Dr. Ujiko had stood before the pod holding Shigaraki Tamura. The pod's numbers of the completion of Tamura managing to fully acquire all for one was closing in on 25%. He held back a bark of laughter as he couldn't wait to see Tamura's face when he was fully destroyed inside his own head. This would have been so easy for the doctor to prevent. But he wanted to make sure that his MSTR had a body that would definitely be perfect for him. And Tamura had all the hatred, power, determination as well as fear factor in order to take one for all back. They just only needed a little more time. After all, one can never escape from all for one's sight for very long. Especially not the one who had become All Might's successor. The doctor pulled up a medical file on one of the UA students. Especially with how what was written on their medical files. The specific student had used to be quirkless. This was all too easy, the doctor said, before glancing at the time. It's been a day since we started, and it's closing in on 30%. I didn't think it'd take this long, the doctor said, placing a palm on the pod. Oh well, at least now we know who has the quirk. And young Tamura will be capable of utilizing the power when he takes it. I can't wait to see what he can do with such power, only to have his freedom taken from him at the last second. The doctor gleefully stated before walking. But he had some high-end Nomu to create, and these ones would be far more capable than high-end Nomu Hood ever was. If he was able to get all the quirks from Hood back sooner, they could have given those quirks to Tamura, but he didn't have the time. As Endeavor had destroyed Hood entirely. But no matter, all for one would return to the world one way or another. And when that happened, nobody, and the doctor believed that nobody would stop him.